Hello, getting started here. I'll make sure everything's set properly. If the audio's doing good, my recording software forgot all my audio sources. Scrambled to try to make sure I had everything set right. Looks like it's all right. All right. Good afternoon. Happy Saturday. My name is Vilcata, and welcome to our second Satisfactory live stream. I know when we did our last live stream, it was kind of a special event because it was a matter of just exploring the map, and wasn't really sure whether or not we were going to do another one of these live streams. But project we've been working on over the past couple episodes, growing out the Northern Spire to try to get our new circuit board processes up and running, kind of lent itself to what I think would be a good setting for doing another live stream, because we put down so much of the groundwork that it can be focused mostly on just the building aspect, and that we can kind of try to do that in a session. Let me see here. I need something from a different profile that I don't have on here. I'm going to want to show you guys some spreadsheet shenanigans here that were the result of what we're going to build, what resulted in what we're going to build. And I have that set up in my regular setup in the recording software for episodes, but my live stream is a different thing. Let's see if we can do that real quick, like on the fly. Oh, I think that just leapt right up on the screen, didn't it? Yeah, there we go. That's all right. We can hide that for the moment, but that's what we're going to go over here in a minute. Yeah, I think all we need to do to prepare really is to get together the materials for the build we're going to make. And so I wanted to go over real quick, like kind of what we're going to do for today. Not only are we going to try to build, I've got this image in my head of what the building's going to look like, because it's going to be something different, and it's going to be large. And I didn't want to go too large in the Northern Spire because the area is so pretty. I wanted to kind of build glass buildings, and I kind of came up with this idea for a architecturally interesting building that's, because we're dealing with refineries, it's going to necessarily be large. But I think that can be kind of an interesting shape to put in the area, and that I think will fit in the area nicely, because the area is really cool looking. Right. And I think I've got most of the materials together for probably the structure, but we need to put together the materials for the actual machines that are going to be in there, which is why we need to go over the spreadsheet real quick and set up, an item list of everything that's going to go into building this. So let's bring this up. And inevitably, we'll forget something, run out of something simple. It's not unusual for me to run out of, like, cable, because normally all I need it for is running the wires, or iron plate because of framework for something, and I end up inevitably having to go back. So I always try to keep the train stocked as well as I can for the materials, so that we minimize our needs for going back and forth. But that's why, if you saw the previous episode, it was quite a few episodes ago, but we set up these two train stations here so that we could load, if we needed more stuff than the train could carry. In fact, we did this when we did our original oil area. We could load all the stuff into these containers, and they would feed the station, and we could have our personal train run back and forth between the work site and back here until it brought all the materials we need to the work site. It kept us from having to come back, which was really awesome. And that's why I left it set up. I don't know that we're going to have that much material, but we'll find out. I think we're going to empty our inventory real quick like here. Pour it all. And let's bring up the spreadsheet real quick like, and kind of talk about what it was that we're going for. Well, first of all, what our goal is to make circuit boards with an alternate recipe, because these circuit boards have kind of been a bane for us, and we have made a ton of them using this recipe for our computer hub, and we are over our max production rate of quick wire, which is kind of crazy because the amount of quick wire we're producing, and we're only operating half of the building, and that's not great. and furthermore, we're next thing we want to make is the high-speed connectors, which also use quick wire and circuit boards. So we needed to find a way of reducing the amount of quick wire that we were using, and I had remembered that this recipe existed in the game, and we did some more hard drives and came up with it, which was great. In fact, that was the goal of the last live stream. Was we drove around the map looking for hard drives until we got this one. In fact, I think it was the last one that we got when we were going towards the end of the stream, so that was fortunate. And this has directed us to go out to the Northern Spire because now that in update 6 it's been reworked and we can finally go out there and exploit the oil out there. That's perfect because this is all oil products. This is petroleum coke, not rubber. Now, last episode, while I was setting all this up, I discovered this recipe by chance, because the math to make this one was a little wonky using our recipes that produce rubber and the heavy oil that needs to be turned into petroleum coke. And I started thinking about it, and the problem with it was that we were producing twice as much heavy oil as we needed than rubber. So, if we used up 100% of the rubber from the process, we had twice as much heavy oil left over that we had to do something with. And in the end, we weren't producing a whole lot of a satisfying amount of circuit boards. So I want to show you real quick. I'm going to bring up the spreadsheet, show you what that looks like. Okay. So if we look over here, now this is operating on 600 crude, because that's the most that we can bring down one pipe. Now we can up that amount by running more than one pipe from more than one source, but this gives us a base exchange rate of what to expect out of it. And this is using our heavy oil to that's going to be covered on the screen anyway. Our our regular crude oil into rubber and heavy oil, and then heavy oil into petroleum coke. And so one crude goes into 20 and 20, and 40 heavy oil goes into, creates 120 coke, which is, it's a ton. And it's way more than we need for this process. We can always burn it in like coal burners for supplemental power, but that's just not great. It's not a great solution. But if we look at it, using 600 crude, that would produce 400 rubber, which would give us 65 circuit boards. And it would only use 585 of our 1200 coke. And that was really wasteful. And so last episode, we started unlocking more hard drives looking for the recycled rubber recipe. And what we would be able to do with that is actually turn some of these machines that were producing the rubber and heavy oil into plastic and heavy oil, convert the heavy oil into fuel, and then the fuel and the plastic into even more rubber. So it would give us a roundabout way of eating up that heavy oil by turning it into rubber, which would have given us, in the long run, more boards, circuit boards. Not great, but it would have been a way of balancing it out, kind of through a brute force method. But then I got to thinking, there is another way. And the other way is that there is a recipe that turns crude into resin and heavy oil. And we unlocked this during our last live stream. And, I even said before, because we had passed it up previously, I said the next time we got it, we would try to take it, because there are times where having lots of resin is really useful, even though we didn't have an immediate use for it. And while I was unlocking hard drives looking for the recycled rubber recipe, I ended up finding the other resin recipe. There we go. So here's the one that we already had, and here's the other one that I unlocked. And I kind of unlocked it because the other two recipes that came up at the same time were not really that great. I was like, you know what? Why not? We'll just go ahead and pick it up. I didn't grab it with an immediate plan and design to actually use it. But it reminded me that resin was a thing, and so while I was sitting around, because I was off camera, just churning through hard drives, I started to do the math on, well, what if we took the other way around? If we made the resin and the heavy oil, and then we brought that into rubber, because we can still we can produce rubber from resin and water. And so I did the math. Let's see here. I did the math on what if we did that, right? With the same amount of crude, as you can probably already see, it produced, we turned all the heavy oil into coke, and all the resin into rubber. We ended up with 65 circuit boards, just the same. Because this time we were eating up all the coke. And it just by chance ended up being 65. I was like, darn it. I was still unlocking. And then I got to thinking about, well, we had just unlocked that other resin recipe. And what if we balanced them together? And so I came up with this. So we have the first one, which is the one we just saw right there, crude into 130 resin and 20 heavy oil, and 30 crude into 20 resin and 40 heavy oil. So this is a way of us producing more oil, less resin. And this is twice as much, well, 4 times as much, I guess, right? Because it takes half as much crude. So 60 crude in this case is producing 80 heavy oil. You can see it's a pretty significant shift in the totals. And I went through here and created just a bunch of formulas to just calculate everything for me. And what I did was, oh, that's not what I want to do. So what I did basically was I set it to assuming that we were going to use 60 heavy oil or 60 crude. And for every refinery we take of the first one, that takes 60 crude out. So what's left, it calculates how many refineries and then how much that refineries would generate. So we're always at a total of 60 crude no matter what we do. And so it adjusts all the numbers through here. And what happens is, so say we do one refinery of the heavy resin recipe. We look down here, these are the two outputs based on which we would run out of first. So this one's rubber. In this case, we would eat up all the rubber. Here you can see 245, producing 40, which means this one's no good because we would be way over on the rubber. And all we need to do is start changing this number until these two numbers right here get really, really close to each other, which means we would be at the same limiting of both resources. And so, if we go to 2 refineries here, that brings us down to 16. You can see they're still wildly different. If we go like real high, you can see it shifts, but it's a lot closer, right? So we only have 8 refineries here, only 4 here. And now we're really zeroing in. So even though we'd have left over here, we'd already be at 93 circuit boards versus the 65. And this is not the same amount of crude. And we can shift around back and forth. So if we go up higher, now it's back between. Now this recipe here eats twice as much resin or crude as this one, which means we can go in half, because if we go half on this one, it's a whole for this one. So if we dial it down to 8.5, that's exactly 3 of these here, 600 crude, gives us 96.7 circuit boards. So we get nearly a 50% increase in the amount of circuit boards we have by juggling these two recipes together. And this also gives us the information on exactly how many refineries we're going to need. This also calculates how many refineries we're going to need for coke, how many refineries we're going to need to convert to rubber. It's all mathed up, so we don't have to figure that out. And how many extractors it's going to take, water extractors. So with this in mind, we can set up our list of what we're going to take with us or what we're going to need for the machine cost. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually double this because I think we have the space. So we're going to say 1200. Formula there. We already know, we know we just need to double everything, right? So 8.5 and 8.5 is 17. And all the numbers work out. So this is, it's going to take quite a bit of space, but it's going to be easy for us to bring 2 600 crude pipes in, and this will give us some surplus in circuit boards because we're going to need to use a ton of them. So turn off the spreadsheet. And hopefully everybody is tuned out. But we're going to build our list now of. I need to get over here on my other screen here so I can see exactly what we need. Production. Go for refineries. We need 23 just for the refineries that are doing crude. We need another 14.5, so 15 for the heavy oil to coke. So that's 38. Oh boy. And then we need another 59 for the resin to rubber. Oh man, this building just got a lot larger. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back it down by 1. And we're going to need 20 extractors. Extractors. And 39 assemblers. 1, 2, 3, 4. Back down to 1. Oh man, that is going to be that's going to be a big build. I didn't I didn't realize that we were going to have 97 refineries. My goodness, but that's okay. I mean, it is what it is. You know, go big or go home. So we're going to start putting together the inventory list. I'm going to get a little bit out of here. Like I know I think I'm carrying too much motors on me. No, I'm not. No, I think we're good with that. Okay, so we're going to run around the warehouse and start filling out the list here. They're all the way down this side. Pipes. Let's get these. $1,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2,000. 3,000. Oh my goodness! Look at all the copper sheeting's gonna need. So for the copper sheeting, we probably should go to our electronics hub to get all of that. Case industrial beams right here. So, you know, maybe we will be needing to use the storages on the train station. Make sure here that there's no scroll down. There is a scroll down. All right, so motors and rotors. Let's look for here. 356 rotors. 3, 4. We don't need that on our screen anymore. We're gonna need reinforced plate. 4, 5. We have some. I'll say we have some in our regular inventory, but you know what? We'll just keep this isolated as its own, and we'll just have leftover. And I feel like I walked past motors somewhere, or they are not marked. I must have walked past them upstairs. Hey there, Jake. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Oh, there they are. There's the motors. Walked right past them. I got at the moment my chat is covered up by my spreadsheet. Well, actually I don't need the spreadsheet anymore. So let me minimize that. Yeah, this is definitely go big or go home. And the building is gonna be big. I tell you, when they added the ability to create an item list, I hate to use the word game changer because it gets used so often, but man, it was a game changer. The building concept I have for housing all of this is going to be interesting because, you know, I'm attempting to not obscure too much of the northern spire. Even though we're building in the northern spire. Okay, so all we need now, right, is copper sheeting and cable. We're going to get the copper sheeting elsewhere. We're not going to get them from here because our copper manufacturing here at home is we're using 100% of the copper sheeting that we make here. So if we take any copper sheeting, it doesn't get replenished. And we have a fair amount of copper sheeting on the train. I don't think we have that much. Plus, we're going to need it for piping. So I think that our first stop is going to have to be the electronics hub, where we are producing excess copper sheeting. Yeah, game upgrader. Yeah, it's a force multiplier. Let's make a run back here to our copper area, because it is the only place that we are producing cable, which we are not using in any manufacturing facilities. So it will, this facility literally produces exactly the amount of copper sheeting that we need to run the machines that they go to on the dot. So when we take anything from anything, we short the copper sheeting temporarily, because the copper feeds into the machines that make the wire and the cable until they back up, and then they go back to making the copper sheeting. But if we take from here, this will never fill up because it's producing the exact rate that it's used at. So I don't take from here typically. And that should be everything. We're going to do a lot of glass stuff. And this was our silica storage, and I've taken all of our remaining silica and put it on the train. And I actually set up, because we never officially had silica production, and we still don't technically have silica production. But previously we had no quartz production of any type, and we set it up. We set up quartz production at the electronics hub a few episodes ago for the quartz crystal, and we had a miner on a quartz node that is unused because it was being earmarked for silica in the future. And so I did run over there before the episode and toss down just a constructor to start throwing out silica into a temporary storage, because I knew we were going to use a ton of glass. Glass uses silica, so just in case we run out, we have a fallback that we can go to. So that's an option. Welcome, Marquis. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel. I don't think I've seen your name before. Welcome to Satisfactory. I don't have a jetpack. Oh, I don't need it. All right. All right. So that's everything except for the copper sheeting that we're going to need. The train is well restocked. I always manually restock this between episodes from whatever I take out of it. So these are just general building supplies. And I always tend to go through and I top off anything that's full or not full, partial stacks. So I have a pretty good spine. Like I said, I have a fair amount of copper sheeting here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not going to be enough, which is fine. That wasn't. And then this is our concrete train, and I've stocked it with industrial beams manually that I just slowly steal from it when I need to do Mark IV belts. But this actually replenishes itself from this station. So if we ever actually use up all of our concrete, we can just send the train back to the station and it will bring back another load of concrete. So I think we are good to go. Now that we have Mark IV belts, we should probably be actually loading these a little bit more quickly. Didn't catch that they weren't loading at max speed. But that's fine, because we're going to be building structure for the beginning of it. And let's make sure we get some of these in here. We actually aren't going to need all this stuff either, because we have a bunch of refineries sitting on the project area where I was originally kind of mapping out the width of the building. And we'll be picking those up. So that's going to cover a lot of what we need. But we'll send this train back here to pick all that stuff up later. Go ahead and have it do a quick docking. No. Are those set to unload? I don't think they're set to load. Yeah, that would help. There we go. All right, now we can actually load the train. And we'll have it load while we edit our timetable. We need to go to the hub. Hub center. Here it is. Hub middle. Where are we? Want to be next. All right, there we go. All right, it looks like it loaded. So what I want to try to do today is, I mean, I kind of expected that to go straight. I want to build kind of an upside down pyramid or triangle. It won't be a pyramid because it's not. It's going to be upside down like triangle. Okay, that should not be stopping. All right, looks like I need to fix some kind of some braking signals up top because we should have been out of the way of that train. And this is our last episode, our newly ran track. We brought them all the way down from the sky. And that is the branch that goes to where we're going to be building today. But first we need to run over here and grab our copper sheeting. Right for the waterfall. It'd be a little bit more impressive if the waterfall was a little wider. I'm still not really sure where the water is coming from, but it looks cool. All right. Go downstairs real quick. I can get ourselves. Actually, let's make room in our inventory. Yeah, we're gonna need room in our inventory because I don't think we can carry all of it in one run. Yes, any spot, any. Ah. There we go. Let's get rid of those so they're not on the bar on the right. And we have copper sheeting for days. We're going to be quicker to do that. And subtract from the top. Maybe it wasn't. There we go. All right. And those are all coming from the Cliffs of Copper. Those things right there. I love that. I love that build so much. They're all just kind of hanging on the cliffs. That is so cool. All right. And actually, that's the one that's going to be full. Okay, there we go. Our stuff back up. Let's get to the job site and get started. So another thing is, while we're working on this today in a live stream, I'm building the next episode out of this. The next episode is supposed to be the completion of that circuit board factory. When I do episode stuff, the screen's a little different. Like I'm not down here in the corner, and whatnot. And so when I get to the point to where I'm going to do some footage for the episode, we'll turn off the camera, and I'll probably be redundant on some of the stuff that we've talked about because it's filming for the episode. So just to give you a heads up that we're not just doing this, this is also the how to make an episode of Satisfactory. So I'll be switching into non-live stream mode when I'm doing a bit that would show up in the video, and then I'll turn the camera back on. The mod for doing time lapses still doesn't work. I say it doesn't work. I found a developer copy that will not crash the game in update 6, but the time lapse part doesn't work, or at least the time lapse part that I'm used to doesn't work properly. Let's stop. I think we need to, let's do something here. I think about it. We're going to want to unload train. So let's turn these into stations. This is going to be a temporary thing. I'm not going to, because like normally, the idea behind this place, why am I in trouble there? Did you really turn around on me? Why did you turn around on me? Like normally, like the design of this station is going to be that if we ever have loading platforms here, they'll be facing this side and they'll go down underground and go across or go out somewhere else. For today, we're just going to kind of do the dirty and just run conveyors out of this across the line and then delete them after we're done. Because this is purely a temporary thing. Did they set to unload or set to load? I think they set to load by default. Actually, we might not even run conveyors because we have a tube that goes to and from the work site. So we probably don't even need to bother sending this anywhere. All right, I'm just gonna leave it running because we have more stuff back at home that it needs to pick up, and it can just go ahead and do the loop, and we can catch it when it comes back. So for anyone who didn't see the previous episode, we created this train station here and this walkway that's going to the work site. And the general idea is that we're trying to work within how nice the Spire looks. The whole northern Spire area is so pretty that I kind of want to have like glass walkways and do what I can to not cover up how pretty the area is. So like when we have platforms that don't have machines on them, we're also going to try to do glass flooring so we can like see the water and stuff below. And that's the general idea of this theme. Go into here. And you can see we have conveyors that are going to come back to the station because eventually we're making products, in this case circuit boards. And we'll be able to look down and see them being transported. And we have a cheeky little tube here that is positioned specifically to allow us to slide along the floor like this. It's up high enough that we peer through the floor. So it looks like we're kind of flying through the walkway. But sometimes we can get these bees here to trigger and we can stare at them through the glass. But this is the work site. Originally I was going to go with the plastic coated flooring, but I think we're going to go with concrete because we're going to go largely with glass. I think we're going to do like glass and concrete as our general build theme. And before I actually convert to shutting off my camera and recording for the episode, we kind of need to figure out where our center is. So here's what we're going to do. Don't need that one. Nope, don't need that. All right. Now this is more or less the maximum width that I'm comfortable with. As you can see, this kind of comes up to the edge of the foliage that I don't want to cut down. But again, as I mentioned earlier, this is going to be an upside down kind of pyramid. So we're going to have a small footprint and we're going to go outwards and have concrete pillars. So it should be an upside down triangle when we're done. And the idea is going to be that the bottom floor is all of the refineries that go from crude to resin and heavy oil, and then they go up in tier outwards as the building triangles out. And once we get high enough over, the height of like these refineries, we can put glass flooring in and we can build machines across the top. And I think that's going to be really cool. Maybe it won't be. No. It's an idea that could flop. But I'm going to use this real quick to see what our width is. I did not delete. Delete this. All right. Not you two. All right. So what's our max width? 17. So 8 and 8, and then we have a middle. That makes this the middle. Yep. All right. So we have a 3 wide middle, which is fine. I think we want to go with concrete because the windows are going to be concrete, so it's just the borders, and there will be concrete pillars. That's going to let us start to clean this stuff up. Just a little bit. All right. Yeah, we're going to need to probably record a bit for the episode. I want to center delete, yeah, okay. All right, so that, yeah, see, that centers quite well. So 3 is a good width for the middle. Or having an odd number is a good width rather than an even number. And we're going to need, back of the spreadsheet, $23 wide. So that's going to be the big thing, right? Is the bottom floor is going to be, from end to end, is going to have to house 23 refineries side by side. And I think let's think about this. Not just 23 side by side. It's going to be, because it's going to be 17 are set to one type, 6 to another. I almost feel like we do 24 wide and mirror them. You know, have one at one, 2 of them that are 8, that are half. So we'd have 8.5 and 8.5. And we should have brought an extra enough. Well, I mean, obviously we brought enough extra supplies to do an extra refinery because we have a ton of them here we're going to delete anyway. And that would make us 24 wide. I think that's what we're going to do. All right. Oh, I need to do real fast. Let's. Need to do real fast here. See how the tube. I love this. Like we're moving really fast down the tunnel. Let's check to see where our train is. Which one's ours? Is that it? Oh, that's the quick wire train. That must be our train right there. All right, got a ways to go. Actually, it's probably already been here, and we missed it. That's fine. Yeah, looks like it's dropped off a bunch of stuff. I'm going to turn off the camera, and we're going to do a little bit here for the episode. More or less re-explaining the stuff that I just explained. And probably redoing it 2 or 3 times because, you know, that's the way making episodes works. All right, let's start recording. Let's turn off the webcam temporarily. I will bring this back. Turn off my brand so it doesn't overlap with the one during the episode. All right, episode, it's gonna be 35. All right, 3, 2, 1. All right, here we are at the station, and this is where we're going to be building for today. You guys remember from last episode, we built this beautiful tunnel here, glass tunnel, and currently there is no product underneath it, and we're going to fix that by the end of this episode. And there are the 4 bees last episode that tried so hard to get to us, but could not. I love this. I love this. It feels so secure. So, as you can see on the right, I have built a massive list of all the things that we are going to need. And I have already put them all on our train. Our train is running around the map, collecting up materials. And we can take a look at the spreadsheet here in a bit to explain all this, but I want to, you know what? Let's toss that. Or restarting it. I will have shown the spreadsheet during the intro. So we are canceling that recording and starting over again. Our train real quick. Our train. Okay. We don't really need it right now. All right. Take two. For episode 35. 3, 2, 1. All right, here we are back at our station that we built last time. Well, the station was already built, the roof, and we finished it all up, as well as this beautiful walkway. Beautiful, beautiful glass walkway that allows us to see all the nice terrain. Love this. We have the conveyors below. They're not carrying anything yet, but they will by the end of this episode. All the angry bees that can't get to us. I want to do this more often. You know, when we built the complex back at our home base, I always kind of envisioned we'd have walkways between them, but they were so close to each other, there really wasn't a need for it. So it was kind of nice to be able to do it here. But yeah, we're going to transform this area into a rather massive building. And, you know, as I've been talking about over the past 2 episodes, I don't really want to impact this area too much because it's so pretty. And building a giant, you know, rectangular building just doesn't feel like it would do justice to this area. It would be a giant footprint, and it would feel kind of plain for how pretty this area is. And you know, I thought about it and I came up with a different design that I think is going to be really cool. I don't know how large it's going to be. I know it's going to be large, and it's going to be futuristic, artsy. I don't know. It'll be grand, which I feel like the area justifies. So as you know from earlier when we went over the spreadsheet, we have a ton of things that we're going to have to place. You know, most notably, nearly 100 refineries, and that takes up a ginormous amount of area. And with the design that we're going to go with, we're going to have 24 of them wide. And so that's defining that end to that end of what this building is going to need to be. That we can't really get around, not reasonably. And that's okay. We're just going to make that, we're going to say, the bottom of the footprint. And what we're going to do is we're going to build upside down, sort of. We're going to build a big old triangle. And the base is going to be more or less the width of refineries, and a little bit of space, right, for piping and conveyors and whatnot. But there's not going to be anything else. This is going to be the bottom floor. Is going to purely be these 24 refineries that are processing crude, and all other machines are going to go up and out in many cases. And this might work and it might not. Well, it'll work. It might not be what I envisioned. I don't know. That's kind of the fun of developing new strategies and trying new things. But we're going to build it one way or another. So what I'm doing is, you know, this is the center of the area that I want to work within. And so, you know, I've placed a refinery just to make sure that it fits nicely on these 3 width tiles. And what we need to do next is to go to the other side that is going to be our, you know, our final edge, which is over here because we have foliage in our way. We can go further that way if we need to. We can't go further this way. So this is the side that we're going to start with. We're going to plop down some refineries. And then we're just going to work our way all the way to that side and see how far it takes us. And that will define the max width of our building. So we can go over just a little bit more if we need to. And that's fine because, you know, give ourselves some space to work with. And that's would help if we have all the floor here. So I'm going to real quick place all of these. We're gonna call this the first one. We're gonna line it up with the side and the middle. Which direction is it facing? That way. Because this is going to take, right there is a pure extractor. That's going to be a 600 oil output on its own. So that will wrap around here and it will go to our first set of refineries. We're obviously going to need another layer here for the piping. And then the other ones will come from over there, that pipe. So we're going to do 24 of them, or 12 of them facing this way, and then we're going to do 12 of them facing the other way. So let me get to placing all these and maybe get some initial piping done, because you know, if you've seen before, my method of how I layer out pipes is it's kind of tedious. Just a quick reminder here, a little example of it. What's it? Pipes. No. Then we will delete. Down. Place it down. That's how I do all of them. So I've got 24 of those to do, and twice over, right? Because I also have to have an output for the crude oil. So I'm going to get started getting all these out and getting the basic groundwork in place, because we know this is one thing that we know for sure about how the build is going to go. And then we will come back with some progress and kind of the next stage of it. All right. Recording is stopped. Our webcam back on. Hello again. All right. Now you guys get to enjoy the long form part of doing of an episode, because all the stuff is done off camera. This is the stuff that will take forever. So we have two, well, we said we're going to go to, we need 24 total, so we're going to go to 12. In run mode. Right. 4, 5, 6. By the way, if you hold in control, it's a nice little trick. Like, we can run along and line these up. You see how it's swirling around. If I hit control, it snaps straight to it. If I'm holding, well, it'll help I move over too far, but if I'm holding control, I don't have to line it up. It just jumps right to it, or jumps right in front of it. Talking too much and not thinking about it. But it makes it a lot quicker. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I was about to walk off an edge. 10, 11, 12. Save's going to kick in here. And then we're going to flip these. Hopefully this isn't going to cause us a problem putting them so close to the other, because you know, if things need to go the other way, you know, we probably can get away with going under and across and up. But I think, I don't think it's going to be necessary. I think we're going to be okay. Hopefully things won't run into each other. 2, 3, 4. And we are out of materials. So it might be a good idea to run them over here anyway. Let's do this. It'll be easy enough to clean all this up later. Too bad we can't use the conveyors underneath us. They're all going the other direction. I almost built a conveyor going the other way when I ran all of it, but I thought, you know, I'm probably not going to send anything. And out of... Oh, we need the train. It's got our stuff. Our general building materials are on the train. All right. Where are you at, buddy? Why are you blinking? Oh no. Oh no. There is a problem with my setup, apparently. That shouldn't be possible. They should not be able to run into each other. Oh, tell me they actually crashed. I think what happened is that there's a choke point and the signals on both sides. Oh, that's terrible. All right. Guess we're going to go deal with that first. And we don't have the material for a train. Let's grab one of them. I have never had two trains run into each other. And I even talked about last episode how I need to rework that area because I didn't like the design, and that's part of the problem. If I had the area reworked, that wouldn't be possible. Like this setup right here, where we have a way of coming in and going out of a train station area, the situation that we're running into shouldn't be possible. But since on the other one we have them trying to cross to go into different facing stations, there's a congestion potential, which we apparently ran into. Fortunately, we have a locomotive in our pocket and can ride it. This hasn't happened in the past, but this is stuff that happens making an episode off camera all the time. I have to run back to home for some reason, something I didn't foresee, or ran out of something, or who knows. I'm curious to see how they managed to block each other. I didn't think that this would be possible. Yeah, this shouldn't be possible. Because he's on his way out. This whole segment should be... Oh, right. When we were leaving, we saw this train stop on its way up, and we said that there's a problem with the braking because these two lanes shouldn't be impacting each other. So there is... You see, those are both blue. These shouldn't be relating to each other. And I have a suspicion that there are a limited number of colors. and that they do associate each other even though they're not truly connected. So this, I don't think even should be happening. I'm just gonna turn off self-driving. Let's get rid of the hub. We don't need to go there anyway. And we'll just drive it out of here. Because these are definitely separated by blocking signals on both ends. So these two rails in no way are connecting. But they're sharing a color, and I'm starting to suspect that there are maybe segment slot numbers being assigned, and that maybe they roll, and by chance these two happen to be close to each other. I don't know. It's all speculation. Wait a minute, wait a minute. No, no, okay, there we go. Maybe I canceled out of it. So I'll investigate that later, doubly off camera. We're not going to deal with it right now in the live stream, because I'm going to rework that whole area to the station anyway. Okay. Why you no stop? Stop. Why did it not turn? Its path might have already been chosen because it was going to the other location. It may not have recalculated its path. I feel like we should have the beeping. Beep, beep, beep. Fortunately, no other train takes this route, so I don't have to worry about backing into anybody. Okay, so this absolutely should turn right. It knows that I mean, it might be dead set on taking the route it was already picked. We're going to give it one last chance to turn on its own. If it doesn't, then we're going to stop it and do it ourselves. You should turn. Thank you. That was weird that it didn't do it first time. And I should have connected that with a lower speed belt while we were gone, so it could have started unloading. I was so shocked to see the trains that were not properly. I had to tell the doc moving that I had to. Oh, I guess there's nothing for him to undock. Anyway, I was saying that I was just so shocked to see my trains not running that I forgot what I was doing. Oh, out and in. There we go. That'll feed everything. That way we don't have to clog up our inventory. Mark IV belt's fast enough. Probably. Alright, so what were we shy on? Oh, right, we picked up more motors on the way because we needed them for the train. Looks like we're low on everything. So let's get motors. There's not going to be much over here. Okay, good. It's already coming. Excellent. We'll give that a quick minute to transport stuff. 4. The wrong way. 5, 6, 7, and we're going to run out already. I think what I also want to do is... Nope. I'm so professional. I know it's a little bit more efficient to dump my entire inventory and just fill my inventory up with the stuff for the machines, but there's always other things I end up needing to build. You know, tubes or platforms or whatever, and if I dump all this, I could probably get rid of all of this silica. I think we're gonna... Let's get the silica out of our inventory real quick, like. Don't need that much. Everything else is fine. Yeah, I think we're good on everything else. Alright. Because after we get these 24 machines placed, we're not placing any more machines. It's a piping and defining the actual design of the building. In fact, I think that these are going to be replaced with a glass. I'll do that right now. Well, we'll do it for the ones that we haven't placed yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nine, 10, 11, 12. So that's our 24. Nice. And it comes up right up to the edge. That is just perfect. And we have some space to work with. That's good. Okay. I guess we just let the fun begin. Put that in the wrong spot. There needs to be one offset, and the rest of them are going to be offset the other way. Oh. Once you get in a rhythm, that actually doesn't take too long. As long as you don't get one. If you get one of these off, literally just one, you're gonna hurt. Because then you end up all of them after that, you end up lining up with the one that's off. And it's not a good day, because then you end up having to go back and redo all of them. Now I know that these are facing the other direction, but they're all going to have liquid output. So we might as well do this as one long strand, and then we'll just delete the one pipe that connects them. Right. Yeah, it was. Okay. We're going to do... Probably should have done it in the beginning. We're going to do one real quick just to make sure we're at the right distance. Yep, perfect. Excellent. So we're just going to run down. Connect all of these up. Oh, not there. Oh. And all of these are... should have done them from the other side. Alright. Because you have to delete from the far side. If I delete it and I put the cross on here, it'll line up with this spot. Because it'll be on the edge of this one as opposed to on the edge of that one. So I need to do it from the other end. Save ourselves a little bit of effort here. These are going to be heavy oil. Now that I've said that, I probably should... the groundwork for the other side first. Right here, that goes over to... that's incoming crude, so those will be black pipes. These early ones real quick like. And we'll leave the rest of those for the moment, just so we don't have to keep changing our colors around. And we'll start the other side. We're going to go down. We're going to pipe back. We want them offset to this side. So we're going to delete from right to left. No, we're not. We would, but we're going to do the purple pipes first. We're going to go from left to right. Right, looks right. Ah, can't fit through there. There we go. Yeah, for some reason that looked weird to me. You'd think I haven't done this 18 million times. And by the way, holding and control to help make sure I stay on the line. Just to speed it up a little bit. No. Have it. Alright, so these are going to be all the crude ones, so we're going to leave them alone. And we're going to delete all this flooring, I think, and turn it to glass at some point. It's a lot easier to do like this rather than constantly switching back and doing the pipe while you're at it. It just kind of, it breaks the rhythm. Here I can do a quick delete, enter a couple times to switch types, and I'm already pointing at the stuff that I need to delete. Barely have to move the mouse at all. Should be the last. Does that feel right? The jump. Yeah, it is right. Okay. For some reason I was looking at it and I didn't see the... I'm like, the two pipes should be next to each other. I was looking right at it, and for some reason it just didn't register. It all starts to become a blur. Alright, so that is all of the heavy oil output from both sides. We can... Now there is what I assume is a bug with the custom swatches. which is that anything you assign the color to it, no matter what color it is, will come out black. Fortunately, black is the color we want. So this is the only time that works in our favor. I was really hoping they were going to fix that with update 6, and they didn't. Really surprised that that bug didn't get fixed. Considering the amount of custom colors I use and everything, it doubles the amount of time it takes for me to do things, because I can't pre-assign colors to anything. I just have to build generic and then come back later and repaint everything. I mean, it makes for something else to put in the time lapse, because you can see my building change colors during the time lapse, but that's not exactly a big draw. It would be just fine to see the building go together in the color at the begin, right to begin with. I'm getting so close to these because I know there's a hole in the floor next to me. I keep being paranoid about falling into it. Normally I have to stand a little farther out and target these things. Now I actually need it to be black. Manual painting. Watch them patch the color swatch in the future, and all those things I just built will suddenly become green. To come back through here and redo them all. Alright, so we just have one more little segment for the crude. You don't need to be here. Be this right here. What direction we need to go? Yep, this way. Probably should design a more efficient way of doing this. I did it at one point after they added fluids to the game, and yeah, I struggled with, like, where the pipes were and not liking a lot of it. And I came up with this design, and then I was just happy with it, so I stuck with it. And really made an effort to come up with an alternate setup. It lines up so nicely, and especially in the case of doing these refineries where you have conveyor belts going in and out, it makes it real easy to run the conveyors without running into the pipes. Right. All right. 48 refineries fully piped. They need to be conveyored. And they still need to be set up. So that's the next thing we need to figure out how we're going to group the refineries based on the amount of output, because Mark IV belts can only carry so much material, and we have these outputs of resin of 120 per minute per machine. And let's take a look at our spreadsheet. Right, only 3 of them are gonna... Yeah, only 3 on each side. We need 8.5 to be the high output ones. So this is going to be, we'll say this will be high output. One 130 per minute. Okay. So our belts do what? 480 per minute? One belt for every 3 machines, basically. Oh, this is going to be, oh boy. Alright, so we're going to underclock this one to 50%. This is going to be our half output one. So this is only going to produce, what, 75? 65 per minute. And copy. I think we're supposed to be able to paste these just by looking at them now. Nice. That's 3. Got the pipe. 4. 5. Gotta stop hitting escape. 6. Because I'm used to hitting, you know, clicking on it. 7. Almost did it again. That's gonna be number 8. 8.5. Right. So actually 9. And these will be the regular. Or the reduced. So what we'll probably need to do is mix these in. So we can do like 4 per belt. If we do 130, 3 machines at 130 is 390. And this is only producing 20. Because it's all the same material, right? It's different outputs. That's only 410. So we need to do this a little bit more smart. Let's get the mergers going. We don't yet know where. We go to the side that has the output. We don't yet know where we're going to bring all these together at. That's okay. So we'll say we can get first 4 here. That's going to be 475 because we have the 0.5. That's number 1 of the 3 that we're going to need for that. And the output is only 20 per minute. Let's mark 1 belt. This is 130 per minute, so it's a mark 3. Mark 3. And 65 is a mark 2. Just mark 4 all the mergings. And we off-centered something already. Well, that didn't take long. Alright, and we're going to just drop something out here just to indicate that this is where it's coming out. So that's, we'll go 1, 2, 3. Number 4 will be our third, or our second of these two. We're coming up with a system. Centered with the machine or with the actual output? All right. And I think we're going to aim towards coming towards the middle of the factory. So that one will be the straight one. Wait for a minute. 130, 130, and 130. Hang on here. Okay, these, first of all, are all... These two are off-centered. Those are fine. I think this is not correct. It is not correct. We needed one more machine on this one. Because it was... That machine's not at full speed. So 3 full machines at 130. Plus the one that's at 65. Plus the one that's at 20. So yeah, we need one more refinery on this hub. This guy right here. It was wrong anyway. Alright, so that should be 475 output on that. On that line. Which is going to require some very creative... Because we have to actually feed these into machines, and the machines aren't going to be all at that number, so we're going to do a lot of merging overflow. I'm going to actually make a sign, I think, to remind us of what this is. Yeah. Organization. Just need a... Oh, can we not do text on the small ones? Well, that's not useful. We don't... Nothing. Nothing. We don't want a picture. I guess we... If we have to have a picture, we can... The actual picture that goes with it. Alright. Change this out. So this is going to be 3 regular and 1 short. That one forward there. Change this one over to slow recipe. And our total output of heavy oil. So our total output of heavy oil residue is 580 across all of them. So we can, all those pipes can be merged into one big pipe. So that's not, we're gonna need to go through and turn them into Mark II pipes. But we don't have to do these shenanigans. Alright, so that is 410 on this belt. I'm going to use one net, yeah. Wait a minute. We copied it with the... They did not keep that image. Again. And... Alright, so we need one more machine that is the slow machine. Making me feel like we could balance this better. Instead of putting 4 on the first set, we end up with this here is not going to have. We could do a full set of 4, 4, and 4. I don't know that's going to be necessary. Resin is going to go into... that will produce rubber. That's going to eat 40 resin per minute. I think we want to reset. We want to reset. We do. Because this setup right here, the 410, that means we can do 4 refineries off of it and only have 10 left over. Do this one over here. I think it'll just make it more uniform. Thanks, Jake. How's the mic? Is the mic okay now? Am I sounding okay? All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. If we do only the 3 over here, we end up with only 280 on a line. That's not nearly as close to being a good 40 per. It's gonna have a lot of leftover. Yeah, so we're going to take just one off of the edge. Turn that way. Still leave this as this. Bring us down to 345. That's not a good number either, is it? A lot of leftover. Yeah, we're gonna leave it the way we had it. There's not a good balancing solution without us going really crazy. So I think we're gonna keep it this way. And replicate it on the other side. Let's see here. That is not... I don't think it's set right though. That should be full, 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 and then the last one should be short. So let's make sure. This is at the 8.5. This is the half. Yep. The full. By full, I mean the one that's producing tons. Two. This should be a high speed. This should be a low speed. Okay, Mark 1, yes. Mark 3. Okay. That's 475. On that belt. Sure all these are correct. Big one, big one. Got 130, and this should be the 20. Or yeah, 20, perfect. And I don't think these even are all set. That's nice that it's keeping on the clipboard, because I had on the clipboard the settings for the display, but it remembered my settings for the machine on the clipboard as well. So it knows the difference. I mean, it should know the difference, but that would have been an easy thing for them to mess up. And it's quite nice to see that they got that right. The clipboard can retain the settings for multiple different types of machines and keep them apart. You know what we're going to do? We're going to how many assemblers we're going to use per side? Not assemblers. So the resin's going into rubber. Oh my goodness. 30. It's going to be 30 refineries per side. Which is good that we're, you know, because we're only 26 wide? 24 wide, something like that. Yeah, we're 24 wide. But we're reversing the directions. So we can have, oh, that's not even good, because it's 60 total. We might have to do 2 stacks of refineries going up per side of, because it's going to be going upwards, right? It's a upside down, right? Triangle from a pyramid. So we might have to do 2 tiers of 15 of resin going into rubber on both sides, and then we have a floor above the original set of refineries that will house the assemblers. And then we're going to have to put a bunch of water extractors out and figure a way of bringing all those in as well. That's not as big of a deal. We're probably going to put them over there, and we'll run the piping, and then we can just run the piping up into the building. It should look pretty cool because we're going to have concrete pillars, and we can run them up the sides of the concrete pillars and then into the building. And I think that will work out pretty nicely. So we're going to point this to the side. If we're going to do 15, then it's all going to be centered. So we'll have this one going forward. And bring the resin inwards. Pop that out as a placeholder. And we said that is, do the math, should be 280, right? 130 times 2, because of 2 of the machines, plus 20. I don't know why it's not retaining the image. Not only did it not retain the image, it didn't even change the number, because I copied it last time when we changed to 475. Now there is some shenanigans going on here. All right, so that defines one side of the build, and like all these platforms here, these are all going to be gone because we want to reduce the footprint, and we're going to turn all of those, I think, into glass after we're done running all the other conveyors. So there's no conveyors along this side because this is purely crude coming in. So we don't have to deal with that. That's good. We just have to mimic what we just did. Now we know we have the plan, so it'll take as long. Is that in the middle? It is in the middle. When did we turn forward? Whoop. Third one, wasn't it? 1, 2, 3. Yep. Right there is the easy one to get in because the machines are opposite way, so the ladders don't get in the way. That's our sneak through spot. And honestly, if I had realized that we needed 30 wide on the second floor, probably would have expanded this. Think about this. We're going to do walkways around the side anyway. I kind of wish I had an... so here's a little insight on my OCD. If I weren't live streaming and other people had to see my crazy go crazy, I probably would delete all of these right now and move them over a block and a half so that we'd have enough, we would still be symmetrical and we'd have enough room for 30 wide on the refineries on the next floor. And that would give us a space in the walk through the middle. I'm not going to do it. One block, that's all we'd have to do, because these, it looks like half of them are exactly... I mean, sometimes indulging the OCD is dangerous. But But point being is that I would be indulging it right now, I think, if I weren't... Like, I'm not going to make people watching this, either live or the replay, watch me re-tear all this down to move it over one block. Because I'd have to redo all the pipes, all the conveyors. But I would do it off camera, and I wouldn't tell anyone I ever did it. So this side is, and to be honest, I'm not, you know, it's a knee-jerk reaction. I'm not entirely convinced it would be better doing it that way, because if we want to tier these up, like 2 tiers of 15 apiece, that gives us some extra height to allow us to more easily put a cross platform on the top for all the assemblers. Whereas if we were to do the 30 in one shot, we'd only be going up 1 tier, and we wouldn't necessarily get as much height on the building. So this might actually look better. This is going to make the building wider and therefore taller, but it's okay. Like I said, it might look awkward when we're done. I don't know. But you know, that's a large part about playing the game and getting better at it, and each time iterating and coming up with something new and creative is by building off of your past experiments and improving on them. Alright, so that's 65. This is a 130, a 130, 130. It's gonna get 20. Did we do? Yeah, that's her out. I have, you know, the word OCD is thrown around, kind of. It's all it's carrying is the number, and it's the original number, which actually is the number we need right now. So I'm not going to complain about it. The term OCD gets used kind of lightly. It's the belt. I am OCD, but my OCD is under control most of the time. And part of that is that I make a concerted effort to not indulge my OCD unnecessarily. Let's see, I think it was the second one. Because the more you indulge it, the harder it is to fight it when it's important. Yeah, that's going to be the second one. 1, 2, 3, and 4, then those 3 left over. I think it was the second one. I've met people who, well, first off, just have it worse. And I respect that my case is mild. I have the option to fight it. 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. But I have met people who not only have it worse, but didn't make the effort to fight it, and therefore are complete slaves to it. And it's kind of frightening. And it's like, no, you have to exert your will over. You know, sometimes you have to say, no, this is unreasonable. I'm not going with it. I'm not gonna let you do this. I don't know what my type is. There's some other testing I need to have done when I'm in a situation where I can afford it, as well. Something I haven't talked about on the stream, but I feel right. Yeah, it's right. Yeah, like I said, I've met people who are just gone, and I really sympathize with them, and I feel sorry for them. Just, having it even to a small degree, I understand the compulsions. No, not copied. Darn it. 130. It's like 410, right? 3. Yeah, 410. I have some compulsive, repetitive behaviors that might be a light form of Tourette's. Very light, definitely not the vocal form, which I know is extremely rare. I saw a YouTuber, I don't remember what her name was, who has the vocal version of Tourette's, and she did an interview about it, and it was just wild to see it. Perfectly functioning person, just that compulsion and just blurt out weird things all the time, or just at random. The worst I've had from the OCD perspective is like when I'm working and I go get food. This is supposed to be or working or not working, doesn't really matter. When, I like my utensils to be in a certain order, and I'm ambidextrous, and so it's important for me to have left and right are very important to me, because I need to assign a hand to do a thing. If I don't, then things can go astray. When I was younger, not child, early 20s, I went, I think, 2 months of every day going to work, at some point during the day looking at my wrist for my watch, and my watch not being there, and saying, darn it, I left my watch at home again. Like 2 months of doing that. And one day when I went, darn it, I don't have my watch, I looked at my other wrist, and my watch was on my other wrist. And it had been on my other wrist. I had been putting it on the wrong wrist every day for 2 months. And for that 2 months, I thought I had forgotten it. Every day I thought I had forgotten my watch. So, I had to really drill in. It has to be on the wrist I've assigned it to. All right, we need to go over these and make sure they're all right. That should be at 0.5. But it's just an example of where I have, throughout the years, assigned a side for things that are dependent, are one hand or the other. And utensils are one of them. And on top of that, my OCD has latched onto that as that's a system, and therefore, excuse me, therefore there's only one way is the correct way, which is the fork on the left side and the knife on the right side. That's yeah, the half. And one day I was at work and I had gotten a salad, and I always work from my day. You know, I eat at my desk while I'm at work. And I had them on the left and the right side, and you know, I used to cut up the salad, and someone or something had distracted me, either ping on the computer or someone had talked to me or whatever, and I had set them down in the wrong order. So now the knife was on the left side and the fork was on the right side. And I did it without realizing I had done it. Like, if I do it on purpose, that's okay, because it's like winding something up. You can unwind it. They can be on the wrong side if I did the crossover, because then I can uncross it. But I didn't consciously catch myself crossing them. So when I turned back to my food, they were on the wrong side that I expected them to be on, and I couldn't pick them up and move them back because now I'm crossing to uncross. And I couldn't do it. I couldn't eat my food. And my impulse, my very strong OCD impulse, was to throw away my food. I can't eat this now. This is unedible because I can't get my utensils to the correct side. Which is completely absurd. And so my compromise was that I just didn't eat lunch. And it was just it. I just didn't eat lunch. I just put the box away, put the fork and the knife in the container, and put the container away, and just didn't eat lunch that day. Because I knew that eventually I'd come back to them hours later, and the orientation of them being inside the container would no longer, because now they're stacked, would no longer matter, because I'd be away from the disorientation of them from being on the wrong side. And so I just took them home and ate it for dinner or something like that. But that was one time where the OCD won. That's not what I want to get rid of, but I'll put it there so I can copy it. But it's like I will not. No, I will only let it go so far. And I will indulge it when I think it's not too important. I indulge it a lot in things like this game. Because I'm going to look, I mean, like, if I have to redo something, I'm going to be coming back to this a lot, you know, throughout the game, playing, you know, I mean, there's like 300 hours into this save. And if I do something wrong early on, I'm going to see that mistake over and over again. And so the time I spend fixing it is trivial in the face of the long term of having to live with that mistake over and over again. I will indulge it a lot in this game, things like this. Well, I'm not going to do it on this one because, again, not only do I not want to waste people's time, because it's important to me that my issues don't impact other people. And because I think that there's going to be a more creative... I think that the solution is going to... of doing the second hearing is an interesting alternative that will actually play in our advantage. So, all right. I think that's the bottom row done. Obviously, we're going to need to connect them through power. And we're going to need to bring pipes in, but we can do that at the end. Water is not going to come to this floor, so we don't have to consider a piping room for the water pipes. What's it look like? Not bad. Okay. I think that we need to give ourselves one more width, like here, like leaving these, just so it's not weirdly compact trying to, because we're going to have to go up. And if we were to ramp up right now, that's a roof. I don't think, oh yeah, we can. I'm going to have to go back to recording a live bit, or a bit for the episode in a moment here, but I want to have a plan in place. The sooner we go up, the better, because this building's going to be wide because of how tall it has to go. And if we can save a couple of width, then it's probably a good idea. You know, that's not bad. I'm trying to think ahead. I don't think there's anything else we have to do on this floor. So the other concern about if we do that now is that the entire width of the bottom floor is only 5 wide, and that might look awkward depending how large and wide this building gets. If it comes to such a fine point of only 5 wide versus say 7 wide, this might look really weird. And right, it's not going to work the way I'm envisioning it. So this is not, well, maybe it can. Because what we're going to end up with is, we're going to end up with a situation like this. So that's not going to, there we need enough room to come into the back and go out the front of the, or in the front and out the back of a refinery. So we can't butt up against these refineries. But we can do it like this. Which means the first refinery floor would have to be 1 higher. This is not right. Is it? Wrong window. Right? No, that's the concrete window. Okay, that's what I want. I'm just going to plop one of these down over here for use later on. We said it's going to be 3 tall. Of course, this won't all be glass foundation. I don't think, maybe. Probably not. We're gonna have to go 4 up, aren't we? We need a room for a platform. We need it to be 5 wide. We're gonna need room for the output. You can see how this building is going to get tall. And it's going to get tall and wide. How awkward this can look. If the bottom footprint is so small, but it's not going to be standing on the 5 wide or 7 wide bottom of the where these are, because there will be pillars at points that come all the way down. Except, you know, they'll be connecting with the slanted roof, not the platforms. So it'd be something like that. We'll figure out a way of making that work, which wouldn't be difficult. But all we need is a ramp. Doesn't matter what kind, just give me a ramp. So it'd be something like that. Why is that not? That's not right. Why are we not able to get that ramp lined up where we want it? Oh, stop going crazy. This is something we're going to have to tackle in the future. Oh, could you connect it? Thank you. There we go. So we'll do something like that. And that will support the building. So the building's going to go out, and there's going to be pillars coming down, out, and pillars, out, and pillars. So it's not going to look like it's going to teeter over one way or the other. So with that said, we might be able to get away with 5 wide. Start going up sooner rather than later. Also, I do think there's potential for running. Let's see here. We're going to have to delete all this in just a moment because I'm going to have to record a bit for the episode. This way I'll know what I'm talking about when it comes time. Okay, so here's now, this is my other concern. And we're having to go this far up to do the next tier, and we're only going to do 15 on this tier as opposed to the full 30. Then we're going to have to double this again. I don't want to do that. I think we need to widen the building. We don't necessarily have to move, you know, I talked earlier about moving these over. We don't have to. I mean, it would be the same width either way. We just won't have the path in the middle. But if we're going up this high to do our first set of refineries, we're going to have to do that again. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Right. So this would be the conveyors / piping. We're not going to want to... So this is going to be coming... I think what we're going to do is we're going to face them backwards so that... if we're facing them that way, we have to bring water pipes up into the backside. Because the heavy oil residue isn't coming up here. Oh, good grief. We need another 15 refineries for the conversion to coke. So we have to do another floor anyway. Okay. So we need to round up because we're doing half and half. So instead of being 15 refiners, we'll do 16. That's 8 on each side. 38 on each side, combining both sets. That means we can do 19 per floor and split our refining of both types. That could work. That could work. Okay. So we're going to have to go 2 floors up, no matter what strategy we go with. But if we do half of the conversions, we do 15 and 15 on each floor for the resin, going to rubber, and then with the space left over, we do 2 floors of the coke conversion. And we group them on one side. So all the resin, say, comes up to this side of the floor, and the heavy oil goes up to, say, that side, and the water only has to come up to that one side and hit 2 floors. Okay. That's how it's going to work. I forgot we have to squeeze in the refineries for the coke as well. And then we'll be up so high that we can easily do a floor across the top to do all the assemblies and then put a roof on it. All right, I think we've got it. So 4 up gives us 5 wide, which I think is going to be sufficient. And then probably another 4 up. We'll play it by ear as we go. Okay. Now let's clean all this up and start recording. And forget that we're standing on the thing that we're deleting. At least now that I have a jetpack, I don't have to fall to the depths and then run back around like I normally do. And I'll figure out if we can use this conveyoring up the thing underneath or not. We may or may not be able to. If not, it's not a big deal because we have lifts. Okay. think we're good to record. Hey there, lady. Lady Gaming? No, we're not starting over. This is my, this is a circuit board factory that I'm building for what will hopefully be tomorrow's episode. If I can complete it today and edit it tonight and publish it by tomorrow. If not, maybe it'll be next week. But welcome to the stream. And you got here just in time for me to shut off my camera because I'm getting ready to do a clip for the episode. So I'm going to shut off my camera for a moment, and I'm going to talk as if I'm not on live stream. Anyway, we'll turn the webcam back on once we have our clip for the episode. That's good to... always good to have lurkers. All right. Something to walk on while I'm talking. So I don't fall off. All right. Starting recording. Part 2 for episode 35. 3, 2, 1. All right, so here we are. All, what was it, 24 of the refineries? Yeah, that was quite a bit of work. As you can see, we have all the piping done. We have all the conveyors done. You know, we're producing a ton of resin, a ridiculous amount of resin, and it's far too much for even a Mark IV belt. And so what we had to do is come up with a creative scheme of grouping our refineries with the mixture of the different types of recipes, right? So here's the high output ones, right, 130. Resin combining with the few, not that one, the ones that are under. And so we have different belt amounts between them. We managed to get it down to just 3 belts. And I put a little sign to remind myself which belts have how much. That one only has 280. It's kind of the leftover. But we have 410. And we have 475, which is the most we could get away with. And that one has a low end one, right? One's only producing 20. And on the end, we have the underclocked. We're using 8.5 per side. This one's only going to produce 65. And then we replicated that in reverse on the other side. So you can see this is identical. It's just flipped the other way. So this is the bottom floor, and it's complete. And you can see we glassed off all of this. But this was the easy part. The hard part's going to come on the upcoming floors because we have so much material to move and convert that it's going to be kind of a logistical nightmare. And again, we're trying to kind of preserve the appearance of the location, so we don't want a gigantic rectangular building. And what we're going to do is, you know, as I think I mentioned, is we're going to go up and out. It's an upside down pyramid. And what we're going to do is we're going to go glass. And this will be the exterior of the building, and there will be platforms coming down, probably concrete platforms that will bring in as support pillars, so this won't look weird like it's going to tip over. But this is how it's going to go. That's that, and we will have next floor 3, 4, 5. Well, okay, Zoop got a little overzealous there. And this is far enough away to give us a 5 wide, so we can do another another set of refineries. Now, here is kind of the interesting issue, and I want to bring the spreadsheet back up here real quick to show the dilemma that we're running into. Spreadsheet. Hello, spreadsheet. All right. So, our conversion of heavy oil over to coke and resin over to rubber is rather demanding in the refineries. So we're going to reduce this back down. Where are we at? Right here. Nope, not right here. What am I looking for? Right here. So now that we've split the building in half, we're doing 600 crude on each side. It's easier for us to visualize what each side of the mirror is going to look like. So we have, one side, which is our 12 refineries for the crude. We're going to need 8 more refineries for the heavy oil to coke. And then we're going to need 30 more refineries for the resin to rubber. And that's per side. Now, our entire floor is only 24 refineries wide. This is 30 refineries alone. If you combine it, we're at what? 30, we said it's going to be 8, so it's going to be 38. Obviously, we're not going to do one floor of that. We can't even do one floor without making the whole building wider just for these alone. So we're going to split these in half. So we're going to do 15 on one floor and 4 of these, and we're going to tier them up. So we'll have the resin running up to a floor, and then up to another floor of 15. And same will go for this, and we'll have the water extractors pipe up. And of course we'll need them on each side. It's going to be 20 water extractors total, 10 for each side. So as you can see, this is going to be, it's going to be a quite large building. And that's what we're going to do. Shut off the spreadsheet. That's what we're going to do next, is we're going to go out and then platform, out some more, platform, and then by the time that platform's done, it should be high enough to clear these refineries, and then we can just make a floor all the way across, and we can bring together all the product from all of the refineries to the assemblers in the middle. And looking back at the spreadsheet, we need a total of 40 assemblers, so we might have to get creative with our stacking of the assemblers depending on how much room we have, but I think we'll have enough room on the one floor towards the middle to do 20, it's 20 and 20 to do our final products, and then we'll just bring them out and bring them down, and then they'll go to our walkway conveyor system and back to the station. So that's the plan. So you can see we've got a ton more to do. We're going to probably do all of the water extractors out there in the kind of ocean area. I don't really want to sink them under here. This is deep enough. I don't know if it's deep enough to hold all 20 of them, but I just don't want to put them under there. I want to do glass floors as much as possible and be able to look down at them. We'll just run parallel pipes and find a way of routing them nicely. And that should be all it takes. Everything else should be nice and interior, and then we'll figure out a clever way of connecting all these through the electrical wires. And Bob's your uncle. I think that's going to be it. So let me get on it. I think we have way more work to do, and hopefully this is going to not look really crazy with how wide it gets. So yeah, let me get on it. And again, we can't do a time lapse because the tool still doesn't work, unfortunately. So we'll just we'll come back when we have a lot of progress. So let's get to it. All right. Hopefully everyone's still here. Oh. So, lady, you're working on your own. You're working on an episode as well for yours. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, weekend's a good time to knock them out. It was kind of weird for this because I want to get this episode out for tomorrow. But since I decided to live stream it, that meant I couldn't work on it throughout the week. So I'm hoping to be able to do this all in one marathon session. Alright, so I think what we're going to do is... I think this is good, right? This is fine. So I think we really, literally just need to draw this all the way across. And call this a feature that we're using. You know, just... I don't think we need to change it. Beforehand, I want to get rid of that. Okay. And since this is going to be the entire building width, I'm glad that we brought all of our silica. All of it. We do want at least one row here for walking, so that's good. It doesn't feel like I'm running. So we're just going to zoop as far as we can, and then I'm going to run it back and forth. We are going to run out of concrete real fast. Like, I think we're going to run out of it right now. Yep. How? How can we do 2 rows at a time? Because it's either... As you can see, I can't get it to go one way or the other. Is there a hotkey that we can hold in on, Jake? Because I would absolutely love to do that. I mean, we can do it with walls. But I've never been able to do it with platforms, which roofs are considered platforms. Foundations. I'm hitting every key I can. Hopefully I'm not going to trigger something on the recording. Let's see here. Yeah, I can't... I don't see a way of doing 2 rows at a time, unfortunately. I've never been able to find a way, but if you know a way... from the first 2 and extend... Well, I can have the first one do... Yeah, but it won't go, right? Here, let me get materials. I can have it go down and out, but not parallel. It's like it's a bug. I have that happen all the time. Usually I have like 1 extra hanging over. It's really weird. And quite annoying because I never mean it to be that way. But I've never been able to get it to do just a full grid. Unlike the walls. It just doesn't make... I don't understand why they don't let us do that. I'll tell you, making a personal train to carry stuff is the best thing I have ever done. I will never play another version of this game without using this strategy. It is the way to do it. I think all the silica took a ride up front on the conveyors, so... Well, if you figure out how to replicate that glitch, definitely let us know. Because that would be a big deal. Like I said, I can... It will, when you're doing ramps, it'll go both directions for 1 tier. Sometimes. So you're right, like that. But it won't grid it out. I mean, I guess we can take advantage of it to do the outer part. And in theory, we could... Oh, see, they didn't go all the way down. Right. Of course, I just might not have... Yeah, I mean, all it's going to do is let us shave off 1 row off the side. So that I've managed to do. So we need to figure out if we want the next floor to be glass. I don't think so. I think that we continue with the glass and the flat parts where we do like the belting and the piping. But the supporting thing's going to remain concrete. That's going to be a little weird on the clip there, but I think it'll be okay. These are going to keep going. These aren't even going to stop. It's going to do that all the way up. So, yeah, and so we said 15, 15 and 4. I think we just draw the floor out. Because obviously we don't actually want this right here. It's not lining up with anything. I think we just draw the entire floor. So right here, being able to grid this would be just amazing. But having infinite zoop does help. 100 something. No, we don't want to do 100 something. 20. That seems good. In that ballpark, I think works for us. I don't know what the actual width is of our entire facility, but and since we're only going to do 19 wide, we can actually leave gaps for leaving out floor so that you can walk up and down, which will be cool. Like, I think that we won't bother putting them on the end. For sure. That's pretty cool. Going right up to the edge of it. In fact, this will probably make it easier for us to power everything. We can just power pole right here on the top. And connect all them, and then have power poles going to the other ones. So this might be a good solution for our running the power. Right to the middle of the base. Oh, right here, let's... I don't know why they've limited the zoop to 10 normally. That mod has been so useful. It's like they acknowledged that we needed to be able to build long lines of stuff all in one shot. That's why they added zoop in the first place. Like, oh yeah, people like to build long stretches of platforms. We need to give them the way to do that. And then let's not. Let's add the feature and then restrict it so much that it's actually not that useful. Oh boy, that went 29. It's gonna go. It's gonna. Oh my goodness, it went way up too. I think we're just gonna leave that. We don't need to. Okay. So we're doing 19 platforms, or 19 refineries, right? 15 and 4. It's not an even number. We can't split that evenly. Let's go to the middle. All right, here would be the middle because the smokestacks flip. Let's line up here, I think. Directionally, I think this is going to be resin and water. I think we're going to flip it. The output is going to be rubber. Yeah. Yeah, because the rubber is a final product that's going to be going inwards towards assemblers. So these should all be facing towards the middle. Of course, we'll have another floor, but these will gather, go up and across. So let's try doing the 15 here, right? So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, obviously, we're not going to get all the way to 7, 8, and run out of material. See how many we can fit into here. 9. I think we'll get 11 of our 15 in. That's okay. There we need sheeting, piping, sheeting, piping, more of that, and motors. Put the expressway up. All right. How many did I say we had? 11? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, I said we're going to get to 11. Yeah. Yeah, that's our cutoff right there. And that lines up all right. Yeah. We won't have this here. This will be our walkway up. Yeah, we don't hit our head. That way we can just come up like that. That works out great. And so we need 4 more, and then 4 more on the other side. We might counterbalance. We'll probably balance it out. Because that would give us 11 and 8, where we could do like 10 and 9. So we'll probably do 1 more on this side, take 1 off the end there. Facing the right direction, we are. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. Why does that not feel right to me? That's right. That's our 8. If we cram them all in, 1 more if we go 9. Our input, it's gonna be heavy oil to coke. We don't have anything else. Going into those refineries, right? So just heavy oil to coke. So there's no conveyors going in. We don't need any space for conveyors. I feel like I want to give us a little bit of space. So that's what here we're going to do. And we're going to run to the other end. We're going to delete one from the end, see how that lines up. Then we're going to move the last 4 over to line up with that. And then we're going to have a gap, small gap between the 4 and the 5. That kind of helps visually indicate. Okay, that's right on the half mark. Okay. The separation between the 2 different refinery types. And we'll just shuffle these over. So this needs to be on the half. I think it was... Nope. Okay. So this will be our 4. Could have left 1. 2, 3, 4. That didn't honor. That didn't earn us any space. Doesn't make sense. There's 10 on that side. There should be 9 on this side. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I will just pretend that didn't happen. Alright. Although that shows that it worked out exactly, right? I was on the right spot because it filled in. So this will be our gap between the type of machines. Will be petroleum coke. I love that we can paste those now without having to go into them. And then residual rubber. Yeah. How much water is going to come through those pipes? 1165. So we're going to need 2 water pipes coming in per side. Good to know. All right. So we're going to run 4 water pipes to the facility. I guess I did it again. I'm talking about it and I still hit the escape key. I'm so used to running sideways like this and hitting enter, paste, and then escape. I'm not used to being able to get rhythm down. I'll have to stop. Oh, so cool. We'll have to underclock one of these somewhere along the line. I don't care about it right now. And then we replicate this on the other side. We might as well do, and run the piping and all that stuff. We're going to replicate it on the other side while we're fresh on the strategy. And we're going to run out of silica immediately. Okay, it'll be right here. We definitely don't have enough silica. I am so glad that I set up a silica machine literally just before we started, off camera, over at the electronics hub. We are absolutely going to have to take advantage of it. But there will be a full cargo container of silica with our name on it waiting for us. Unfortunately, we can't just send our personal train to get it because it's not going to a station. We actually have to go there ourselves. Use this just to make sure it's lining up properly. Go. And there may or may not end up being like glass walls like that on the interior. I'm considering doing that, just like walling the entire thing, because it would also act as supports and having ramps go along the sides of it. It's a decision I'll make literally at the last moment, based on how it looks on the final product. Or I might just leave it open. Let's finish the planty parts. No, Zoop does not work with machines. So that would be super cool. Because some games like Factorio, I know one of the cool things that Factorio does, like with running power over large distances. I know in Factorio, you can just hold in the button and it won't build the next pole until you reach the appropriate distance, like the max distance of the cable. And so you can just run holding it down and it will auto space out all the poles. Just super nice feature. I think it does it with machines as well. These signs are not likely to be permanent. They might be, but probably not. I just need them so that when we know how much we're sending in on the belts to merge and split to get to the next set of machines. Hello, Zero. Welcome to the stream. If there is a mod that Zoops machines, and that might be something I'll look into, because while I say this is a vanilla run of the game, it's vanilla in the sense that anyone who's playing unmodded can do everything that we're doing. I didn't want people to feel like they had to run mods to make the kind of buildings and all that stuff that we do. The quality of life mods, like I use Infinite Zoop, I have no problems with including those. And so a Zoop for machines I think would be a really good addition to that set of mods. I will look for it. Okay, let me bring up the mod manager right now. Can't load it, but I can look for it and have it in the search. Smart, exclamation point, U6. Okay, I'll look at this later. I just clicked on it so it's on my, that way it's on my screen, so I'll remember to take a look at it later on. Nice. I use a mod called Construction Preferences that, amongst other things, allows you to set what your default pole is. So you can see right there, that's a Mark II, a Mark II power pole, not a Mark I. which is super nice. And it will also auto draw Mark II wall poles. And you can set the stackers, which is also very nice for like conveyor belts. Although I don't have my conveyor belts set to go to stackers, but like I do with my pipes. So you can see the pipe puts a stacker by default as opposed to just the bottom ground one. That's all part of construction preferences. Yeah, I highly recommend construction preferences. There's a menu, and you just set you know whatever you want them to be. Construction preferences. So you can set whether or not you want them to be stackable, what which ones you want them to be. I love it. All right, so we know that go right here. We're lining up right here. The middle. I think that's the middle. Looks like the middle to me. Okay, and we said 9 this way. No, 10 this way, 9 that way. Although we just do 10 and 10, and then we delete the in-between one. It works out perfectly. Assuming we have the materials, which I'm looking at it, and we do not have the materials, because we don't have the motors. 4, 5. We are out of motors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll also, I don't know if this is a construction preferences thing or if it's now part of update 6. But it might be part of update 6 now, but if you're running a cable, right, let's go to Mark II. If I go to the wall, it automatically switches over to a wall. I don't know if that's part of the mod or if that's just part of update 6. That might be part of update 6. But it's something I didn't notice until recently, which is also super nice. All right, clean out our inventory pretty fast. I think that will cover those. These. The good thing about this container emptying out means we're almost done with all of our refineries. Which doesn't feel right because we got another floor to do. Something doesn't feel right. I mean, it says that we have 9 more to place, and of course we've picked some up and replaced them, so our original setup should have been the right number. We're going to find out the hard way. If it was an update 5 feature, then I definitely missed out on it. But, I mean, it's rare that I'm ever in a situation where I would need to go between them. Because, normally I'm inside a building and I'm just placing all wall ones anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I virtually never mix them. Six, 7, 8, 9, 10. Counting with Volcata. We need this to be on the line. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and we ran out. I'm really glad that we belted all this over to us. Yeah, something's not right with our math, because we're not even close. Unless there's more still waiting at home and the train needs to make another loop. Actually, use one of the mods. Although, strangely enough, in this mod, it doesn't seem that you can actually click on the train schedule. But you can go to schedule on one of your stations and get to it that way. Alright, we'll send him on, excuse me, we'll send him on his loop. And if there was anything left back at the station, then he will bring it to us. What were we at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3 more, then we'll delete one. 8, 9, 10. We just need the 4 on the end. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one we don't need. And, yeah. Coke. Copy. Paste. And this. And again, later on we'll figure out what needs to be underclocked. Fortunately, we don't run while we strafe. I guess it depends on your Zero's asking about if it's better to group machines by type versus what they're processing. I typically group them by what they're processing, not type. So I would have. It's rare that I'll have a mix set up where I'm, like, say, smelters smelting different products. I mean, obviously it depends on what the end goal is. So, for example, right here, we are grouping building type instead of product type. But that's not something I would normally do unless they are all together for a specific goal and the material flow happens to align with that. So, like, in this case, our material flow needs refineries splitting out to 2 refineries, splitting back into assemblers. So I'm grouping machine type even though they're not all doing the same thing. But, like, I don't build a central, say, smelting hub where I import all of the different ores, smelt them, and then carry them back out. I build modular to a specific purpose. Let's see. I'm gonna go. It's probably gonna be the edge of the building, right? one more. All right, so that's, I think that's our layout. We get the fun part of running pipes. We have fluids coming into both sets. So we need pipes on the rear version of all of them, but no pipes on the front of either of them, right? Because it's only solid product coming out. Right. Okay, so this is going to be a lot less painful than the, I say it's going to be less painful. It's still twice as many machines. We have to do another floor of these. But at least we don't have to pipe the front. Okay, yep, we're one back. Perfect. We're going to go down, pipe back, so we want them this way because then we'll delete pipes going this way. So the last one on the other end will be an inward pipe, which makes no sense to anyone who's listening to me talk, but it makes sense to me. I'm talking about the offset. You know, right on the middle, we're offset on one side or the other. The final one will be offset inwards, as opposed to outwards. Because there won't be a pipe leaving it to go somewhere past it. We have to stop shy of it. Yeah, this is a place where I would just kill to have the blueprint function of Factorio. Or I could do one set of these and just cut, you know, set it as a blueprint and then just paste them all. I know that there are blueprintish mods. Oops, they're all black. That's all right. But I looked at them and they were weird. Let's see here. These are going to be water. You know what? That's fine. We'll change we don't care about the color of these pipes because they're all going to get deleted. But then we'll set our color default. It's gonna be heavy oil on the other set. You had to jump just as I clicked, didn't you? Just had to. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, right. The minority of them are the heavy oil. Water is going to the resin, the ones that use the water. All right, so this is the color of heavy oil. Let's stop hitting the wrong buttons. Right click, pipes. Saves us a lot of repainting. Unfortunately, the default watercolor is not the color I use for water pipes. You send everything to one. I mean, there are people who like to do a central processing hub. I know that amongst, especially like YouTubers, I don't really watch other YouTuber series, but I am aware of them. I've watched a few here and there. A common problem that other YouTubers are running into that I haven't because of my style is that they do those ultra mega builds, and it ends up crashing their frame rates, and the areas become unusable. Which is something that I've always been aware of, and it's been kind of why I developed my strategy, because I always knew that there was, the game isn't truly optimized yet. Did I not? I did not. This is the water color, but it's not the color I use for water, which is kind of annoying. And since this custom swatch doesn't work, this is the color I like to use for it. So we'll probably just end up repainting these. But I was aware early on that there were frame rate issues with large scale builds. And it reinforced my already natural tendency to go modular. Well, I already don't end up with those giant buildings that, like to pipe all of my smelting stuff to one place to smelt. And I definitely can appreciate burning out around tier 5. I am really not, we unlocked aluminum in this series probably two plus months ago. And we haven't even started to tackle it. And that's where the game really starts to get kind of slog a bit because of how complex the supply chains become. All right, I just realized something. When we repaint, when we upgrade a pipe to Mark II, it repaints it. And we've just been doing everything at Mark I with the intent of coming back and upgrading later on. I need to make sure, like, these are going to be Mark II, because there's going to be 2 sets. So I need to remember to Mark II them. I'll come back and do that immediately before we paint them. And then we'll figure out where the breakdown is going to be of where we split the pipes. Oh, why? Get me that time. Stop it. Mark II, all of this. The heavy oil residue, I don't... Yeah, so there isn't going to be a break. Now that I think about it, there isn't going to be a break in this because we are already dividing our machines in half because we're going to do another floor. So this is literally half the machines. It's going to use exactly half of the water. So we don't have to split this anywhere. That makes things so much easier now that I think about it. So much easier. All right. Now we gotta go through here without accidentally repainting the machines. Probably doesn't matter because we'll probably repaint the machines. I'm not keen on the color shift of Update 6. Like those machines look orange to me. And our default color should be yellow. Wait a minute. Oh no! They are orange. What? Where's standard? Why do I have set to standard? That, oh my goodness. I was like, why do these all look weird to me? It's like the machines are all the wrong color. Ah, good grief. It was bugging me, and I didn't challenge it because just in the back of my head I was blaming Update 6's color shift. Alright, I'm not going to bother fixing it right now. It was close enough to the yellow that I just didn't question it. And I actually stopped and thought about it. I would have noticed that there wasn't the red highlight, the crimson highlights in them. Yes, laugh at me. I deserve it. Oh, silly, silly. Alright, the throughput here is going to be 160. That's 4 of them. So it's 160 at the most, so we don't have to... They're 300 on pipe, so we're fine with that. Okay. The command window came up because it uses the same key I use a mute, and I clear my throat. It brings up the command menu. Alright, this is bugging me now. These are all producing the same mixture. But this is dominant. I think what I want to do here, I'm going to get a little cheeky with this. I'm going to paint the ones that are the minor ones. So it should be this one. Yep, Mark 1 belt. And there's only 3 of them per side. So this is part of why you do a pattern. So it's always the one on the end. And then the resin. Kind of a purplish blue, isn't it? It's a real royal blue. It's almost, it's a kind of royal purple. I don't want to make a new color. To be rich. Be bluer though. I think it's about right. Well, think okay. This may be a little bit bluer. That's pretty close. $244. All right, I think that's what we're going to do right there. Let's name it resin. Because I'll accidentally repaint one of these machines or something at some point. Let's go with... because it's multi-bluish. Is that too much blue? I think we want some contrast. Yeah. I think I like that better. I already repainted one that I shouldn't have. That didn't take long at all. Did not take long at all. Yeah, just right. Yeah, just vibrant. I like it. I think it came out. I think it came out with a good one. I could go for some blueberries. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. So almost did it again. All right. I think we're done with these. I'm not going to worry about repainting all of the mergers and whatnot. I might do that, but like off camera. It is something that I like to do. I'm not going to bother with it right now. And I'm not going to worry about these yet because we have another floor of them to do from a color perspective. So we'll address that after we get next floor done. All right, that was a nice little break from piping. One out. And I didn't double stack it. All right. I didn't. Hey, I knew that wasn't right. And I said I want to go inwards. I never like taking on projects that require refineries because of all the piping. I like the way they look when I'm done. I mean, I love the nice clean piping, the way they're kind of up and tucked together. I think they look great when they're done, but man, setting it up is such a pain. Nope, don't. I was on the control and it was snapping to the wrong thing. And the last one gets offset the other way. Nope. If I could get this to make everything below be a regular like conveyor stacker and just the top one be the pipe stacker, it would make this a lot easier because it wouldn't keep catching the bottom one. I think that's maybe asking a little too much. All right, this is the resin end, resin water end. Yes, these are gonna be blue. We're gonna have to repaint these anyway. So you can get a pretty good rhythm. You can knock these out pretty fast. When I first started doing this, it was so slow. I have muscle memory now and switching to the delete and going straight up the middle to catch just the things I need. They don't hit the refineries behind them. Let's see, this is the last water one, right? So we're going to switch. It doesn't really matter what color the water ones are on because we're going to paint them anyway. Nope, nope, nope. Last one has to go on the other side. Although I am going to delete it just so I don't have to bother repainting it. Yep, that's right. Yeah, it does take a long time. I mean, the amount of time it takes for me to do this is a fraction of what it used to be when I first came up with this method. It used to take me so much longer. It's just like with anything, right? You know, you get a system. You get a system down, you don't have to second guess it anymore, and you can get that muscle memory going. The water ones need to be marked too. Customizer goes to blue. I don't need to bother changing the secondary color because there is no secondary color on the pipe. I don't think. Yeah, the inner rings are turning the same color as the primary color, which is strange because there are two colors when that look like they're, yeah, so like this right here. Look at that. If I don't point the thing at it, it's two colors, right? It's yellow and purple. If I even point this at it and come back off of it, now it's all purple. Even though I didn't click. It updated the inner ring to match the primary color. That would imply that the inner ring is supposed to be a secondary color. But it is not treating it as such. Which is a shame because it's nice having two color channels. But it's not a deal breaker. Alright, so this is the resin set. Oh, wait a minute. That's right, that was downstairs. We haven't defined colors on these yet, and we're not going to yet because we have another floor. Alright, that's the first floor. Now, we haven't run the conveyors, but that's because we don't yet know where the conveyors are going to come from. The pipes isn't a big deal because the pipes are dual direction, bi-directional. So we can pre-run all the pipes, and then we'll figure out where we're going to bring up the conveyors. and we'll deal with it then. So, in theory, we go 4 high. And we said we want to, I like to use the walls just to make sure that we're connecting at the right height. Oh, just one, thank you. 1, 2, 3. All right. So this is going to work out real well. We will. See, this is right here is the important, and we're out of material. We're going to temporarily use this. Oh, we're almost out of that too. So this would be the next floor, probably of refineries, and we are materials. I need materials. We are just high enough up to clear the other refineries. So we'll have an entire platform right here that can be the assemblers. And we need to get materials to make flooring. Make sure that we can reasonably pack in all the assemblers here. If not, we might maybe go with one more layer. Well, that's going to do us any good because it wouldn't get us over that. Yeah, let's get more materials here. And we can actually step away from the machine, the building, and start to see what the scale of it is truly turning out to be. Because this might still look terrible. I don't know yet. Concrete, we're going to go back to the... Oh, the train won't be here. Where's our train? Not here. Where? No, they got stuck again. How? See, that's that section is bugged. It's got to be bugged, I'm telling you. Never had this problem before. Do we have the materials to make a train? We do. Fixing this is going to be my priority after this episode. This cannot be allowed to happen. And it shouldn't be happening. It's treating two rails that are side by side that are not connected as if they are the same rail. And I don't know of anywhere else that's doing that in my rail network. But yeah, I was already setting up to fix, and we need to cut that tree down. I was already setting up to fix the station up here anyway. It was part of the upgrade that we did last episode of pushing back this ramp to give us room to work with. So hopefully the new design will fix this. Well, I'm just going to say it's a bug. Because we extended this rail. It used to turn 3 blocks earlier. And this is giving us more distance away from the station. For anyone who wasn't here earlier in the episode when we ran into the same problem, here is the problem. It's marking that one dark blue and that one dark blue, even though these are clearly separated. You can see the purple here for this intersection that is properly blocked off. But that train being on that rail is keeping this train from going on the rail going the other direction. And we passed through several blocking signals on our way up. So it's acting like this goes all the way down, loops around somewhere else, and comes back up without any blocking signals in between, which is completely not true. These two do not meet at any point for them to be the same, and I feel like it's just that there's a maximum amount of blocking segments and that they recycle. And there it goes. But like right here are another set of blocking signals. We are on a dedicated segment. I'm trying to stop. Stop. A lot of mass on this train. We're going downhill. See, as you can see, they are separate right here. These are completely independently blocked off signals. One going that way, one coming this way. These segments are in no way attached, but it's treating them like they are. And I could probably just spam blocking signals to try to... I have to resegment that somewhere else. There's a segment right there. You see, it refuses to acknowledge that these are separate rails. Look, that literally doesn't go anywhere, and it still thinks it's part of this rail. It makes no sense whatsoever. This has to be a bug. And I'm going to fix it later. Just want to look at it. It's driving me crazy. If I delete this signal and rebuild it, it'll give it a sign in a different segment. You see, now all that thinks it's one thing, and it's absolutely not. Nope. So, I'll have to do some research on this and what I can figure out what I can do to fix it. But these are definitely not attached to each other. And should not be colliding. Yeah, I mean, you're saying there's a switch on the corner, Greg. But I mean, there's... So you're talking about like a directional switch? Because I have seen it create directional switches that it shouldn't have, and I've had to delete the track and just rebuild the track, and then the switch is gone. You might be onto something. We'll let's back up here and look at all the switches, and see if there's just a segment we need to delete and replace that maybe You absolutely could be on it, Greg. Thanks for bringing that up. Because I have seen that problem, and I don't think I saw that problem before update 6. By the way, Greg, welcome to the stream. Train is not happy about having to back up through here. Ah, yes, I see exactly what you're talking about. And that is, you're absolutely right. There should not be a switch there. That could be the culprit. I have seen that strangely happen just for no reason. And most of the times I caught it. Hopefully you just fixed my problem. We'll find out real quick like. And land in the only place that we didn't want to land. Ah, there we go. Greg, excellent. Brilliant. Thank you. Ah, that's such a relief. And the irony is that I just deleted all that track coming up that I was going to replace, and the one spot I didn't delete was when I stopped deleting the track, would have fixed it. I felt like there was a bad piece of track, and that's why I was just blanket deleting track. But I'm like, I'm on stream. I'll come back later on and I'll delete all the track and replace it. If I had deleted one more piece of track, I would have accidentally gotten it. I would have gotten it and I wouldn't have known why we fixed it. So I'm glad that I stopped, and I'm glad that you spotted that. I'm going to have to look over the track to see if there is anywhere else that I'm having that problem, because I did see those pop up in places and I fixed most of them when I spotted them. But the reason I caught them was because it was keeping me from merging tracks where I wanted to. It'd say it's too close to an existing switch, and it's like it was just a dead switch like that. And so that's why I caught that bug in the first place. And there's a period on the end of that name, which there shouldn't be. So I'm going to have to revisit and see if now that I know that it can cause merging issues with the blocking signals, I'm going to have to go through and check and make sure that that didn't happen anywhere else. Oh, you know, we're going to need more materials. I don't know why we're going to need more materials, but I know we're going to need more materials. I feel like I messed up somewhere. We're going to have to go back home again. Not right now, but soon. Well, Greg, you spotted the problem. And you knew it was a problem, so you clearly know enough about it. Because you were dead on right that was a bugged area. And as soon as I realized what you were saying, I knew what you were talking about because I've seen those. Like, oh yeah, the phantom. I still don't understand why we're not going to have enough material. We did it all on screen. I swear I doubled everything up. I feel like we're going to come half shy on the materials, though. Which is annoying. Let's see. We're going to get as much as we can get in here. I know we were working on the other end, but we got all we needed to do on that end to prove that we wanted to continue this way. That's all right that we resume here. Where's that? There it is. The pick a block is so useful that I spend more time trying to find a block that I can clone than I do going to my build menu. Alright, so we at least we know this system, right? We don't have to invent anything now. We know exactly what we need to do. which is get material that we didn't pick up. That's not going to be in here because that's not part of it. Fortunately, we have a bunch of that on the train. Yeah, I mean, Greg, I highly recommend when you get to the ability to make trains, You know, I've done previous runs of this where I dabbled in trains. Like, you know, okay, that location is, you know, whatever it is. Oh man, I don't have much of this. We are going back home real soon. You know, where I'll like, well, I need this resource. It's kind of far off, and I'll build a dedicated train that will go there and back. And I've done that in the past, and it's still more efficient than using conveyors when you're talking about large quantities. But if you take the time to build a loop, a proper loop, it becomes effortless. Like the rest of it opens the entire map up just instantly. Once you have the initial loop built, the entire map just instantly opens up. And I don't mean building a loop around the entire map. Like, so in our case, we have our loop is right here. This goes down the canyon, comes around to our base, and then goes right back through this area to our quick wire. And it's just that one loop. But once you take the time to build and establish one existing loop, it goes, you know, like we did oil over here, like, oh, okay, we need to do oil. You just extend a track off the loop and just down, and that's it. And so you don't have to loop the entire map, and you just keep building off of the rails after you have your initial loop. And it makes everything, no matter how far away, not far away. And so you stop having to compromise, like, you know, this thing's close, I need this much material, this thing's close, it doesn't quite have as much as I want, but it's close and I can run conveyors. You don't have to do that anymore. You go, well, it's close, but this thing over here has all the stuff I need. You know, or this combination of materials that I need are all in one place all the way over here. And so it's so easy to go, well, I'm going to pass by this copper field. You know, instead of trying to get this copper field over here and this iron field and this quartz field and then bring them all somewhere, you can find a place that has all of them further away and just run your little extra rail down that way and build a hub together. And trains just, they open up the map, not just in a sense of a way to transport materials, but just to get to other far locations. So, and invest the time because it is worth it. We're gonna have to go back home real soon. I want to get as much of this down as I can so we can find out what kind of deficit we have of machine. I still am completely lost in how we don't have enough for the machines. Because we clearly met the material requirements on the right. I'm not going to sweat it. I want to get those. I want to get as many of those as we can get down before we go back, because I know we're going to need those steel beams because we need them for the flooring that we're making right now. Make sure that turned the right way. It did not, of course. The one time you turn one thing, it knows if you're not looking. It will turn it the wrong way. So we don't want to make multiple trips, so we don't have to. All right, so this is simple. We just line these up. Do we flip them is a question. Because we flip them, then they're back to back. And we know that these four are going to use the same inputs that the other four are using. And we can just bring that pipe straight up. That's not so simple for the water because the water is going to be its own dedicated pipe. If we flip them, the output... I think we're going to try flipping them. We're going to do just one side. We're not going to do the other side yet. And we're going to prove that this is the right way to do it before we run all the piping and everything else. In case we need to delete all of it. So this ends on the half, I believe. Yes, no? I think so. The only problem with the flip is that the orientation of the pipes and conveyors reverse. I wish there was a button that would allow us to mirror the machine. That would be a great thing. I'm going to start off with this. In the middle. I'm still questioning whether or not we actually want to flip these. And I didn't flip that one. We're going to run a lot of piping up here for water. This side's going to be more problematic because the water's going to come from over there. Unless we do a water farm over here. Like one here and one here. Yeah, I think we do flip them. Because then we can have pillars coming up from the ground. And the two sets of water pipes coming up together. One will go in on one floor, and then the other one will come up and go higher into the next floor. So we can run them parallel. I think this is a better choice. And we might run the water from over there. We'll figure that out. I'm on board with this strategy. And we are out of copper. Oh, please tell me. I want to get at least one side worth of these up before we have to go back home. You know, I'm gonna get cheeky here. Timed autosave. Woo! Do this. Yeah, that won't be in our way. Alright, here we go. And then I switched type too soon. That's on the second level. I don't care. These are temporary. Why keep going down when we can bring the materials up to us? Welcome to laziness. All right, now what did we need? We should have got them while we were down there. We needed copper sheeting. We'll go down and get that. All right. The rest of the stuff can take care of itself. Still want to go from the outside, inside out. Makes it easier. I feel like I'm going to walk backwards off this thing. Okay. That's fine that we're one shy because 1, 2, 3, 4, that one is deleted. It all lined up perfectly. Excellent. Alright, this plan isn't working out. Ran out of other materials too fast. Which are not even in... Okay, yeah, see? I don't understand how we are shy on all these materials. How did it miscalculate them? Because we went until I got the little check mark on all of them. Alright, I'm going to just go steal from the... Don't have a whole lot of these on the train. It's almost like one of the sides of the delivery didn't get put into the... Didn't get delivered. Wait a minute. Yeah, I mean, these should be empty, right? Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Alright, where are our pipes at? Fortunately, I have plenty of these. Take them all. But I think we're going to run out of everything else almost immediately. Yeah, being clever. It's the whole the notion of doing more work to not have to do work. All right. Are we on other materials? Motors. We're almost immediately would have ran out of motors. It's what, 10 motors per? That should be enough. Yeah, eyeballing it, I think we got enough material for all the rest of these. And this should be on the edge here. Hey there, Asymmetrical. How much longer we'll be here? A long time. We have a lot to do. Okay, I'm going to rephrase that. How long will we be here? I don't know how much longer people are going to hang around. I will still be doing this for a long time. Yeah, we have, I would say, at least a couple more hours. That's being wildly generous. It's probably going to take a lot more than that. A lot more piping to run. We got the assemblers to run. We got to go back home and figure out why in the world these things didn't give me all the materials I needed. And we got to do all the water extractors. We have to run all the pipes from there. We have to facade the building. Yeah, you got plenty of time. Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to catching you later when you get home. We'll see how far along we are by that point. Enjoy your family. So I think this is our max height of the building. Right, because this is our last floor, at least. We still got to do the other copy of it, but this is... The building will only get high enough to cap over these. So we'll have to decide whether or not we're going to continue to angle the building outwards, or if we just go straight up and over. So we'll do that as a final pass. We'll need to start the fun part again. Right there. The first one's the one that's most important to get right. If you get it wrong, then they're all wrong after that. I'm not worried that we're going to have to tear these down and redo them. You know, the fact that we switched it, that we flipped them, I think this is the right way to do it. Especially when I thought about the way the water is going to come in. I think that really sealed the deal for me. We're going to have to do a lot of creative belting. For sure. But those are logistics that will work out when we get to it. The resin is going to be a real challenge with running to some machines and then doing overflows. Because we can't just simply eat up as much as we can from the first set and then overflow them straight into the next set, because the next set might not have enough overhead to accept the overflow. Which makes, now that I think about it, we should have grouped the heavy end on the far side, because that would have eaten up all of a large portion of it, and then we could have flowed it all down. We'll come up with something. This is going to be water, so we're not going to worry about the color. I'm not going to worry about the color at all, because the water we can't do off of the customizer automatically. We have to manually paint it anyway. So we'll just leave it on the color for the heavy oil. And after we have everything hooked up, we'll come up with colors for the factories, for the refineries. Probably black for the ones that are creating. Well, they're both creating black products. One's producing petroleum, the other one's producing rubber. I don't want to do them all black. So we might have to do something creative. We might just color them with their inputs, like the ones below, and just stick with that. I like black just fine, but I also like color. Nope, give me that, thank you. Stop missing it. And we have to remember these need to be marked 2. Water line. Oh no, what? Okay, I offset this one. See, this is what I was talking about. It's supposed to go on the inside on the last one, and I clearly did not go on the inside. I only messed one of them up, though. I am perfectly fine with it. You know, there's something I have never tried. Or I haven't tried in update 6. Now that we have the snap to grid seems to be more reliable. I wonder if... I feel like I've tried this on a small scale. I'm going to try something real quick that I'm confident is not going to work. We don't need these pipes. This is just going to be a... That's not right anyway. We out one more. An alignment experiment here. Because the... so we're going to leave that one alone. Oh, is it working now? That's aligning with... No, see, I need it to align with the pipe. That's snapping to the middle of the machine. Yeah, I knew that didn't work. Like, if this would work, then we'd draw one pipe all the way down, and then just hold down control and go boop, 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 and it'd all be perfectly lined up, and it would take so much of the pain out of this. But I can't get it to align with the pipe. I don't know why they would think we'd want to align it with the center of the machine. Yeah. Just to verify that I wasn't overlooking something. I know that I've dabbled with something like that in the past, but I'm not sure if I'd tried it out for specifically for this. It's one of the situations where you didn't want it to work because you'd be like, oh man, all this time I could have been doing that so much easier. But you do want it to work because in the future it'll make things easier. It's like, would you rather feel bad about having done it the hard way all this time, or would you rather have it easy from now on? You know. All right, those are done because that's the color they need to be. These need to be Mark II. And then repainted. I should have left the light on. Keep getting right on the edge of this platform, but fall off. Put a railing on it. That'd be something. I'm thinking we're probably going to paint these refinery is the same scheme that the input is bringing with it. And the ones that we did downstairs. Just to like signify that this is the resin line, the entire resin line. All right, this floor is done. I mean, obviously shy of all the conveyoring, but the conveyoring is not that big of a deal. Okay, we need to figure out what our material needs are, because like this also should contain all the material we need for the assemblers too. It's like we've missed an entire set of refineries. So we're going to try this again. We're going to ignore what we have in our inventory that belongs to the current needs. Take all. We need how many do we have on a floor? Is it 17? Right, it was 9 and 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 9 and 10, so it's 19. So we need 19 more refineries. I mean, this number being below is not a big deal because we've placed and deleted, so that number should be off at this point. But clearly our numbers were off. So assemblers, I know we ended up having to round that up later on. Okay. We need to go back home and fix this list because we're holding all the material. Not there. All the material that we shipped. So we're gonna go back home. We're gonna make all this work. We're gonna grab a bunch of extra, probably steel pipe. I think we used most of it. And steel beam. We need a lot of steel beam for the flooring. Yeah, we've used up most of our steel pipe already. Wow. We're going to keep this inventory on us because it's towards the total. And now our trains shouldn't mess up. So it wouldn't be as big of a deal this time. Oh, and we're going to need to get copper sheeting. So let's add hub middle. Oh, smoke him if you got him. Gonna put on my sandwich. It's been sitting here for past 4.5 hours. Alright. I'm trying to figure out why I had a cursor on the screen. It's because Oh, back up. Hello, Rickster. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Back up a little bit more, because it missed the station. I'm still baffled as to how we didn't get all the materials. I feel like I'm going to have to go back and watch. Of course, I didn't have that part recorded. Okay, so we know we have an encased beam that we need. So we could probably use some extra. Actually, we could use... Well, yeah. We have plenty on the train. Alright, so the reinforced plate is taken care of. We need motors. Let's actually just hold on to this for now. I don't think this is going to fill up our entire inventory, so we don't need to dump inventory. Well, I'm glad you could make it. If it if it had been 4 hours, then hopefully it was good company that you had. Okay, we need to remember to get those, but we need to... those we have at the quick access area. Rotors, okay. The 360 rotors, I think, is what we got the first time. Did I forget to double the refineries? No. That's got to be what it was. I must have forgot to double one set of the refineries. That has to have been it. You know, when I was looking at all the refineries, I had to double all the numbers. No. The spreadsheet did that automatically. Mystery. Alright, motors are upstairs. Is there anything we have to scroll down for? Nope. Oh, it was the rotors, but we got those covered. The old pipe is upstairs. Encased beams are over in the quick access area. I'm not going to fill my inventory unnecessarily. Alright, let's top off that partial stack. Steel pipe. Right here. Alright, that's enough for that, and we're just going to grab some extra because we use a lot of it. So copper sheeting is all we need, so we have to go to the hub. Everything else is good because the water extractors and assemblers... Chasing the 2-year-old around. Let's see here. Yeah, 40 assemblers, that's correct. Water extractors, 20 water extractors, okay. Checking the the spreadsheet that I do not have up on the screen. Tried to stop before that happened. that portal has always been a pain for me because I come out of there, I go into it. If I move it over, then when I come out of there, I go into it. I mean, it needs to be deleted anyway. It doesn't go to anywhere that I need to use it anymore. It goes to the hub. I never actually use it. Alright, and over here we have all of our belting material. Grab a bunch of these. Why not? Grab some more. We got the inventory space. Shouldn't need too much of this because we have some on the train, but we have the inventory space. Alright. And, dump these on the train. And we'll go get ourselves some copper sheeting. That is not where you're supposed to be going. Is it really quicker to get the hub this way? I expected it to go across and then around to the hub. It's not the route I expected it to take. If it takes a right turn here, I'm going to be angry with it. Better go straight. Okay. Train's got mind of its own. Throwing wave at the neighbor. How's it going? I stopped it early because I'm going to try to pull off something that we tried on the last stream and failed miserably at. Get way more than we need. Let's grab a little more. Because we still got a lot of piping to do. I mean, we don't have that much piping to do, but that's an infinite supply because that's going to a dead end. All right. This trick failed last time. Try it again. Hopefully we won't get thrown off this time. throw me off. Don't throw me off. So last time I was stepping forward a little bit to try to get it, you know, so the model wouldn't be clipping through, so that you can see more clearly. This time I'm not messing with it, touching it all. You see how it's starting to really push through. I kept trying to tap forward a little bit, and it dumped me last time. But we're a train. So I don't have like the Thomas train tank engine, whatever it's called, intro music to cue up. Oh man, we were really starting to get inside the train. Alright. Turn around and get inside the engine so we can turn it off once it starts to dock. Alright. Oh no! We left all of our inventory at home, didn't we? I dumped all of our inventory into chests at home. I didn't dump them here. I'm just a goober. Yeah, it's a great way of riding the train, isn't it? On top of the oil platform? Was it? Okay. You're probably right. I hope you're right, because yeah, I think you're right. Oh, thank goodness. It was at the beginning of the run when I dumped them all at home. I was just about to go back home. I wasn't really annoyed when I got there and they weren't there. Okay. Excellent. All right. Yeah, let's see here. While that's doing its thing, we can start figuring out how we're going to plumb this. So if I remember correctly, the... where am I? So the output of the heavy oil is 290. So these two can be connected directly. Yeah, because it's only 160 per floor. Of course, we'll need to do a pump. At some point. Oh wait, this goes cleanly. Check the other modes. Noodle, horizontal to vertical. Huh. I mean, we would put a floor hole, but... However we do this, we're going to have to offset something. I think we're better off going... No. Off the side. Be like that, with the hole in the where it's connecting. I think there's a way we can get away with. There we're at. Straight line. No. No, nope, nope. One forward here to mark that location. So I think we might need move this forward. Yeah, that's our strategy right there. We need to figure out where this is going to line up. So we can do that's going backwards. Okay. We got it. We got a plan now. We just have to line it up appropriately. I think we're going to have to go back further, but once we've established the correct spot, it'll noodle itself. Although we're not using noodle. Back one more. Or we just don't. We actually just use a I'm going to be so confident about this, I'm going to switch that. I think this is going to work out right here. Perfect. All right. Yeah, that's our solution. We'll just we'll leave this stand. I mean, we could adjust it to get the crosshatch, but it feels this kind of structure feels like it needs to be supported. Like these don't feel like they need to be supported. These are, you know, heavy steel pipes, so they are supporting the cross beam and the weight's going down into the machines. But something that's hanging out like that, that's where the supports are appropriate. Unfortunately, they haven't fixed it yet to where these get colored. That orange is Ficsit orange. You know, like even though we have a custom set, we don't use Ficsit orange. Those are always orange. We can't do anything about it, unfortunately. We color those, but you can see the top part of it is colored, but the bottom part is not. All right, so that is a problem solved. we will need to come back later and put a pump on it, because those cannot lift that high. But we'll worry about that later. The water is going to come in from outside the building, so we don't need to connect that down. So that's no piping weirdness there. Or at least not until we're at the juncture of running the extractors. And the conveyors, we can do right now. This is going to be just exporting petroleum coke. And since it's 4 machines per, that's going to be 480, so we'll have dedicated belts to both floors. They don't have to merge or anything crazy there. So that's simple. So let's we're going to send them out to the outside. Do we want to do it on the middle of the glass, or do we want to do it? We don't, because the outside's going out this way. I think we're going to go in the middle. We'll channel everything to the outside, and then they can go around all these buildings, or up and wherever necessary, to get to where the assemblers will be. So they're 120 per minute. I'm going to go 1 belt, even though that's exactly a Mark II belt, I'm going to go 1 belt higher, because if they ever get backed up, then they can actually drain. They won't be perpetually backed up. So that was simple. I'll do the same up here. Lined up? It is lined up. Excellent. Alright, those are done. We cannot copy from remote, we have to paste from remote. Alright. Those are done. Dun dun dun. And these need to be rubber. Did I mark any of these? Okay, I did. Oops. Have it. Fun part of strafing sideways and then running forward to try to get a little bit of actual run speed. Oh, and smacking the mouse. Why am I not getting close enough? Alright. Might have been a little easier before the pipes were in the way, but that's alright. Okay, so now we need to do the math on the rubber. Pretty simple, only 20 per minute. For how many machines did we say? What's 10 on one side, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think 7 on the other side. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 on the other side. 15. 15, is that right? It is. It's, well, it's 14 and some change. Again, later on we'll come through and deal with an underclocking. But that's only 300 rubber per minute, so one belt can connect all of these. But the 2 floors will have to be separate. And I think we'll run them... Think about this. We have... when we do the assemblers... I think I'm going to run these out the other way. So basically, no, because I'm mirroring it. I was thinking if we did these, the petroleum coke. Well, we did, right? We flipped it. So petroleum coke's on the other end over there. So what will happen is this petroleum coke will feed the assemblers that are getting that rubber. So we're going to, instead of, even though we're producing mirrored this way, the assemblers will split the other way. And so the rubber from that side will feed the assemblers in the middle from this coke. We're kind of tying the entire factory together. One side stops working, the whole thing will stop functioning. So we'll send the rubber that way, and that way we don't have to deal with belts overlapping and shenanigans. It'll make the running much easier. That in the middle? It is. All right. Hello, nobody. Welcome. Sorry, I had my spreadsheet up, so I was not able to see chat, and I just noticed that. I'm doing math. Yes, we are constructing the Spire facility, and it is spiraling out of control. It is getting huge, but it should be super cool when we seal it up. And hopefully it will give us a beautiful view of the Spire Coast. Like, now that I mentioned that, because we hadn't decided if we were going to do horizontal walls. That don't think lined up on the top floor, or if we were going to continue the slanting of the pyramid. I think we might do a little bit of both. Keep it going up a little bit so that we can have a little bit of a standover and look down, and then wall up as high as necessary to get over the last set of refineries, so that we can walk around and admire the coast. I'm going to do 2 passes on here because I don't feel like continually switching back and forth between the belt speeds. There's actually a reason why I like to use minimum speed on the belt output with a higher speed throughput in the middle. And the reason is because if a facility gets backed up, say I had the output as Mark III and the belt, this through belt as Mark III, which we're actually doing Mark IV, but irrelevant of this setup. And something happened that caused the facility to get backed up and normally it wouldn't, then since the output belt from the machine matches the belt of the spine, the first machine in the line will contribute 50% of its output to the spine because it's keeping up with the spine. But if it's slower, then more of the machines get to contribute to the spine because they take longer to get their stock to the spine, if that makes any sense. And that allows your machines to, if you have a bunch of backed up machines, it allows them to more evenly unback up, which allows them to start running. Otherwise, the belt's full and the machines at the back of the line can't push their material out, which means they can't accept new material coming in, and the whole line behind it gets backed up. So I always go for the slowest belt I can coming out with a faster belt down the spine so that the machines can more evenly get their material out in the case of a backup. So there's actual method behind magnets. Welcome back, Asymmetrical. Welcome home, I assume. Yeah, you're back home, right? Because you said that. All right, so these two belts are gonna still remain separate, and that doesn't work because the other way. So as I was saying a moment ago, I think that we're going to, instead of putting a straight wall here, I think we're going to do something like that. Just to give us a little bit of walkover and look down. And then straight wall up and over. So that we can, can look over everything a little bit nicer. And that would even allow us to have like maybe a walkway. Something like that. Probably be something like that. And then a wall. That's not walls. So it's probably going to be something like this. It's not a little jagged there, but I think that maybe we'll go with something like that so that we can have a lot of looking around. I'll make that decision once we have all the machines in place and actually get a back away from the building and just see how big it is, because we've been inside. We're in the trees and we don't know how big the forest actually is. We've never really stepped away to look at it. We intended to step away and look at it at one point and then got distracted somewhere along the lines, which is standard for me, and I forgot to do so. But it doesn't matter because it wouldn't have changed any of our decisions up to this point. That's the center. There we go. Oh, ooh, barely made it. Of course, this first one can be at slow speed because it's the same. It's only got one machine feeding it. I didn't do on the other one. Go back and fix that. that right now, in fact. There's nothing else contributing to that belt right there. It's nice that we can now wear our jetpack at the same time as our Blade Runners, because I would never replace my Blade Runners with a jetpack. They're just way too good. But for someone who's terrible at parkour like I am, the jetpack is just amazing because it allows me to cheat when I miss a jump. Seriously, when I started my oh, we're out of belt. When I started my Minecraft series, I almost renamed it to Bad at Parkour. Just because of how often I missed my jumps. I'm eyeballing this. I'm not sure that's correct. Yeah, I squirrel all the time. My priorities of whatever I'm doing shift on the moment, and then I forget about what I was intending to do. Something under my head, like, oh, we could do this. And then, yeah, squirrel. Whoop. Yay, jetpack save. Alright. Yeah, I watched. Yeah, I love Minecraft, and if I had the time, I would play it. And if I had a sufficient viewer base, I would probably do another Minecraft series. Oh, this is not going to go well. You know what? It doesn't have to. But yeah, I get my fill of Minecraft by watching Minecrafters. And I see Minecrafters who just love parkouring, and it just mystifies me. And they're good at it, but man, just no thanks. I'm of the solid opinion that parkour ruined gaming. Because whoever came up with parkour as a mechanic just needs to be expelled from gaming in general. Because now it's permanently part of the gaming zeitgeist that parkour is a thing. And I'm angry at them for coming up with it. Alright, so I think we can just get away with doing that. You know, of course, we'll have platform going on the cross. And this solves the fact that we can't really run these cleanly through here because of the refineries. So, problem solved there. I think that that's it for this, right? For that part of the design. Until we have our assemblers up and running, we can't determine where we're going to run all these conveyors, but those conveyors are all run. So all we need is to mirror this to the last floor over there. And ostensibly we have most of the factory complete. You know, I tend to leave the slugs. I very rarely overclock outside of certain miners. Like that extractor is max overclock. I will always max overclock an oil extractor. That's just, it's too precious of a resource and too rare. But I don't think there's a single machine that isn't an extractor in this entire factory that has a slug in it. And I have a tendency to leave nature alone in games. Just things that are already there that can't be replaced. Like, you know, how much I've gone through not cutting down trees in areas that we were working in. Just for the aesthetic. And so I treat the slugs the same way. Like they're part of the environment. And so I tend not to pick them up. Yeah, those darn kid. They're newfangled parkour games. Yeah, it's that's pretty accurate. Can we reasonably? Yeah, I think it's all right. Yeah, I'll go with this. I can seriously do a lot of back in my day stuff. I'm old enough. Back in my day for a long time. I'm just kind of mindlessly doing this, but I think what we need is to determine get kind of an idea for how we're going to build these assemblers. It's only 5 wide. That's not good. Vintage story? No, I'm not. I don't think I've. Don't think I've heard of that. Okay, let's see here. So we're going to need 20 assemblers per set. You know what? I'm going to solve this problem later, and the reason I'm going to solve this problem later is because we haven't done an update on the recording for quite a while. Because remember, we're actually building in the next episode. And the next update needs to be these machines in place before we start doing the assemblers. So let's get the rest of the refineries in place. Because honestly, it's not if we run into a problem with the assemblers, it's not going to change what we're doing with the refineries. We'll just have to get creative. You please. Oh, well, it would help if I copy it first. What are you running into? We didn't clear that, but you know, had we, for those of you who have been here since the beginning, we debated pretty heavily into whether or not we were going to widen the base of this building to 7 wide from 5 wide, just so it wouldn't look so awkward with it being so wide. Had we done that, we would have run right into this. We just barely cleared this. Oh, I love it when things like that just work themselves out. Because there would be no going back at this point. What we would be doing is we would be creating a hole to go around it and calling it a feature. Now that I say that, I kind of want to do that and maybe put a walkway out to it. You know, like this. We can go outside and take a look at it. Walk around on it. Maybe. Oh. Come back to that. Might as well just walk this one. Oh, no, I meant we still need to get... Oh, no, we don't want to go 130 out. We still need to do this side. I have accidentally zooped way out into the distance before and just like, oh, great, now I have to go all the way down there and delete all that stuff again. I get to where I thought it ended, and then it just keeps going on to the into the distance. Oops. A little overzealous with the zooping. Small price to pay for the infinite zoop. It is a price I pay gladly. You know, when we were talking about going up 2 more floors, we had that weird bump, and I couldn't get this to come out right. Oh, it didn't come out right because we didn't have 1 more layer to walk on. That's why. And then we put this up 1 notch. Okay, yeah, so this works better. I was confused and I couldn't articulate it properly. I just figured I'd figure it out later. If any of that rambling that I just did made any sense whatsoever. Don't know if that's what we're doing. I don't see what I did on the other side, but I just want to connect it so that we can walk across. Alright. Oh, 1 more set of refineries. Before I get started, I think I want to take a bite of my... All right. We flip these around. This line in the middle. Same over here, and that sets everything. I haven't played Imperium, but I have played what's it called? Valheim? Building in Valheim is such a chore. You have yeah, the restrictions. Like if you're trying to build anything horizontally, they'll start to change colors based on the stress on it, and you can only go like 2 or 3 away. And if you're trying to build like a pillar down, it's impossible to target underneath it and build down. It's just awful. The game is pretty cool, but that mechanic, the building mechanic in a game that has a lot of building in it, really needs majorly reworked. I don't mind too much that it has a structural integrity component, but it prevents you. I'm just checking the numbers. The building interface is so uncooperative that it makes building anything up that's nice or of any feasible size is just brutally painful. Especially like trying to build a bridge over water, if there's a river or something like that. If there's a decent channel, you can't have your build tool in hand when you're in the water, and you can't span very far, so you have to be able to build poles. But since you can't get low enough to target the bottom of the pole that you're building downwards to get to the ground, you have to get down further, but you can't get down further because you're standing in water, and now you don't have the tool, and so it just, you can spend hours trying to build just a basic flat bridge, not even something complex. All right, so this will give us a little bit more steel pipe. I think this will get us for the all the way across. It's not getting more steel pipe because we have all of it on us. But this here says we will run out. What is going on? You guys saw me get enough steel pipe when we were back at the base. What did I spend the rest of the steel pipe on? Was it piping? No, piping is just... I don't get it. You guys witnessed me pick up the steel pipe. I emptied my inventory and made sure I got enough of everything. And somehow I don't have enough. Where did that steel pipe go? Like, not only is this everything that came on the train, but that's including the inventory that we picked up that we normally carry on us. So there was more steel pipe even beyond what we put on the train. Hopefully we have some emergency steel pipe left, but I don't know that we didn't use it all. That we didn't restock the front of the train when we were there. Pipe. No pipe. That's where it would have been. Are gremlins eating my steel pipe? We haven't built anything. Right, all we've done is built piping, which doesn't use steel pipe, and the conveyors use steel beams. I'm so confused. We even reset the refinery numbers when we went and restocked. Oh. No. We didn't put them in to be fed into the station. We actually... Oh, I know where they're at. They're at the station. The train cars cannot hold a full set. Like the train station holds more material than the car that it's loading can carry. So they're on the station. As I say, we didn't load them into the containers to be loaded into the station. We loaded them into the station themselves. So we need to let that go and do the circuit. That's fine. It can do its thing and be back, and it'll deliver the stuff to us. I think we're okay. until it gets back. So we do need some more reinforced plate. What? Okay, I saw that one down there and I was like, no! We just sent away the train that has all the reinforced plate on it. Oh, rotors. Rotors, rotors, rotors. Yeah, see, the rotors didn't get delivered either. Okay. That's fine. I'm confident that that will be a thing. We got plenty of other stuff we can do while we wait on it. Like, start running some piping. And then just finish off the rest of these. I'm really confused because we have enough. I guess that's going to be for the assemblers? I don't know. I mean, yeah, because they're all built off of the menu now. So all that stuff that's left over is for the water extractors and the assemblers. Okay. Make sure this is how many we needed, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Wait a minute, I thought we only needed 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. What am I? Oh, I built an extra. I was showing off the amount of material we had. Alright, inputs on this side, so we can start the fun part for the last time, at least until we do the water extractors. The water extractors are a little more wonky because they don't line up with the grid properly. I don't have as good of a system for the water extractors. I kind of just make it up as I go along. We're going to go there. We're going to pipe back, which means we need to be on that side. So we won't have to really do this quite the same for the water extractors. We'll just kind of invent something while we're there. And usually I'll try to put the water extractors across from each other so they can kind of share a junction point. Are we missing? What? Wait a minute. I thought we had all these. Oh. Then why are they off of the list? I delete and rebuild that many of them? So this is the one that we don't need. So we need it for making sure that's in the right place. Alright, the train should be back any moment, if it isn't already. That one right? That is so not right. I don't even know what my spidey sense picked up on for me to look back at that one. We need, what, 3 more? This is gonna let us line up the pipes. Because we need to run all the way down doing the straight line anyway, and then we'll get the material and then come back and be able to replace the 3 that we just deleted. And the end one goes the other side. Now let's run out of piping, probably. It looks weird having this giant gap here. Turn off the, yeah, turn it back to auto. Okay. Now, the train should have brought us stuff. If our theory was correct. There goes the train. I just saw it leaving. Ah, stuff's coming in. It brought stuff. Where's the stuff that we need? What do we need? We need steel pipe. Like 70 steel pipe. Bring us the steel pipe. We don't need that. Don't make me go back. There it is. That's steel pipe coming in. So yeah, Rickster, the train cars cannot carry a full station's worth of material. And we had, when we went back, I had dumped all that material into, probably a little lopsided into one of the stations. And then the leftover was on the other side. And then we rode the train back and we stopped it here so it didn't make the loop to go back and get the rest of it. So that was a self-inflicted problem. Alright, that's all we need. We don't need the motors because the rest of the motors are going towards the water extractors. And these are... let's just grab this. Tired of thinking. Okay, so that's going to be water pipes. These are the blue pipes. So we have to come back and paint them. And we also have to come back and upgrade them to Mark II. I'm not entirely sure why they chose to not allow the train cars to carry a full station worth of stuff. Like an odd matchup. But you can always I mean, you can kind of get around it by having more than one train access the station. And one of the dangers of using the station, same as using drones, which we don't have yet, is that their item per minute rate is dependent on the length of their delivery route. Unlike conveyors, conveyors don't matter how long they are. They have a set rate, and that's the rate that they will always deliver at. You know, the problem is that they have a lot of overhead because of all the material that's backed up or, you know, on the line on the way there. But they have a set, consistent rate. And so if you have a train station that's too far away, no matter how much the train can carry, it may not get the material there fast enough. What in the world did I do here? Oh. Not supposed to be a... yeah. In fact, in this run, we are very close to needing 2 trains going out to our oil, our primary oil area, the rubber production area, rubber and plastic production area. It's bringing back almost right on the dot the amount of oil and rubber and plastic that we need for our machines. But we're producing more than that. So the stations back at the production area are getting backed up because of it. I don't think they even overflow. I don't think I took the time to set up an overflow. There's an overflow at the destination, but not at the source. That's going to be... That's the right color for those, right? But I definitely see a future where we're going to have a second train doing the loop from oil. Probably to the electronics hub. It's not a problem that I've mentioned in any of my videos, it's just something I'm aware of. And it's not exactly something I need to solve on camera, because literally it's as simple as just dropping another train and giving it an identical route. No problem solved. A 10-second fix. Alright, these need to be Mark II. There's going to be a fair amount of troubleshooting on this when we're done. At least with the pipes, because flow rates and head lift and all that fun stuff. But that will be the final stretch when we actually turn the whole thing on. Which is not exactly soon, but it's also not that far away. I mean, we've got most of the facility constructed at this point. It's literally just the assemblers and, of course, making the little outpost for our water. Yeah, and everything blows up. Yeah, thank goodness this game doesn't have creepers in it. The one decision I've never understood about Minecraft is having creepers in it. Let's make a game that's all about creative building, and then let's put creature in it that can just blow all that stuff up. Great. Just great. Let's put in really complex systems like redstone and all that stuff, so that people can spend hours making something work and then have one instant blow the entire thing up and ruin everything that they've done. That's super game design. So I give myself a little bit of a lip here so I don't walk off. Let's see here. So we need... Okay, I think we're done with all the piping now. We just need to mimic our conveyor setup, which rather than using my noodle, I'm just going to walk over here and look and remember what we did. Okay, yep, one dedicated, and the other one was one dedicated, right? So 480. And that was 300. Actually, just a little under once we underclock, because we have one more than we need for full speed. And we're bringing everything to the outside. In the middle, up. Actually, before we do that, we need to set all the recipes, because if we don't do it now, then all these conveyors will be in our way. It will be a giant pain. Do it now. I think that one caught. Did not. Trying to do as steep of an angle as I can so I can run forward and strafe very little, since the strafing doesn't actually honor the run speed. And these 4 will be the other recipe that we're thinking about. Just copy. Over 5 hours of doing this without a break. Brain turning to mush. Okay. Those are run. We said all of these are 1. The middle, or is that the conveyor? Alright, it is. Of it. Okay, that is run. It's going the opposite direction. Lined up, it is, very good. Oh. Parkour fail. These are all 20 per minute coming out, so 1. Just gonna do all of them, mark 1. Also, I just remembered we could have done one of those belts down there at Mark 3. First one. It's not actually merging with anything. I just use the mergers to be uniform. Like that doesn't need to merge to a... No, yeah. That one doesn't need to merge to a Mark 4 because it's literally the only thing. I can say Mark 3. I do sometimes calculate each step along the way and upgrade the speed of the belt, but it's a practice I've slowly started to phase out. Let's see here, we need 300 per minute, so it's Mark 4. Like that would have still been a Mark 1, because all the first 3 of them together only add up to 60. I think that's the same. Still hard to tell when you're using these glass platforms, because you don't have the markings markings on the ground to line up with. No break, lady, no break. We are going full tilt until we get this. There's so little break that once the live stream's done, I'm loading up DaVinci Resolve and beginning the edit for tomorrow's episode. So I still have to make the entire episode. Yeah, I'm already broke, exactly. Exactly true. Okay, all conveyors are run. All pipes are run. Whatever it is that we decide to do with this outer area, at the very least, we're not gonna do a wall straight here because it's just too tight. And I don't think I want it to go up and then over and up. So I think it's going to keep the V until it goes straight up. So at the very least, we're going to do too high on this. We'll make a final decision later. But I think we can safely draw these for now. We're going to paint the machines. And then I'm going to record that one in the distance isn't right. Then I'm going to record the bit for the upcoming episode. And then we will do assemblers. And then we will do water extractors. And then we'll run the output if it hasn't been already run. And then we'll do the exterior facade. And we'll be done. I think that these are the painting. We're going to do heavy oil and resin, I think, for the machines following the pattern below. The heavy oil, we just used the pre-made one, which we had been thinking about. If we had been thinking about, we would have set that and the machines would have defaulted to that color when we built them. I don't know that I really want that with the pipes being that color already. What do we do downstairs? But we need to add lighting to this place, don't we? I mean, I guess we did it down here. But it's broken up because of the fact that it's not all the machines are that color. I feel like that the wall of that same color is not going to look as good as we want it to look. See, this right here is wrong. There we go. See, it should be like that. Knew that was wrong. Something like that. We will get into later when we're doing the facade. Maybe like that? I don't know. Stand here and look down. Probably something like that. Let's not get distracted though. Painting. Connecting. I don't think I want to do those in that same color. I think that it's gonna, with them all being that same wall of color and matching the pipe, I don't think it's gonna look good. Rubber is black and yellow because it has the banding on it. Petroleum coke is just black. Maybe we do black and purple for the resin and the coal, because the resin's or the heavy oil is coming in. So it would be this color as a secondary. Copy that. Let's just see how this works. How it looks. Oh, that ain't half bad. Oh, that ain't bad at all. I think we got a winner. It's just these four. Let's head over to the other ones. Oh boy, I really like that. That worked so well. Especially with the back plating being close to the pipes, so the color kind of transfers over into it. Yeah, okay, that's good. So the problem here is the water and the resin. So I guess we'll do black and the resin purple. We'll see if that's different enough from this. And if it's not, maybe we'll come up with something else. So there's a bug, by the way, with the color choice. After you get down a certain distance, it picks the next one above it. So like if I pick Spire Green, pick the purple that was above it. But if you're up here, it's fine. So I pick copper to copper. So resin, like the one below it. The question is that different enough from that? Not bad. The resin color is so close to the blue, but those are not the same color. I think I'm all right with it. If anyone else has any opinions, I am open to hear them. I think if we flop the colors, it'll be too much. We're just going to run the line and do it. Another such a big improvement that they did in Update 5 when they made it so that we no longer have to use color cartridges to paint things. So much better. All right, yeah, that's right. Parkour champion. Yeah, easily I made that massive jump, landing right where I needed to. Right? Yeah, that's right. All right. Oh, final stretch on the refineries. Be careful to not accidentally paint pipes. So we're definitely going to have to add lighting because the coloring, you know, because I really like the way the coloring came of these ones that are down here. But it's going to be so hard to see the color, you know, once they're under. We can already see if I turn off my lamp on here. So we'll need to come up with a lighting scheme. You know, we might just do the generic big ceiling lamps because there's a fair amount of clearance. These aren't typically great lights, but that's because you don't normally have a high enough clearance to use them. I don't think we're going to have a good place to do the wall-mounted ones because we have no walls. I mean, we could put the steel beams across and under, but I don't think that would work out too well. Yeah, we'll come back to that. But I think that after this is added, we're going to have to put lighting in. Well, let's get to the end here and record for the episode. I like these being alternated on the colors. I'm so glad we did that. I like seeing them switch based on which recipe is in the... It's such an unusual situation to have mixed machines like that, because normally you don't have the same input and same output for different recipes. That's a unique situation. I'd like to see more of it. I think that's pretty cool. It only makes sense in a situation where you have two outputs. Alright, I think we got everything. What's in there? Okay, stuff for our assemblers. Let's, before we do this, let's step away. I'll look at the building from... Oh boy. That's going to look really weird. I'm really hoping that the pillars that we're going to put in are going to make a difference. Because there's going to be support structures coming up and pillars coming down. But I would like for that to be... The V is so wide, I'd want it to go steeper, but that's literally the steepest angle that we have. There's no way for us to make a steeper incline. Yeah, big glass bottom boat. I don't think I want to do the recording from that angle because that looks like crap. Until we put in the pillars. Then I think we'll be able to do it from outside, or it should look a lot better. Let's leave those out of the way for now because that belt is in our way. I feel like these machines should have something on this side. We're not done with the refineries yet. No! Oh, we got some more belts to do. We're so close. I just look down and I'm like, wow, that's nice and open. Why is that so open? Okay, everything comes this way. Ah. It was so depressing to look down and see. Oh, I missed these. You know what I need is a helper. Go down there and build those belts while I'm up here doing this. And that was wrong. Okay, those going to the other direction. Mark 3. These are the 120 outputs. And these are the 20 outputs. Oh, so close to a perfect run with no mistakes. I was in the zone with my hopping and flipping between types and connecting and... Okay. Oh, no. One more thing. Made a small mistake. right there. Whoop. Okay. An idea. I think because we're in some of these locations we've been doing the walkways. I think we can do. You have enough room? It's not steep enough, but fortunately this type has staircase. Oh yeah. That's another thing, is that walkways scroll the wrong direction. And so I always do these the wrong way. Oh no, so there was not taken as a negative. And it's following the glass bottom boat purpose, stratagem, whatever, you know, the point being is to be able to look down at the water below. So it's actually rather apropos. Yeah, so this is cool. I think this is a thing. The thing we're doing. Five wide, I think. Perfect. Yeah, here. And what's this again? Yes. Whoa. And work on this side because of the flip machines. No, or because I just have them lined up wrong. How did I do that? Wow, that is really not right. I was so thrilled about how they were all orienting themselves properly and everything. So what's wrong is the concrete. Like I said, you're actually quite right. It is essentially a glass bottom boat. I'm also aware that I build these things to look nice for walking through them, and no one will ever walk through them. Yeah, you know, I have an excuse to come back, sometimes I will, but it's always, you know, on to the next thing. Okay, here we go. I think that's centered properly. I am someone, but I also don't just, you know, load up the game to walk through a building. Always got something else, you know, something else I gotta do and it's taking me somewhere else. Okay, it looks like that's lining up properly. Let's get these down and then record the bit so that we can start on the assemblers. And the assemblers, getting the assemblers up is going to inform where we run all of our conveyoring. I love that. That is so good. I might keep these the yellow and the factory default color. I like the way they come out. It's kind of a nice contrast with the black that's around us. I'm probably going to leave these default color. I'm not covering this up yet because I'm going to walk and talk for a moment on camera. And I want visibility. Second to stretch. I'm almost tempted to just live stream again tomorrow, finishing this up, but I don't have a full live stream worth of this left to do. All right. Going to turn off the camera for a moment, and we're going to record the next bit for the episode. So there will be plenty of redundant talk here. Brand corner, because that will be on the final edit. And where I want to start talking. This is as good as any. All right. Record button makes things better. All right. Oh, I would have been so mad if I hadn't been recording. Wouldn't be the first time. All right. Episode 35, part 3. 3, 2, 1. All right. Oh man. Yeah. Several hours later, and all of the refineries are in place. They're all piped, conveyored. I hopefully put recipes in all of them. Yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. Just to take in the scope of this. The floor below us is the crude oil. And of course, you know, they're mirrored, right? Those are all going one way. The other side are going to the other side. We then go up a floor. And so all the product from this crude oil that is going to resin and heavy oil residue is going to all the machines on their side. So if they're facing that way, they're going across the whole way. So all of these machines here are going to be bringing in water and the resin, which we don't have the resin run up here yet. Those conveyors still need to be run, but that's it. Just because the math is kind of funny with merging and splitting, so I kind of want to tackle that last. We're walking around while we still can see everything. But they will come up, and half of them will go down through there. They will come up here, and what they'll do is half of them will go through here. We're stopping the recording. Stopping the recording. Turn the camera back on. We are aborting. Because I was walking around talking about it and realized that we are not done conveyoring. I think we should solve that problem now before I record that bit. Okay. We are not done with the refineries. Thought we were done. We are not done. We need to figure out how we're going to run all of these, bring them up, and divide them up. We need to do some math, and we're almost certainly going to have to change out some of these directions. I gotta think this out. If we're gonna have to go to 2 floors and there are multiple belts that are not at the same output type, do we divide? I think that maybe what we do is bring the first set up. To here. Or up to here, right? Because we're back to back. Run them down until they run out. And then we bring the next set up and just poke it up to the floor. Merge it. And then run it until I exhaust it. Okay. I'm not going to bother doing the math. Either it's going to work out or it's not. And if it doesn't work out, then we'll come up with something different. I'm going to start drawing and... Okay, that comes up right here, so we need that to be... We're going to just do one of them. And see how well it pokes through the floor, how cleanly we can do that. So now that we know, because when we placed these originally, we didn't know how they were going to line up with the refineries. But the idea, I think, is that they're going to come up, it's going to run the full length, pop up, and then run all the way back. And our major contributor is at the far end, so as long as we can exhaust the first 2 sets of conveyors before we get to the far end, then we only have to have 1 uplift. If not, we'll look up something. We'll be creative. The output is 130. Mark 3. Mark 3, because it's not, that merger is not merging with anything. That's a slow belt, so 1 to there. Another 130 right there. And where did our sign go that had our totals on it? I didn't delete the sign. Did I forget to put the sign on this one? I don't need a calculator. 130, 130 is 260 plus 20, right? Yes, on the polymer. So it's 280. So this is the slow belt. 270 on the conveyor, so we have to go full speed. Mark 4. We need to figure out how we want this to come up through the floor. We're going to stop shy so we have something to line up with. Question is, how close can we get away with a conveyor? Like, we don't want any further closer to the machine than right here, because we're going to have to run splitters down, and it gets awkward if it's any closer. So let's try this here. Get ourselves a splitter to target. We need 30 per minute, so that's a Mark 1 belt. I think this is not going to be enough space. Like this, we know will be fine. This... Ooh. Look at that! Look at that! Oh, that doesn't... That's perfect. Oh, that was so close. Hopefully when we move that to a Mark 4, it won't get larger. Yeah, I didn't think so. Oh man, that is a tight fit. Okay, so we know that we can run stuff from the bottom up. That works. Now, does the math work out for us? Do we expel enough or expend enough to exhaust the first two on the first floor? I don't think that's going to be true. But we said this was 280, right? 130. And they're eating 40 apiece. Which is exactly 7 machines. So this doesn't have to overflow into anything. That's machine number 1. Please line up. 2. There's no way we exhaust all these on the first floor. 3. See, now we're already at the juncture point for the next one. What do you think? We, okay. Plan B. Hey, here. Yes, no? No. Close. So fortunately, right, with the 480 or the 280, is an exact split. We don't have to overflow this into anything, so we don't have to do any funny math. So at least this works out for us. We do it like this. Actually, before we... All right, so that's going to be the only 3 we're going to do here. That's off-center, of course it is. You are not going to ruin my mood. This piece worked out. All right. We don't need them taking too much of it because we're only taking 120 of it up here, which would be a Mark II belt, but I want to go a little over it, so we'll go Mark III. This only needs to be the speed that, because that's not going to split to anything else. The rest will go upstairs. And we did 3 machines there, so this one is going to go to 4 machines. Oh, we so did not have all this stuff run. This is going to be a little tight. Oh, that's not pretty. Oh, no. No. Okay. Alright. I think. Maybe. Probably not. Almost. No. It's not going to be alright. Let's place the splitters first. This doesn't feel right. That's centered properly. Oh no! Does anybody see what's wrong? Does anybody see just how bad this is? Oh no. This entire line is offset wrong. It's forward 1 step. Which, ironically, puts it in a better position than if it had been back 1, because it gives us room to do this. I'm okay with this being off by 1. Actually working in our favor. But these are not off by 1. These are exactly centered the way we wanted them to be. Means they don't work. Not only do they not work, but now the factory is not aligned properly. You could use a walkway here. So what we need to do I gotta think about this. If I weren't live streaming, I would delete all of the refineries and replace all of them. To move them over one. To move all of these to match the ones that I offset incorrectly. And to be honest, moving them isn't that big of a problem because we can keep all of the conveyors in their same place. They wouldn't move. Oh, look, these are not even lined up right. This is easy to fix. The problem is that we would have to repipe all of it because the pipes will be in the wrong place. These are all offset if we move it forward one. I don't think there's a way. What color is this? This is the black and resin color. I'm gonna try something. Nice. I want to stack it like this, like on top of it. If we can use the existing structure to push them in, then we can just run down a line and we don't have to do all the realignment stuff. And it really makes this fix relatively painless. Let's see what the pipe looks like. We just don't move it. Alright, snap it into place, and then let go of the snap. This would be the new location. Didn't have to move the... Well, we'll have to move these because they were off to begin with, but we won't have to do any of the rebelting. You know, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the refineries. I'm not going to move the pipes. And then not worry about it, because the reason why I'm going to go ahead and move these refineries as opposed to just recentering those is because these aren't going to come up from underground with them that close to the edge. And I think I can do this real fast. And then probably between episodes, I'll come through and repipe the whole thing. I'm not going to do it right now on live stream. I'm not going to do that to you guys, and I'm not in the mood to do it. But we need to get these centered where they should have been in the first place. And while the repiping is tedious, it'll be a relatively simple fix to do off camera. But with all this stuff's already lying. I mean, that's the thing that takes the longest is the lining all that stuff up in the first place, and we don't have to do that. We literally just do this, paste our recipes, and we just walk away from it. It's fixed, just like that. The pipes will even paint themselves. Belt. First one, so Mark III. In fact, we still had the color. Is that right? New. The other one. I think we still have it on the clipboard. Yep. Awesome. And since we haven't run our power yet, we don't have to reconnect all the power or anything like that. So just that simple. Just that simple. Copy that one. And we may not move the ones on the floor above at all. Depends on how we're gonna, what solution we're gonna come up with for bringing the conveyors up to that floor. Because we're not bringing them up the ramp, we're bringing them straight up through a lift. And so we can potentially get creative with that. No, that's right. Okay. I hope we put them all back, though. All right, and paste. That's all of those. Only mark one out, right? 40 polymer per second, so that's a Mark 1 belt. That row is done, except for the repainting. We'll do in a moment. We don't need to move the ones on the other side because they're the ones that I messed up the first time that actually gave us a better option. I'm going to get the last one where it is. Just long enough to make sure its position is correct. Go. Oh, doesn't like it because I did not. Get rid of these first. No, 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 no. No, not the floor. Good grief. It's a little heavy on the control key there. I forget to delete this guy. Yes, Rickster, there was a misalignment. And the problem with the misalignment was that the misalignment was only in one place, and the misalignment was better than the correct alignment. So rather than fixing the misalignment, We're keeping the misalignment and moving everything else. There is a slight compromise, which is that I am not moving these pipes. At least not on camera. And with the pipe still there and the conveyor merger is still in place, this is a relatively simple fix. Oh, don't need to escape. And then just reconnect all of the conveyors. Well, that was definitely not what I was trying to do. Alright, I'll stop being fancy. Go this way. What I am really looking forward to is getting the hover pack. It'd make this so much easier. Alright, repainting, and this is done. And then I need to look and see if we can get away with not repositioning the floor above. I think we can get away with not repositioning it. I think it will be okay. Maybe. Yeah, this right here, this was the misalignment. This row was forward by 1 step, which made all of this line up beautifully. So rather than fixing this one, I moved everything else. The question is going to come down to whether or not we move these. Because it's causing this to not line up real well with this. And we can if we moved them, these would still be, they'd be right here. At the right alignments. Oop. I don't think that helps. Right now we're looking at how do we I don't want to have to do something weird like this. Right now I think that's kind of what I'd have to do. And have it come around. Or I don't truly need it to connect straight to a That's kind of uncomfortably close. And this can't make that angle. Like if I rotated it this way, it would not be able to turn into it. You can't make that turn. Even if I turned this around, right here is where I want it. But we need to move this forward if we're going to do that. I mean, we could technically connect that. That's ugly. And see, that's a turn we can make. If we turn it the right way. Otherwise, we... Yes, that's where the splitter needs to be. No matter which way we turn it. If we have it turned this way, that's the perfect U-turn. If we turn it the other way, it can make the 90-degree turn. But if we move it over one to give us room to the refinery, this thing has to bell around, which is no good. I think we move these refineries. I mean, we just showed that we can just, it only takes a few minutes. We can do this lickety-split. And we already have these colors selected. Because we don't have to remove the pipes. So, we're just going to do it. Just gonna do it. Oh, if I remember to repaint. Leaving that one to index where we need to start. I don't think I repainted the other pipes, but we'll get that later. Yeah, to be honest, as soon as I saw that mistake and even suggested moving these, I'm surprised that my viewer count didn't instantly go to 0. We've sat with you for hours running all these stupid pipes. Don't tell us you're going to do that all over again. And my compromise is that I'm not rerunning the pipes. I almost certainly will off camera between episodes. Because it's not exact. But they work just fine the way they are here. That. See, the angle is just a little bit different, but it's not dramatically different. And honestly, the thing that takes so much time in this build is, it's both the planning and then, of course, lining all the pipes and things up. So, placing refineries takes seconds. We already have all of our systems in place. We know our strategy. Everything's already aligned, the spines are already drawn. Makes this so much easier. I want to leave that one. Makes it a lot easier if I already have one in place to key off the new ones. Forward by one. Go. Oh, right. Freaks out when I don't delete the belts. And that's it. That's kind of you to say, Jake. Repaint, repaint, repaint. I don't think I put the... Did not. Fortunately, it's easy to catch it if you miss any recipes. Because once we plug power into them, the lights will be red, showing that they're missing a recipe. So that's a simple... If I overlook one of them in this quick rebuild here, then it'll stick out pretty easily when we get to that point. 20 hours from now. I just put all those right back where they were. Line it up, push it forward one. There we go. I'll need to go back and repaint all those blue pipes, but we'll do that later because I don't want to change out the color swatch. I'm not even going to repaint this right now because I need the color swatch for the other refineries on the other side. And this doesn't go anywhere. Alright, get a running start. Parkour, parkour! Oh, look how good that was. I didn't belt the other side of those either. I don't think I even set the recipes on them. Alright, fine. Go back. Okay, right recipe? Correct recipe? Yes, okay. This pointing at them and placing recipe change is just a godsend for this kind of mistake. Not having to go back there and click on every single one of the machines. To reassign everything again. I'm eternally grateful for that change. Oh, I got tired hours ago. But I am determined. As people are sticking with me, I'm going to stick it out. All right. Flip it around. I would have been really annoyed when that was wrong after I placed them all. Is that correct? Yep, one forward. I mean, at least this fix is mindless, right? I don't have to math anything. There's no strategy involved. This is kind of giving me a rest. In a way. Did I move this first one? I don't remember deleting it. Okay. Definitely on auto. Grab the recipe. I think we were still on the other one. This would not have worked out too well if I turned all these into petroleum coke recipes. That. Hopefully I got all of them. Like I was saying earlier though, if I missed any of them, we'll figure that out once we have power connected to them. One more row. What? Oh, yeah. Is there another one there? I don't think so. Nope. Easy to tell because there wouldn't be any junction above it. Oh, did I might have marked too a bunch of poles. Probably did. I probably got a bunch of pipes down there that are marked 2 that should be marked 1. Because I clicked on the available pipe and copied it. Yep, those are all marked 2s. Don't need that. Wonder if I did that on the other side too. We will check in a bit. I did. Thanks. Now you tell me. I'll go back and fix those in a moment. You saw it only takes a few seconds. Super easy. Nope, did not do it on purpose. I mean, it doesn't hurt it, right? I mean, if we left them, it wouldn't make any difference whatsoever. Um, it just having them over capacity on the connection point is just more fluid that pipe will hold. Rather than sending it on to something else that might need a. And it's a trivial amount because the pipe's not very long. But, it's all the math, right? It's a little bit here, a little bit there, it all adds up. Okay, so that's everything repainted. For that, we still got the last 4 at the end to do. But we can... real quick, get all the pipes. We'll go back, fix the other pipes, paint them, swing back around and do the last 4 machines. Yep, sure did. I saw this thing out of the corner of my eye because I was trying to focus on what I was targeting on. In the back of my head, something was waiting down here to attack me. Like, there shouldn't be anything on the platform. It's open. That means there's a creature or person or boogeyman. I don't know. My brain didn't calculate. It just said, things shouldn't be there. Thing it shouldn't be there, then it got there under its own power. Alright. These are the ones that were wrong in the first place that made us change everything, so we don't need to do any of those. Oh boy, I even got these as Mark IIs. I'm working on an episode for Anvil Saga. I think I mentioned last week. And the other day I recorded the full intro, the full walkthrough on all of the basics. I already had a ton of content recorded that was no voice because the way I'm building out the episode is it's a gameplay mechanics review. So I need a little bit of gameplay, but I need. Thanks for joining, lady, and for hanging out for such a long time. I appreciate it. Hopefully, see you in the future. I don't know. I'm not planning ahead for Satisfactory episodes, but always trying to stream on Saturdays. But thanks very much for coming out. Appreciate it. What I was saying about the Anvil Saga, I recorded. I have a bunch of footage already recorded so that I can do a featurette. Because there are features that advance and reappear throughout the game. and I wanted to be able to put it together saying, you know, here's examples of this stuff happening throughout the game, as opposed to it being a playthrough. And so I played pretty far into the game. I got a lot of footage on that. There's just no audio on that because I knew I'd voice over all that. But a couple of days ago, I went through and did the intro and all the basic stuff from the beginning. And built the proxies out in the editor and everything. And then when I went to edit it, there was no audio at all. There was no audio from me talking. There was no audio from the game. Just dead silence, the whole thing. Something happened. Something's happened to Windows, to my copy of Windows recently. I don't know what it is. But all my sound settings just basically have gone wonky. There was like a week or two ago, I found that I booted up the machine, and the machine forgot what my speakers were. There was just no audio, and I just had to go into the Windows sound settings and reassign what audio output, and it finally made sense. And then earlier this week, I loaded up OBS and did the recordings, and OBS had forgotten all of my audio settings. It didn't know what my microphone was. It didn't know what my speakers were, what audio the game sounds were coming from. It knew nothing, and it's forgotten it across everything. When I loaded up the profiles for this live stream, all the audio was lost in it too. Which means probably all of my profiles through all of OBS have probably all forgotten the audios. I'm going to have to go back there and re-sign all of them. But yeah, I was really annoyed though. I'm like, so I had to go through and re-record all that stuff. Because I couldn't accurately voice that over because there's a lot of movement and pointing at this and talking about that. And if I just tried to voice over that to recreate it, it would be disconjointed. It wouldn't sound good. So I just redid all of it. Okay, recipes, repaint. And I think we're back to where we were an hour or two ago. Copy. Paste, 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 paste. Fortunately, we hadn't done any of the calculation for what we need to underclock, so all those were already at full speed. Don't have to worry about. We didn't lose any of that. The only thing that we've underclocked is one of the original ones down there, which we don't have to mess with. So those are all good. Okay. So, back to solving this problem, which is bringing the materials up. It's wrong. And distributing them. Right. As soon as I moved over, it went off. That is acceptable. The input is 40, so it's a Mark 1. How much is coming up here? We have 280 on the main line being divided in half down here. Actually being divided 3 ways, but we're just going to say half, generically speaking. Because eventually those would back up. So that's 140 going up, so that's a Mark III belt. A little bit cramped, but it's okay. We're perfectly fine with this. It's, the reason we do this method of putting our pipes up is so that belts can run under them smoothly. Now, of course, these pipes are one out further than they normally would be, so this is not as clean as it would be under normal circumstances, but still enough. So clear it. No clipping issues. There's offset issues, because can't go through here without moving at least one of them in the wrong place. All right, that's 7 machines for this incoming belt, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Using 40 apiece, 7 times 40 is 280. That's exactly everything on that belt. That one's perfect. These will not work out as smoothly, but that helps segment off those, so we have less merging shenanigans to deal with. I think, where is... We're going to need to move that over to here. Lined up? I think it is. Nope, nope, nope. I want that. Splitter. So we need to shift that so they just come out here. Not that big of a deal. I mean, we were kind of guessing at where they were going to be anyway. We knew that this was a possibility. I would have to do this. And 130, Mark III. Was it 260, Mark? Wait a minute. Yeah, 130. And 260, the Mark 30 is still a 270, so that's still fast enough to carry all of that. That is one of the slow ones. And they all merge into a Mark IV. And we have 410 on that belt. So we're going to go to 10 machines and have 10 left over. I don't know if it's a Windows update. I don't know. I have no idea what messed with all my audio. I have no clue. I didn't install anything new that might, use audio devices or anything like that. So that's very annoying. All right, so we're doing at least 5 on this floor. I say we're doing at least 5 on this floor. That might not be true. Where is the other one going to come up? That's what we got to determine. That's 3. We're going all the way down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can bring that up wherever we please. So I think we do 5 here. Keeping in mind that we can't do a parallel 5 above us because we did 4 on the other side. 3 on the bottom, 4 on the top. So we can't bring that one straight up to that one above us has already got resin coming in. That is off. See that? You get one off and then the whole thing goes crazy. And you never catch it until already placed everything. You'd think with the guidelines we wouldn't make those mistakes. Feels like that's where I had them before. 3, right? 4, 5. I think I went to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, I didn't. Do not mind me. I think right here is where we're going to have the split off. Let's just take a shot in the dark and see if we can nail this. Okay, we know that it wants to be on the bar. 1 left of center. Perfect. We're doing 410. We're going to ignore that there's already one machine eating it. If it were backed up, the fastest we could have that going up is 205. So Mark III is fine. Could you please grab the belt? Thank you. I think we're just going to Mark III the rest of this. Yeah, I'm liking the way this is coming out. This is looking good. With the occasional uplift hitting the next wave is pretty cool. And we don't have to do the piping because these are dedicated pipes. The water pipes are dedicated to their level. Over there we still needed to connect the other pipe. But that's not a big deal. So let's see here. Nice, perfect turn. Beautiful. Love to see it. That's number 1. Got it lined up. We'll find out. 2, 3, 4, 5, and we're going to assume this is... We're going to have an overflow somewhere. And I think it's going to be right here. I think it's going to be the 10 overflow to the last machine. In fact, we want this to be a smart splitter. And center is going to be overflow. Right will just be any. If you don't select that, it won't go out. For some reason, they're on the smart splitters. They're dead lanes. If I remember correctly. Before we start putting all of those in, we should put the behind the splitters. And then we're going to have a merger right here. The overflow will go into here. The what's left over of those will come over here, and this will be the terminus of all of it. And in fact, we'll probably end up underclocked because I don't think we come out the exact numbers. So that's all good. All good. All right. That's fully run. 2, 3, 4, 5. We have the overflow. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so that's 10. That's 400 of the 410. We want the last one to come up somewhere around here. Hey, that one we were on the right spot. I think that's lined up. Looks good to me. And we shouldn't have to do any math on this, but we will do the math just because that's the thing. Make sure that the whole thing wasn't off. Oh, that would just be terrible. If this math doesn't work out, we just scrap the entire facility. Because everything hinges on what's left over. Let's see how many machines are left and what number we should get when we do the math. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 machines on the bottom floor. Probably 6 on the top floor. We said 7, so 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, right? It's the overflow. So 13 times 40. So 520. Of course, we know there's going to be an overflow, so it's actually 12 times plus with leftover. 480. I think it was 475. That's not right. That's one extra refinery. Let's see here. If we have 475 on this, which I'm confident is correct. Three at 130 is 390. 410, 65 on that one is 475, so that's correct. $475 divided by 40 should be 11.8 machines. How do we have 13 machines left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That should be the end of it. How do we have an extra machine? I mean, it won't affect our outcome, but it affects the balance of the room. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I said 30 per side. Look at the spreadsheet. Spreadsheet says 29.125. Should be 30. So there should be one that just gets that itty bitty bitty bit over. Oh, it. Let's see here. If we, yeah, it is as little bit as possible. The 475 runs 5 shy of powering all 12 machines. We have, so it ends right here at being 5 shy. There's 10 extra on this belt. So if we split these two, I would come over here and finish off this one, and we'd have 5 per minute coming into this. So this needs to be a splitter, not a merger. And that last 10 left over needs a split between the two of these. For this one to run a full, and this one to just barely run at all. Oh, that's terrible and kind of funny. Okay, at least it worked out. I verify that I didn't. That machine should be number 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yep. That's what it is. I expected us to have left over from both pipes, both feeds that would merge into one and go in. But that is not how it worked out. I'm still going to leave that as a smart splitter, I think. This way, we probably, once it all gets filled up, there's a better chance of it actually spitting out 10 per minute. And this will do an exact half and half under ideal conditions. In reality, both of these machines are going to run under performance. But can't be helped. And this is going to bother me because we're going to have a clip here. Because the pipe should not be, it should be end by 1. So I'm actually moving this out further than I would. this is the normal distance. I can fix that later when I come back and redo those off camera. All right. Great. So we'll set this. What do you think about this? That means I'm going to have to run these all the way down, which is okay. I'll run the belt all the way down. Instead of splitting it, like the other ones I split and had the lift go up. This one will run the full length, come up and go back across. So this will be fine. Behave a little differently, but it will still fit the theme. The other ones came up early out of necessity because they didn't want them to run into the other belts. But this is the last belt, so it can come all the way down as far as it wants. Without any problem. That might get moved, so let's get this done down here first. We can close this off. I really love the way these came up through on the slope. Came up just absolutely spot on perfect. Once we moved all the machines. See, this is how things get offset. Look, there's a line for both of these. What are you lining up with? You're lining up with the thing that shouldn't have been there. They get that wrong right off the bat. Oh man. I never understand how I do that wrong. Like that one moved on me at the last second. That one I understand. I caught it. Trying to be difficult. Once we have these run here, we can figure out where the up ramp is going to go. Where it's going to poke out of there. Oh. That. That. Mark 4 all the way because the belt's going the full length. It's not getting split. This belt's going to get in the way. This pipe. Oh, let's go a little further out. Oh, hey, Liquid. You're in the hospital? You can't just leave it that vague. I mean, you can if it's something you don't want to talk about, but sorry to hear you're in the hospital. And glad you could join us. We're 7.5 hours into this stream. Nobody's going to watch the replay of this. And I cannot blame them. You know, there are YouTubers I like to watch, and sometimes I'll see they did a stream. You know, like some streams I'll watch, but I'll see an after stream, you know, the VOD, and I'll see X number of hours, and I'm like, there is no way I'm going to watch a live stream that is already done that is that long. You know, I mean, I can sit there and watch it when it's live. But, man, there's no way. If it's already done, I'm not going to watch it that long. Let's see, it's one side, one inside, and on the bar. But anyway, I'm glad you can make it. We missed you at the last hard space. I think the last couple of hard spaces. Feels like. I hope you're doing all right. Okay, let's see here. Well, this one has been a roller coaster, let me tell you. This has definitely been a this has been a trial. Building all this, and we still got plenty to go. So yeah, if you're gonna be conscious for a while, we got more to do. Let's see here. I'm determined not to stop until I'm done with this build. We've overcome most of the major hurdles at this point. That's off center. But there's still a lot left to do mechanically. Before we can actually turn this thing on. There you go. So that is all of the resin connected for one side. But we know the method now. We don't have to reinvent the wheel, which is the important thing. And we don't need to run in any conveyors coming into these machines because it's just liquid into a solid. So there's no conveyors left for these. It's just the output, and those output will just go around to the assembler. So that's done. We don't have to invent anything for that. We just need to copy this to the other side and flip it. All right. So we did the first set. I think we shifted it to come up the middle. I'm going to take a moment and fix all of these. We didn't realize we had our color set wrong. I'll go through and get the other ones later. I just want the exterior facing ones fixed. I don't know why I recolored those, because I'm going to move those. And that should take us up to here. Which hopefully, with everything flipped, still works. Yes, it does. Is that maybe? I think that's right. And And we have, yeah, 280 coming out, so it has to be marked 4. That looks straight. Yeah, that's straight. I said it's always kind of hard to... Oops, under here. Kind of hard to tell because being on the glass, we don't have the same lines to follow. We need to... I feel like that's not right. Probably was right. My brain's not working. No, it couldn't have been right because it was coming that way and going up, so it did need to be turned. This one's fine. Wow. That should be marked 4. That one's set to the correct direction now. I think that one over there we moved as well, but we'll do that once we get there. No reason to complicate things. 3 on the bottom, 4 on the top. Two, 3. We're actually going to go ahead and place this here because I know that we're going to have a lift coming up right there. Okay. 40 apiece, so just a mark 1 belt. Don't tell me you're offset. You're offset. Move forward. Quit it. I need to mark 3 because we are splitting this in half. We are 1 off center. Perfect. Oh, it's so nice when you've already worked out the system and it just all works. So that's everything for those. And we need 4 up here. Will be 1. Where's our line? 2. 3. 4. Can you imagine if my time-lapse mod still worked and I tried to time-lapse this build? Oh, I would hate myself. This would have been the worst time-lapse history. But for anyone who's not familiar, I've mentioned it, but when the time-lapse mod works, what it does is it takes a screenshot every X number of seconds. and just throws them into a folder. And then you have to compile them into a video. And of course, there's a lot of time where you're lining something up or whatever, and so you don't want X number of frames of you not moving. It's supposed to be a time lapse. And I set it to take a snapshot every second. So we're at 7 hours. If we had let it run continuously, that would be over 25,000 screenshots I'd have to go through. One at a time and piecemeal between them. Trying to construct what would end up being a 2-minute segment. This really turned out to be much more of a complex build than I expected. I'm pleased with it. Don't get me wrong. I like coming up with these innovative approaches and something that's unique and new. And figuring out how to get familiar systems to work in a different setting. So I'm loving how this building is coming out. I think it's going to look a little weird because again, the V goes out so wide instead of up. So I think it's going to look like a sagging upside down pyramid. So I don't think it's going to have the visual impact that I was hoping for. The visual majesty. But I still think it's really cool. And I think that there's something wrong here. I am, because they should be Mark 3s. The only Mark 1 should be that one right there. That's the 20. No, that's the 20. I get this right. Yeah, okay. Mark 1 to here. 3 to there. No. There. Mark 4. 260. It's still Mark 3. And Mark 4 up to here. And this one is the 10 in a row. So 5 and 5. And it is offset. Means they're all okay. At least I only did one. I was like, it means they're all offset. Hope I turned that the right direction. I did. Okay. Before I did anything else, I wanted to make sure it was lined up right. Okay. Number 2. 3. My precision with the mouse isn't quite as great as I'd like for it to be. So like when I'm trying to line things up, you'll notice I move my person rather than the mouse. And the problem is I'm on this slanted floor, so as I'm moving forward, it's readjusting and not moving the splitter as much. Why I'm edging and edging and edging. I think it was 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So touching the edge on the middle. There we go. Oh, connect it to there first. Close that up. And that one's off. Any more surprises do you have for me? I have run out of drive space before. I have a 1 terabyte M.2 drive that is 100% dedicated to just video and nothing else. I have other large data drives, but there's everything YouTube goes to that drive, and that's the only thing that touches that drive. And then I offload stuff regularly from it to try to make sure that I don't run it. That way I don't have, there's no other programs contributing to it, so it can't sneak up on me and cause me to lose drive, run out of drive space while I'm recording. Plus, it's a M.2 drive, so it's insanely fast for editing or just, accessing the data. But I have run out of space before while recording. It's unfortunate. All right, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's something that I hopefully will never have happen again. Mistakes made in early YouTubing. I mean, I still make plenty of them. But there's always the lessons you learn the hard way at some point. Is that really where we wanted to come up from? I think it is. Like when I started using optimized media, which is in your editor, you can have it reprocess your raw footage into a different codec that is less dense. Or you can have it downgrade the video. So optimized media versus proxy media. And optimized media tends to retain the quality of the original while unpacking the codec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which in layman's terms means it turns a moderately small file into a ridiculously large no compression video file that eats your entire hard drive. So I've had that happen. I had it happen once where I realized because the process, oh, come on. The process takes quite some time. And I had it once when I was doing it, because I was kind of experimenting with using optimized media. And the big benefit of using optimized media is that the editor, like when you're in the editor and you're editing video, you have your timeline and you have your preview window of what you're editing. And you're dragging that timeline back and forth. And it's having to decode the original file in real time at hyper speed as you're dragging all over the place. As well as constantly updating the thumbnails, and a bunch of other stuff. And we are out of material. And it really, really drags down the editing rate. Unless you have like an ultra super mega computer. I have a good computer, but it's showing its age. And you can't get anywhere near, I can't get anywhere near editing in real time. So it's 100% worth converting your media, because it's only gonna use the proxy or the optimized media during the edit. When you do the final render, it uses the original file, so there's no loss. But it was when I was kind of learning it to use that feature, and I was just digging around on my drive while it was chunking away at it, because I really can't use the computer for much else while it's doing that. 2, 3, 4, 5. And it dawned on me just how large the files were. The smaller files were, and I knew it was on the bigger file. And I tried moving data off of the M.2 drive at the same time that it was running the conversion. And the computer was dedicating almost all the processing to the conversion itself. And so it was moving the data off really slow. And it was just like this nail biter of will the data get out of the way in time before I run out of drive space. It didn't. At 380 gig, it ran out of space. The converted file was up to 380 gig when it ran out of space. And so the proxy was all nice and smooth, and then the last like quarter of it was just static because it gave up. So I learned a hard lesson there. I have since changed, I've learned more about it, and I've changed it to use, instead of using optimized media, I use proxy media, where I can downscale the quality. And I downscale it to 50%. And so when I'm in the editor, it's no longer HD, but it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm editing a game. I'm not editing, like film. So I don't have to go through and do color corrections and all that stuff. I don't need to see the HD version of it during the edit. And it's made a world of difference on editing. Editing already takes hours, and it more or less halved the amount of time it takes for me to do edits. Less than half because of the time I have to spend waiting for the media to be optimized, but I can go and do other things during that. Let's just grab all of it. So, pro tip, if you ever edit videos, check out proxying media, because it's amazing. I mean, I'm sure that's common knowledge to people who've done this for a long time. But I am still learning new stuff. I didn't go to film school. That is, it's Mark 3, okay. That started, just replaced. We don't have to math anything here because we just run the rest of it. That's simple. Yeah, I no longer... I always try to make sure I have 200 or 300 gig free on the edit drive, the YouTube drive. And in a hurry, I can free up a lot of space. I have an 8 terabyte external storage drive that I can just dump stuff onto. And so just every once in a while, I'll just batch up a bunch of old data that I know, you know, like several videos that I've edited out already. And know that I'm not going to need to reference it quickly. And if I were to, then I mean, I can just pull them back off that drive. But that drive is not as old as my other hardware. And it's a physical hard drive. So you know, there's always it's a greater risk that that drive can fail. I don't store everything there. I don't have the capacity at the moment to have a full backup of everything. Oh, I want the... Oh. Oh, did I get all of them already? Okay. But I'm trying to give the drive more time to age. I mean, it's already old enough that if it were going to fail at, you know, because of a bad manufacturing, it should have already failed. But I just every now and then I just dump stuff. Let's see here. One off the side, middle. And that should be the end of that. Okay, very good. I think that's where we're lining that up. You know I'm going to not get it right the first time. I'm not getting it right the first time. Because both it was turned the wrong way and it was a merger, not a splitter. And it's off center. We'll line to reset that. There we go. And there was no line, so it's still off. All right. Probably could be using a Mark III belt at this point. I think I care. Plus, having the faster belt going down the spine means a more equal distribution. That is definitely off. Because the slow belt going into the machine cannot hog as much higher percentage of the incoming material. This should be the merger. Did I make that a smart splitter? I did. Good. I'm pretty sure I didn't set it, but at least it's what it's supposed to be. There should be overflow. Right. Set off. Back. Alright. We shouldn't have to do. We are out of plate for Mark 1 belts. I doubt we have any plate up here. I have to go back to the train. We did. All right, yeah, we did park the train. That's right. We had to go get it because it got stuck again. No, 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 we didn't. We didn't. Stop. Come back. It teased us. It was parked there, so I thought, all right, we had shut it off there. Well, no, we hadn't. At least we're getting some use out of that train mod. We're going to go the wrong way on this track, but nothing's coming down this track anyway, so we don't care. We can see our train right there. Hopefully this doesn't throw us off the edge because we get out on the right side. Okay. We'll be a little cheeky here. Oh, apparently I'm not because I don't have enough material for 2 of those. Drives faster when it's going forward. We're just going to drag the train back to where it was. Look, mono hands. Well, thanks very much for joining us, Rick, and for sticking around for such a long time. Didn't expect the stream to take this long, but it doesn't surprise me. I mean, it doesn't take. It's not unusual for it to take this long to make an episode. Things never go exactly as planned. But have a good night, and hopefully we'll see you in future sessions. I want to ride the belt. Zoom. All right, where were we? Somewhere down here. All right, we have. What do you mean we're missing plate? Didn't I not just pick up a bunch of plate? I grabbed the wrong plate. I'm just going to dump some of these off into here. Maybe we'll need them. Probably clicked on the wrong ones. I can take off before we hit the ground. We can use this momentum. It'll take just about the same speed. All right. Third time to charm. And it's set in the wrong place. Because it is. Why wouldn't it be? Alright, only 10 is coming at it. Only 5 of it's going to end up in that machine. Later on, I'm going to do the math and underclock the life out of it. Not going to bother with it right now. There's two reasons why I do the connection to the machine first. One, because I don't have to jump over the stupid other belts, but also because that's going to tell me if it's misaligned. And if it were misaligned, then I would have to go back and delete all the other belts that were connected to it. Let's see, Mark 4, I'm not going to bother doing the math. Okay. Okay. All resin is run. I think all the outputs are out. That should be all the inputs. Yeah, so those are outputs. Okay. I think we're now at the point to where we can record that bit that we started to record earlier, 2 or 3 hours ago, about having updated, doing an update on the build for the episode. Man, this place is a monster. All of this just to make circuit boards. And this isn't all the circuit boards that we're going to need to make. This isn't all of it. I haven't done the math yet, but possibly next episode we're going to be doing more circuit boards. I don't know. I haven't done the math. Because what are they called? High speed. Our next product is high speed connectors. And it also requires circuit boards. In addition to these circuit boards that are going to go to computer manufacturing. So I don't know how many are going to be needed, but we're producing 100 and almost 190 out of this facility, which is phenomenally awesome. but it's not going to be enough because we use like 200 on the 4 computer manufacturing machines already, and we need to bring 4 more online. So we, within a, maybe not next episode, but very soon, are going to be doing another circuit board facility using this recipe over at the electronics hub. That one will not be nearly as painful as this one. We don't have to build an infrastructure for that one because we already have a ton of the copper sheeting just going into, you know, a dead end, and we have a completely untapped, unused quartz vein at that location specifically for silica. So this is going to be super easy for us to put together. This required an entire infrastructure build. But we are going to be making more. We just can't get away from circuit boards. All right. Let's do this. We need to connect that pipe down at the end. And then all the pipes will be connected except for the stuff coming into the building, which will be the crude, which is going to be super easy to run because the extractors are already in place. And the water, which is the next big thing, right? Because we have to do our water extractors, which are a pain to line up. Why are those? I think all that's supposed to be blue. No, they're not. They're supposed to all be. That is heavy oil. Hopefully I didn't make that mistake somewhere else. Simple to fix if it did. So we need to... remember how we got away with doing this before. We're just going to pick a random spot. See how close we are. Off by 1. And switch the mode to, oops, wrong button. Switch it to horizontal to vertical. Okay, and we're off by 1 up here. I love this ability with pipes. To get it to draw its own corners like that. Although I don't think the other one hit the wall like this. What did we do differently? If I have to run across this thing too many more times, I'm going to build a hyper tube across the facility. See, that one's not clipping. It might be an orientation thing, or maybe I didn't notice that this was off down here. No, it's an orientation thing. The, oops. Maybe if we connect from top to bottom as opposed to bottom to top. You know what, this one's perfect. I don't want to risk deleting it. Because if you go top to bottom versus bottom to top, it changes the orientation of how the snaking happens. We don't want it running into the platform because that's just garbage. That's not who we are. We're better than that. That didn't improve it. I don't think that's going to help, because I think that's still going to push it back. You know what the difference is? The difference is that that bottom row was the one that was offset originally, so the pipes are closer. So we're going to rerun these pipes, only these pipes. Push them in where they should be. They won't line up with the other pipes for now. I'll do that later. But I'm going to fix these pipes right now. Off camera later on, I will fix the other ones. They will be off for now, but I'm just not going to spend the time. I want to be done with this build. Feel right. It looks right, though. Except that that was supposed to be over here. And these don't need to be Mark II. And they're pre-painted, so that's nice. I missed the ladder. Okay. We're gonna try the inner one first. That looks not right. Why did I try the inner one when I knew that we just pushed the whole thing back? That should be perfect. All right. That you want to be. All right, so that's connected now. Of course, again, later we'll come back here and put in the pumps. Just not going to worry about it right now. I'm going to want to go down the line and just go floor by floor and I guess make sure each floor is working, and then add pumps to go up to the next floor. Have a good night, Zero, and thanks very much for hanging out for such a long time. Really appreciate it. Streams don't normally run this long. And there might actually come to a point where we stop, but not yet. All right. Time to shut off the camera. and record a bit for the episode. And I will turn the camera back on as soon as we're done. Okay. Episode 35, part 3, take 2. It helps if I was recording. Episode 35, part 3, take 2. 3, 2, 1. All right. Oh my goodness. It's been, I don't know. It's been 5, 6 hours. I don't know. It's all a blur now. All of the refineries are done. They're placed and unplaced and moved and removed and belted and repiped and painted and yeah, just it's all done. The refineries are done. So as you can see here, we had the original floor down there, which is our crude that is producing all the resin and all of the heavy oil. And of course, again, they are flipped. One side's going one way, the other side's going the other way. So like all of these facing this way are supplying this whole side of the building. And let's see here. These are the polymer resin to rubber. And what we're doing down here, because that's a ton of resin. It's so much that we had to split it into 3 belts, and not all the same belts have the same amounts. I make little notes to myself how many I have on each belt. But they're all segmented, and they're just going right up the ramp and just making this perfect little turn and popping up to the next floor. And they're all mathed out to work together. So like that one right there has 280 coming up to the belt, so it's exactly 7 machines. So it hits these first 3, goes up and hits the next 3. And then here is the second set, which is 410, so it's 10 machines, it's 40 per. So it's 5 machines, and up there it pops up and hits 5 machines. And then the last one, which has the majority, 475, and that's just under 12 machines. So that hits all of those, goes up on the end and wraps around. As you can see, we have kind of cool walkways that take us up. Comes back across and hits all of them. And then, so right here is number 12. So this one is 5 shy of running at full capacity. And this one right here has 10 extra. So what happens is we forget to run a belt between them. This is a smart splitter, and this is overflowing the last 10. This splits in half the 10. This machine will be so underclocked that it is only using 5 resin per minute. And then, of course, it's a half and half, right? So 5 will go that way, 5 will go this way, which will fill this one up to run at 100%. And then everything comes out and runs along the back line. Yeah, and that's it. We have the heavy oil going up. They don't take nearly as many refineries. So it's just one pipe, hits those 4 machines, comes right up and hits the other 4 machines. It's a lot more simple. We don't have to do weird belting because it's just fluid going in, turning into petroleum coke, and then heading back out. We don't have to do anything weird with the petroleum coke. The 4 machines are exactly 480. Yeah, 480 coke, so that's exactly a Mark IV belt. And you can see the belt's not going anywhere yet. And that's the next stage. The next stage is to fill in the center here with platforms and get all of our assemblers down. So all the material we'll come around. So as you can see, we've mirrored it, right? The petroleum coke on this side is not petroleum coke on this side. So this side of the building will contribute the coke to this set of assemblers, and this side will bring all of the rubber to the set of assemblers, and we'll do half and half. We also still need to run a bunch of water to these pipes here, but we'll deal with that in a bit. So, progress. Time to get the next floor and get the assemblers up and running. So, see you guys on the next progress update. All right, I think I got that in one shot. Man. Whew, getting a little dizzy. Okay, hopefully this stage will be relatively easy. We haven't planned it out, but it's just running two products, and all we need to do is figure out where we're going to put all of the assemblers. Hope that they fit on this platform. And then just simple belt running. So this should be trivial compared to what we've already gone through. Of course, we'll run out of material immediately. And head back to get ourselves some concrete. Is there concrete up here? No. Build this nice, fancy, enclosed walkway, and then I don't even go through it. Let's do this. Okay. That's a fair amount of concrete. I don't want to have to come back for it again. At the end of this, it is very likely that I will not even reclaim any of the leftover material. I will probably plug this straight into a sink, and whatever is left in it just goes into it. I don't care. So before we pave this entire thing out, we need to get a plan in place of how can we organize our assemblers. Can we do all the assemblers on one floor, or do we have to stack them? So we need 20 assemblers on each side. We can back to back them. Let me think here. We have 3 belts coming in, right? We have 2 different belts of petroleum coke because we can't get them all in one belt. which would support not back-to-back. That just solves the problem right there. That answers our question. If we do back-to-back, then we can't merge that conveyor going down the middle. But we can merge the output coming out through the middle. So we want them facing each other, not back-to-back. So what we need to do is start the center and work out towards the edge and hope that we don't run out of space before we get all of the machines down. I think this is middle, right? Please tell me this is the middle. Looks like the middle to me. I have all of these walkways, it's throwing me off. Yes, this is the middle. Okay, let's try to maintain a walkway in the middle. So we'll start first by placing an unaligned merger just to give us how far we are. Right, that's the center. It can't go any closer to the center than that. That's not good. We need 2 splitters. That's not going to work. I think we got to stack them. Which isn't the end of the world, because the building height is going to be defined by the tallest machine. And we still have these gigantic refineries to clear. So we have a lot of headroom in the center to do 2 floors. But that's not a big deal. And if we do 1 per floor, we can probably get away with turning all these into glass, because we can just take up the center, maybe. The petroleum coke's gonna come from that side. So we only need to fit 10, not 20. We just center it. Let's see how many we get away with. 2. 3, this is not looking good. 4. 5. That end is coming up quick. 6. 7. 8. 9. Oh, we're gonna make it! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yes! We made it! It worked! Alright. And I put the back towards the petroleum coke because it's going to be 2 belts, and we can probably wrap that one right... This one right here. Yeah, we can pop this one. Whoop. We can pop that one straight up. And this one over here will wrap around and can go up to the 2nd floor a lot more easily. And the resin can come around, and that will make things... Ooh. Do we do... an underfloor... I don't think this is going to work, but I'm going to... No. The machines aren't 1 for 1. They're producing... I said petroleum coke. There's the rubber. Oh, the rubber's one belt. I need them facing the petroleum coke, which is this one. Okay. I don't think this is going to be as simple as I... It's not going to be as simple as I hoped. We're going to do it the way I just had it. The reason we're going to do it the way I just had it is because the rubber output is not the same on both floors. So we can't just generically run a belt. The two floors for the petroleum coke are... Let me see. We're producing 290 heavy oil. We're using... Brain not working. 7.25 refineries are producing coke, so the two floors aren't even because we're going to have an underclocked. That means we need to know how much we have. I think we need both floors to have a 12.5% underclocked machine, so that we have the exact same amount of coke coming out of the top and the bottom, as opposed to, say, the bottom having more coke than the top, which would cause us to do a belt merging. So our output is 870. Total. When all 290 heavy oil that we're producing is used, we're producing 870 coke. We divide that by 2 because we're going to have 2 floors. That's 435 per floor. Which gives us each floor needs to have a machine that's producing 75 per minute. So 3 machines producing 120 per minute. Plus the 75 gives us 435 per minute, which is 870 total between both floors. That will allow us to not have to do any weird belting shenanigans. We don't have to merge the petroleum coke belts. And since we're going to have 2 floors of assemblers, there's one belt and done. So that makes things way easier for this. We're going to go over and underclock the other ones while we have this in mind. It's a good thing I like math. Okay. Petroleum coke. Wholly done now because we've resolved. We knew we'd have to go back and do an overclocking or an underclocking. Something we don't have to tackle anymore. I'll worry about the belting in a bit. Let's get these back into place. The ones we just deleted. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I was debating whether or not we wanted to do any belting shenanigans under the floor because the rubber is going to come around here. And I was thinking that we could have them kind of come up straight out of this, but our floors are not matching. So I don't think that would work. What is this floor producing? I think we need to do our underclocking, overclocking, or no overclocking. We have the same amount of machines on each floor, so we could do the same logic. Although we ran the belts to deliver the resin in a wonky way, but that's okay. Think through this. If we underclock one on both floors, we're fine. We're fine. Because if, say, we ever underclock that one and this one, this one's using less. That is not okay. That means we have to roll this one over the other way. Because if we're using less for two of them, then this final one right here will have more than it needs. And then it needs to overflow to this guy right here, the original design that we had originally done. This was supposed to be a merger. And it would have worked had we calculated in that we were going to have to do an underclocking. So the logic was sound. We just need a splitter of that. Merger of this. And do some math. And what we're doing is we're shunting some of the heavy oil or the resin that would have been consumed on the bottom floor into the overflow to the final one, so the top floor produces more material. Okay. Back to the spreadsheet. we are producing 1,165 resin. We split that between 2 floors. Yeah, to convert all of it to rubber, right? We divide it to put that into 2 floors. It's 582 and a half per floor. The machines are using 40. Which means we need to have one machine producing or consuming 22.5. I'm doing consumption instead of production. That's okay. I could have done the math from the rubber. We knew how much we were producing. I need to consume 22.5. We set the consumption rate of a specific one. We cannot. And the problem is that until it's running, doing this won't update these numbers. So we are producing 582.5. We want to split that between 2 floors. So we need to produce 291.25 per floor. Which means we're going to have one machine producing 11.25. Okay, this makes things so much easier for us because now we don't have to do any merging of anything. Each belt floor can supply one belt floor of the assemblers, and it just works itself out. We need to flip the merger over here, but oh, not 2.8. Okay. It has to become a regular splitter. Belt has to go the opposite direction. I sure hope I connected them on the other side. We'll find out. Why is this so much closer to the... That's closer than it should be. Why did you pretend that you were supposed to go there? And we are leaving that on overflow. Let's strictly necessary, but it works out a little better that way. Okay. All that's done. It was something we were going to deal with later, but it was best for us to deal with it now. So all refineries of everything are all underclocked appropriately, equalizing their belts. That's phenomenally good. So this set of belts, right, it's 20 per, 11.25 at the end, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're just doing a manual recheck of all this. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then the 15th is the overflow. Sounds right. 14 times 20 is 280 plus 11.25. 291.25, and we know that the assemblers are also going to need to be, there's going to be one underclocked assembler. So, wrong one. We said 291.25. And we, so 9 times 30 is 270. Leaving 11.25 left over for the last machine, for machine number 10. So, awesome. We can just run it to the end, and we can manually underclock it later, because it's just the one on the end, and its output doesn't affect anything. So we don't care if it's not underclocked on time, you know, at the time of the creation here. So we go back to the original question of, do we do some kind of weird shenanigans of feeding up? Because I don't think we do. I could run mergers along the way, or splitters. Where did that, what? You build on the other... What was that about? I don't want you up there. I want you to stick on the... like you're glued to the roof. Let's, mark for this. And we attach a splitter to it. No. We can, however, do this. I'm starting to think we're gonna do this bit of shenanigans. It's gonna be extra work for us, but you know what? It could also be pretty cool. And then we just run splitters all the way down, attached to the ceiling, and just pop them up through the floor. I kind of like it. All right, which means we need to set our targets by putting floor holes at all the locations that they're going to be. And that floor hole is not where it needs to be. What am I doing? Because it needs to be right there. But that's simple. That's a trivial fix. Are you really still not close enough? You know how many of these I've placed? I should know this by now. Place one here because I'm tired of finding them on the menu. There we go. Their relative placement is irrelevant to the floor below. So that means because the splitters are lined up with the mergers below them, not lined up with the mergers, the holes here. So that is just fine. Ooh, yeah. All right, and then we can just run a belt behind it for the petroleum coke. Super simple. Just like that. Interesting to see how many of these I misalign. Much coke per minute? 45, just a Mark 1 belt. Reminds me I need to propagate that recipe to the whole thing. And this is the one that will end up underclocked later on when I care to do that. I probably could do the math real fast. So our output is going to be 96.67 circuit boards per minute. And it's what, 5 circuit boards per machine. Would help if I actually had it selected. No autosave. I'm busy. All right, well, do math. That's it. So that's going to be 48.335 per machine, or per floor. The final machine will produce 3.335. I make sure I actually conveyed everything. I did. Okay. I'll go set up the recipes as I go down the line. $67%. All right. I don't think I'm going to bother doing the output of them at the moment. You know, the output belts, until we figure out where we're sending them. I just pasted that onto the parent. I imagine they'll all come to here and go down and meet with the belt that goes across. I mean, it's almost a certain thing, but maybe I'll run them under. Maybe not. We'll see. And let's see what this is going to look like. Yeah, see, we can see all the way down to the water below. Perfect. I almost walked onto that before I built it. Something I am known to do. The machines aren't technically done yet. I still have to run the rubber. All right. Connect all of these up. Come on, thank you. It's really weird trying to target these because you're having to catch the rim of the hole. Otherwise, it tries to target what's on the other side of the hole. Also, I could do without the constantly changing orientation. And I'm going to cheat. I'm not going to do this. I'm instead going to do this. at the same height? It is not. That correct? Looking good. All right. We'll just come back and delete these when we're done. Because we're also going to have the other set down here. No, we're not. Because it mirrors, which means it's going to go across the other side. They'll be facing the other way. We actually end right here. But we can switch that across so that we don't have to redefine the height. I don't know, it's in the middle, okay. I'm looking on this edge right behind me, I know I'm gonna fall off. There it goes. Oh, up. Thinking that, oh, why am I not getting the line? There it is, close to it. Starting to think I'm not going to have the episode out by tomorrow. Even if we finish tonight. If I got it in me to edit the video. Okay, hopefully I got all those lined up correctly. They don't look quite as much like they're attached to the roof now that the roof is glass, but it's still, I mean, they're still on that metal bar. Okay, and what was the speed of... Where's that rubber? 582 per minute. 290 per floor. It's still a Mark, right? Because the Mark III is 270. But it does still need to be a Mark IV belt. I mean, we could get a Mark III almost immediately, but it's gonna keep it consistent. And we won't do something this complex for the next floor because we're not bringing the resin up from underneath like this. It's just going to be the first floor of assemblers. And then running the petroleum coke will be effortless because we're just wrapping a belt around and that's it. Be here. This annoying boxes in our way. And apparently it's full. One gets out of my way. For now we can we do not. That will collide. I line it up. Go like that. Yeah, 2, not 3, 2. Put in the middle this one. Lower, thank you. I think that's the center. Yep. Unload more quickly, please. All right, and so it'll be simple just to run the coke on that belt once this is out of the way. No more thought for that one. Know that we have the material. So we're going to flip this. Line it up. Those are off center. Oh, there is, they can't be centered. Right. It doesn't land right on the middle. So we want it one forward. Like this one is, the ladder is one forward. And since we're flipping it, we're going to go one forward on that one. Really not? Yeah, that's weird. That won't center. How can they do that to us? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. I am mindlessly putting them on all the wrong holes. Those two are correct. This one is not. Correct. This one is not. So nice when you already have the system. Okay, correct recipe. And it was 66.7%. The guy on the end. This is going to come from the other direction. Misaligned. Don't think we're going to actually finish tonight. Because I probably get out of this chair. At some point. Let's see, we still have the water extractors to do. Running the piping for the water extractors isn't a big deal. Lining them up's a little bit annoying, but it's not that big. You have to do the next floor of all of these. Trying to push through it. It always feels like it's like so close. Just gotta do this. And it's like, oh, this is only half of the assemblers. Actually, I'll need to mark one there. I hopefully will not pass out. I'm amazed that anybody is still here, to be honest. And really appreciate it. Okay, those are all set. We need to run underneath them. Not make it all the way over here, so let's go around. Well, I mean, can and willing to is, and of course we got to entertain the guy in the hospital. Okay, we are bringing not function. Okay, conveyor's coming this way. Go up. -1 from the max. 1. Come on, come on, get. Run the line here and get all these down. Or if I do every other one, if it will stop flipping on me. Nope. This is always determined to be the wrong direction. It doesn't. I don't understand this, right? See, I can spin this all day long. But once I click on it, I confirm it. And then I have to spin it again. This is where I would do the up and down, but there's no point to the spinning before that. So that should lock in the direction. Yeah, it just drives me nuts. I mean, I love the lifts so much. They were such a, I mentioned before, I hate to use the word too often, but they were such a massive game changer. And then the lift holes being the next level of game changer. Make them complete, but just, they get so frustrating. That's not actually connected. They have to. Has to already be there. Now that's connected. I'm tired of being afraid of walking backwards off of these things. Ah, room to breathe. The snap to grid does help a lot. When it comes to lining all these up. I mean, it doesn't, like in the machines, it doesn't tend to help. But like, it's at least it's lining itself up to the other conveyor connectables. It likes to align itself to the middle of the machine rather than the conveyor ports. Makes absolutely no sense. Oh, you had to do it on the last one, didn't you? It's raining! It's raining in game! You can actually see the rain. We need to make it to the glass walkway to see if we can see the rain on the glass. See how shiny this surface has gotten from it being wet, and this is dull because it's still covered. I have not seen rain in this game until I came to the Northern Spire. You know, when I was testing out Update 6, when they first released it, it rained several times when I was in other biomes. and I could see the shine on the platforms and hear it, but there was no graphic for it. Yeah, you stop running and you just slide right off. I'm running for the platform. I'm not sure how I knew the direction to go. So when I built this, I wanted to be able to be in it, and yes, it doesn't look like it's coming through. It looks like it's stopping it. Oh, that's awesome. The rain sound could be a little more aggressive. But I know this is their first pass on adding weather to the game. So I'm not complaining. That's great. I'm not sure why all of this is wet. It's under. This is technically roof, so that should be stopping this rain from coming down. Like, this is dry. That's strange why some of that was wet. Like this right here, I understand is wet, but like this is not just under the slanted roof, it's under flat platforms too. Work in progress. Okay, that finished. Let's see here. That finished the belting for the other side, and we still have to wrap the petroleum around the coke. Like we're doing right here. You know, I just realized that this coke does not go to here. The coke from this floor goes to here. That should go to the second floor. I guess it doesn't really matter. We could actually do a transfer of that through up to here. In fact, let's start on the next floor. Like that little maneuver there? Alright, this should all be glass. Just do it while we're thinking about it. Yeah, it is a pretty game, and I'm really glad that we came up with a reason to build in the Spire Coast. Because, you know, since we had done our primary fuel out on the west coast, I didn't think that we were going to need oil again for a while, because we were producing a ton of rubber and plastic out there. But we ran into the quick wire crisis, largely due to our circuit boards. And I knew of this alternate recipe, and so I was like, you know what, that's something we can target. And so suddenly we found ourselves an excuse to be out here, and I'm glad we have it. I think that That's the clearance we want, right? Yep. Yeah, and see, this is plenty of space, right? Those machines need painted, don't they? What? And there are a lot of machines that need painted. What was I doing? Hopefully I didn't record the bit with that. I did wrong. Lost train of thought. We have, I think I was talking about the height. We're going to easily fit them on this floor and still have the clearance because of the height of these, oops, I accidentally clicked. The height of these machines. That's not what we need. That. So adding this extra floor is not impacting us. Not only is it not impacting us, but it's giving us a better excuse for the amount of space that we're not just going to have that giant empty space above us. So that's nice. I saw some of these machines that needed painted as well. Didn't I? Oh yeah, all of those. Abuse the jetpack. Running out, running out. Touchdown. Kind of want to know what the max height of this building is going to be, because if it's, we could maybe have a little bit more clearance on these. Let's figure out what the height of the building would be total. So we're going to have a minimum of 3 to cover the next floor. Why did I thrust forward? This is clearly not enough. If we're going to go 2 more floors up, that means we can have, yeah. So we have a minimum of 2 more. That means I can do 4 height instead of 3 height per floor here. We actually move that up 1 more. You're just not going to let me do that from here. This gives us a little less cluttered view of, when we're down on the floor below us. A little more clearance on the machines. I guess maybe we want to do lighting or something like that. I'm going to cancel that because cursor went across, and who knows if I hit something else that didn't highlight. Last thing I need is to find out that I accidentally deleted some pipes. Oh boy, that one might have made it all the way to the desert. Come back! Oh, come back! Oh my! Frankly, it's pretty amazing that I hadn't done this before now. It's still going. I was not trying to do that. As soon as I hit that button, I was like, no! Welcome to the dangers of Infinite Zoop. Alright, well, this is the other side of the Northern Spire. Very pretty. Alright, let's see how many over we went by. I mean, we crossed the entire facility in addition to this. I think that's a record. I don't think I've ever gone that far over. That's the first 50. Yeah, I know. It was pretty cool watching all the concrete go flying. I think that's good right there. I didn't see what the number was, but because we're gonna come over here anyway. Obviously, I didn't mean to go that far. I need to get down here and get all of these. I don't think I'm going to do any underground shenanigans on these. It might look weird. So we have to come up. Well, because we'd be coming up on the same side, because they're both going to be facing that way. I think they're directly under us right here. I don't think that was right. Well, maybe it was. Yep, that's dead on. Let me think about this. If we reverse them, I don't know if it makes a difference. If we reverse them, we can do the underlying area except with the resin, or the petroleum coke coming up from the other side. I think we're going to do more. Since we raised the roof anyway, right? Why not take advantage of it? I think that's correct. And we are out of cable. Oh, that's a dangerous material to be out of. Don't keep a whole lot of that on me. Although we should have enough because we Yeah, we pre-picked those. That's fine. We're good. Now we can get all the way back up there. Oh, rotors. Yep, we need rotors. I just wanted to plop one down on the other side to establish its location. I think that we will be doing the flip on it as well. One forward of mid. Two, three. There's nothing behind me, so I'll fall off. 4, 5, 6. I am right on the edge. 7, 8, 9, and 10. Paste these right now. Hopefully that's the correct recipe. .3, 33.6. That doesn't feel right. That was 3.33. 67%. Okay. Yeah, we're why not commit to the shenanigans here? We'll do the same strategy as the other one. It's just this time it'll be the petroleum coke going through. That was the wrong one. Rather than the resin. And that'll bring up the petroleum coke from the bottom floor and allow the top floor one to just run straight across, nice and smooth. Which looks clean. Go ahead and put the splitters now so we can do the straight lines before we put in the... Doesn't feel right. I knew it wasn't right. Definitely not right. I think that's right. Firmly in the not really caring if any one of them's wrong, as long as they're lined up down the line correctly, I can move individuals. Oh, is that going the right? Okay, that's going the right way. See how it puts it go back out. For a moment there, I thought I was sending it the wrong way. So this is going to be the resin, not the coke. Which is still a Mark IV belt, 'cause it's just under 300. It's more than 270. Although again, after the first one, we could go down to a Mark III. We're just going to stay consistent for now. We don't actually have a facility making packaged fuel anymore. I mean, we have a ton of the stored up. I think we have a double container, but anything we use is not being replenished. At some point, I'll probably have to tap a line somewhere. Probably at the other facility, because we are making fuel there briefly before we turn it into turbo fuel, and we can tap off of one of those lines. The way we have tapped off down there we have packaged turbo fuel being made there, and packaged heavy oil. They're not going anywhere. They're dead ended into a chest or a container, because that facility is exact on its numbers, and any production of those dips the normal production numbers. But, you know, they're there if we need to just go and grab some for any reason. Okay, I think it was 3 down. 2, 3. Might have been 4. Let's get one more. I need it to be over here. And we need to know where it's coming up. Going to be 1 over from the mid. That's the mid. There. That was going the correct direction. Yes. I go to the outside. Pretty confident on that. All right. Need to come down here anyway. And then do that again. Come on. 1 shy of the top. That does not belong there. I don't have to worry about falling off of this one. I got a wall behind me. I need to go down the line and place all of the Mark 1 conveyor pieces. That lifts. We know we don't need that. And that looks to me like we are lined up appropriately. What did I do wrong? I put a merger instead of a splitter. If anything can go wrong, it will. Murphy's Law. All right. That is established. Not enough wall. One more floor. Stop trying to go in anywhere except for the place I'm pointing at. It's gonna be right there, so that's gonna be the other side. All we need now is to hook up the resin. To this floor. Somehow. And plug it in right here. So let's see here. We have that resin going up. Is that correct? Yes. But this resin here needs to work its way up there. And it needs to go up here. I think. This is like running right to where I want it to come like right here, then go up. I think we can do it. We'll do it right here instead. So what we need gonna be something like. Be a little awkward here. I think this would be something like that. Two, three, four. Okay, don't make it. What? No! Belt should not be too long. They can go 6. I need it to get to right there. Because I'm going to need to connect a lift to it. Make me waste an extra connection point. I think that's the right height. Ooh, it's not. Try again. Oh, I need you to go anywhere. I just need something to click on. Oh, it is not a perfect turn. Maybe oh, it is. It's just the downhill slant made it look like it was. I don't think it is. Don't think we have enough room to make that turn either. Nope. Ah, c'est la vie. I move that in, and that's not a perfect turn. Just gonna have to live with it. Just don't tell any of the regular viewers who don't watch the live stream. It's buried, what, like 9 hours into a live stream. They'll never know. 10 hours. 10 hours into a live stream. Okay. Oh, we also haven't run power for any of this stuff yet. So we also have to wire the whole place up. We still have to encase the entire building. It's looking less and less likely like we are going to finish today. But let's get the other assemblers in place, because it's literally all the... Once I get the last assemblers in place and connected, that is literally the entire structure done. Shy of powering it and bringing the resources in from the outside. I mean, we still have a lot of beautification to do, but every functional machine will be in there and everything will be connected. So as far as this building goes, we're on the home stretch. I ran out of cable. No. So, Liquid, how long do you think you're going to be in the hospital? Hopefully this is just an in and out thing. Oh, last batch of cables. Think that'll be enough. Reinforced plates. Your lungs were burned? That's not a good thing. Oh, that is the last of our silica too. If you are feeling like it, feel free to share what happened to cause that. Again, if you don't want to, that's fine. We're on TV. Well, yeah, lighter side, right? Not in California area where everything's burning down. They're wrong every time. Whoa! Oh. This isn't correct because it should come up with these two being the last. Oh, right, we ran out of materials placing these. Is that 10? Two, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, nice. Well done. Liquid. Yeah, well, I would imagine that being on fire would cause the... I've never had to run into a burning building. I've had the opportunity, but there was no one inside, so I didn't have to. It also happened to be the building I was living in. It was kind of wild. Well, yeah, and I didn't do it unnecessarily either. The people were out. I was in my early 20s. I think it was my first apartment. And the smoke alarm in the hallway to the apartment would go off on every now and then, just no good reason. So you got desensitized to it. And it was going off, and I had just pulled pot pies out of the oven, and I was sitting down to watch TV, and it was still going off. And I'm like, good grief. And I finally looked out, opened my front door. I was on the second floor. Opened my front door to look down in the hallway. And there wasn't any smoke in there. But just as I opened the door to look into the hallway, this little kid, little black kid, and I remember, the reason why I remember him being black is he was wearing either just white underwear or white diapers. There was this the bright contrast. Opened the door and just looked up, and he was clearly looking for any adult. And seeing a kid in his I'm going to say it was probably diapers. It had to be underwear because he was old enough to. He was just a tiny little guy. But I recognized that we need help look. And so I gave him, okay, I understand. And went in and called 911 to get a fire truck there. And then ran out and made sure that his family was already out of the building. But it was, it was one long unit, and they were the middle section, so it was a section next to mine, and you could see the yellow and red of the flames all in the windows. The place was completely engulfed. It wasn't subtle. It had clearly been burning, because that apartment was gone. And I was really glad when they said that everyone was out, because I'm like, this is going to suck running into this. Yeah, I had just taken the pot pie out of the oven, so fortunately it didn't get it didn't start a second fire. But yeah, it was early fall, so it was getting chilly out, and I stayed outside just to make run around the different knocking doors and make sure everyone was out of the surrounding apartments. I didn't have a jacket on; it was just nippy. It was getting cold, and I was out there long enough, rounding everyone up and counting for everybody, that the fire truck finally showed up. Which was very annoying because we lived a stone's throw. I lived a stone's throw away from the actual fire department. Like, it was just right down the road. And the amount of time it took for them to get there was absurd. I was not happy about it. And I'm gonna come in from this side. And when they got there, they wouldn't let me go back in my apartment to get my jacket. Like, I'm cold. My apartment is not on fire. There's potential smoke inhalation or, smoke damage, but in the end, it didn't make it over because I was on the second floor and the fire was on the first floor, so it didn't get up into the attic. The shared attic space. But the fire marshal was like, oh yeah, if we showed up even 2 minutes later, this entire building would have been gone. It was right on the edge of everything just being engulfed and out of control. Like, well, you could have shown up a little sooner. I eventually snuck around and went into my apartment through the back door because I wanted to eat my pot pie. I was hungry. But I assume you got both the kid and the dog out? Were you able to get everyone? That's good. Let makes it worth it, right? Yeah, I don't have any pets at the moment, but I grew up with them, and I would not hesitate to run into a burning building to save an animal. It's their family. Did the dog at least cooperate when you tried to get him out? The worst thing you need is to be fighting the animal while you're trying to take them out. Everything is run. I don't think any of these have recipes set on them. They do not. Well, that's good. Little guy, so you didn't have to carry a Saint Bernard out of the building. At least. You could ride one of those. Alright, all that's set. Hopefully while I was not thinking about what I was doing, I sent all these in the right direction. Come down here. Run this a bit. Get all our Mark 1s in place. Oh, yeah, little Yorkies. Little ankle biters. I said I love animals, but I would never own a little yipper dog. I mean, they're smaller than a cat. I mean, people who get Yorkies just want a cat that will come by name. When you call its name. Let's see here. Splitter. Did these go right in I think it goes in the middle, but I'm gonna go ahead and get the connection here. That whole row should be glass. I can convert it now because we're going to be running a hole through it. I don't know how obedient the Yorkies are. They're just frail little things. They're afraid of everything, and I mean, I would be too if I was that small and supposed to, you know, supposed to be a hunter. When you're smaller than your prey, you had an issue. We are one off of center. Yeah. Going the right way, it is. And we are out of material. All right. Back to the other side. So are you okay on breathing, or do they have to have you on a machine? I mean, I understand that current lung is probably pretty terrible, but I imagine there's degrees of being able to breathe on your own or requiring oxygen. Oh, we don't have any here. Right. Hopefully we have some on the train. We should. I don't think I grabbed all of it. They probably don't want you. Probably want to test whether or not you have to be dependent on the machine or not. I mean, it's good that you can come off of it at all. Go back. We're almost out of iron plate. We should grab some more of that. Anything else that looks like really going to need? I think everything else is over here already. Oh, we're almost out of iron plate. That is the last of our iron plate. Grab some of that. I went to Nairobi, Kenya on vacation, on a 2-week vacation. Probably a few years ago at this point. And I got a upper respiratory infection. And man, I'll tell you, I just genuinely couldn't breathe. Well, tell your fiance to just not look. What were we doing when we ran out of material? Oh, we were bringing this up. I mean, hopefully there isn't any, you know, any scarring or any permanent damage. You'll definitely have to let us know how things turn out when you know more. about how things are going to go for you. Up there, down one. All that's correct. That's good. Like I said, I had the when I got the respiratory infection in Kenya. I mean, I came home early. I genuinely just couldn't breathe. I had 0 lung capacity. I got back to the States and spent several days in the hospital. But it's like, you know, Nairobi is significantly higher elevation than I realized before I went. And I'm not used to that to begin with, so that was already... The air was already thinner than I'm used to. And when that infection hit, I remember going around... I was at the Nairobi museum, and I'd walk from room... Every time I'd walk to the next room, I would sit down on the bench for a while and just gasp for a while for air. And then get up and try to look at some more exhibits, and then back down. It was the worst. So it sucks when you can't breathe. It made me really appreciate, because you know, people have asthma. Fortunately, I don't have asthma. You know, you always hear that asthma is like breathing through a straw, or an asthmatic attack is. And it made me really appreciate how difficult it must be for people who have those kind of problems, you know, normally. Because you kind of take breathing for granted until you can't do it. Oh, it is absolutely not fun. Neither was what I went through when I came back to the States, and they were running all their tests on me because, you know, some unidentified foreign virus that I could be carrying on me. I got a picture somewhere on my phone of a needle that they stuck in my arm because they couldn't get fluids in me fast enough from a normal IV. And there was this, I mean, the diameter of this needle, when she held that up, she's like, "We got to put this in your arm." And I said, "I'm taking a picture of that before you do it, because no one's going to believe me when I tell them the thing that you're sticking in me." I already hate needles as it is. It was like using a roll of quarters for a needle. That was almost worse than the infection itself. Yeah, it was like you really got to put that in. Like, yeah, we need to pump fluids into you faster than we can on a normal IV. We need a big tube. And it requires a gigantic needle with like a sleeve around it so they could pull the tube in with it. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah. Not fun. Okay, figure out what it was that we've done. I think we've only done Okay, that was the petroleum coke coming up to this floor. Now we need to bring the resin up here. From over there. I'm looking over on the horizon trying to figure out what we did. This should be turned the other way. I'll go back and forth on this. So we need to bring resin around, jump it up onto here. Which means we haven't run the petroleum coke around here to have it in the way. Let's do that now, so that we know where stuff goes. Like I said, you're definitely going to give us updates on how you're doing, and you get out of the hospital. Put this one in the middle. Alright, what all we can turn into glass and get it all facing the right way. Oh, that was bad. I'm so loopy at this point from playing for so long. I'm staring up, wondering where I was going to send that up to. It's just sitting right there. Okay. That comes around here somewhere. What logic did we use to bring the last one around? I'm not going to say the way we did it was the right way. We just want to be consistent across them. Okay, so it's too shy of center. Just off the edge. Okay. Maybe I'll sprint. I mean, I know I'm already running. By the time I get to the other end, I'm going to forget how I had it set up. Go off of center. Okay, that's center. One off the edge. Right there. Why is that not right? Do we have... I guess we have one more lane than we did on the other side. That doesn't feel right. Maybe? We have to look. Something feels like it's off. Spidey sense is tingling. Nothing good will come of discovering if this is wrong. I'm not going to know how to fix it. Just better terminate on half of a glass. Ah, okay. It just wasn't on glass. That's why it didn't line up to me. I think I'm okay with leaving that as concrete. So we will adjust accordingly. We still need to connect this floating platform somehow to the rest of the building. And I think that what's going to happen is once the walls come up, then we'll merge part of this at least over to the wall, and that's how it'll stand. We could potentially move this all the way over and just lift hold this up. But for now, we're not going to bother with it. I still maintain that these two should connect. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, maybe it is a little more than 6. I don't know where I placed the other one. We'll just do it right here. We need to go up there so we can judge the height. I guessed wrong last time. Whoop. We're just going to drop one in a random place because all we need is to know how high to go up. Right there. They're random, but that might have been correct. I guess it doesn't really matter. Right, we weren't able to... Okay. It doesn't really matter where that one's at. Because it's going to be a 90-degree turn either way. It's... Do it there to be consistent with the other one. Oh, okay, I think all inputs to all machines contained within the building are done. We still need to do the outputs for the final product. I think are all going to funnel over to that side. Oh, no, we're not even close to done. Have I set the recipes? I have. We still have to run power. We still have to do all the water extractors. We have to run the piping for the water extractors. We have to run the piping for the oil. Then we have to build the facade to the building and all of the concrete platforms, pillars. Like I said, we have to run all the power. There's some lighting work that needs to be done that is not going to get done on this pass. If things got to be sacrificed, the lighting is going to be sacrificed. We have to run the output belts, which is relatively trivial. In fact, we can do that just right now. Why put it off? No, I don't think there's anything fancy we have to do to figure this part out. We'll just shuffle everything to the far end and then figure out how we want to merge it at that point. In fact, I think I got an idea already. I'm pushing these out so far because of these are in the way. But I might take that back. In fact, I think I am... Yes, I am taking that back. I'm going to leave them there for the moment because I can use them to help me align everything. Plan B. The same as below. It's on the line. Yes. That last one does not look like it's lined up. It was not. At least one had to be wrong. Fortunately, joke's on it because we're not going to use it anyway. I think this whole thing is a Mark 1 belt. Yeah, because 10 of these producing 5 apiece is 50, and it's not even 10. It's not even 5 apiece because we have one center clock. So we're producing like 47. One Mark 1 belt can carry all of it. It's depressing when you think about the amount. I mean, you look at all these machines and all the material that we're flowing into it, all the Mark 4, multiple Mark 4 belts we have to do to split up materials. And it's all going to be condensed down to Mark 1 output. Oh, man. At least once it's all together, it'll be up to Mark 2. Okay. And for this floor, one. Stop doing that, please. Stop misbehaving. Mark 2. One off of center, or one off of the corner. No. We have an obstacle. Obstacle there as well. Fine. The hard way. Won't line up. I want to run it across the floor. We always bring them up and over. There's not a whole lot of space. I think for now we deal with it. We could zigzag down, but I don't think it's going to be worth it. Popping it up and then right back down would just look silly at the moment. No, whoa, 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 whoa. Actually, compromise. We don't have to bring it back down. This is a lift. Aha! There, that's better. Okay, so that's merged those two sets of outputs. Obviously we could wrap this around and merge, but I don't think we want to. I think we merge them at the end. And just live with it. This episode is not coming out tomorrow. Just not gonna happen. Or definitely not by the usual noon time. I don't even know what time it is at this point. Almost 3 a.m. All right. Mark II because we'll have something else merging into it. So we figure out where we want to connect it. That's going to be a little ugly. Almost feel like I should have merged them the other end. We're just going to duck under this. We'll figure out something clever to do with this in a minute. We'll make it look intentional. It was the master plan all along. And we're out of rods. I don't know for sure that we have more rods on us. I think we should. Well, I mean, we won't have any here. But, I don't think we've taken any off the train, so the train should have at least a couple of stacks. Okay. Okay, somehow I don't have any rods on the train. Seriously, done in by rods. Let's see here. I'm taking a shortcut. I probably should pull. I almost stopped in the intersection and I realized there's a train that goes through that intersection. Although I might have parked it in the intersection and the whole intersection might be shut off. The lights look like they're green. So this tube that our original tube that went to the old oil that I cut back to the old station that is no longer there. I left the tube, and at least I could still use it. Which takes us back to home, and the rod building is right over there. I need to clean all this mess up. That was from the last live stream, making the ammunition types. Let's get in here also and grab some plate. Because we mentioned that we had taken all the plate. I never have run the plate or the rods to the warehouse. Like, it's the two things we're making that don't actually go to the warehouse. So there's just no convenient way for me to run them. Actually, we can get one more base here. So we can put a couple on the train. Need to get rid of those windows too, because we don't use them. We no longer run conveyors out of that building. They run out for the air side. The trip back's a lot faster because it's downhill. You can see floating power poles because the terrain changed with update 6 and the train moved out from underneath it. Probably should pick up that outpost as well. I hope we didn't need anything else while we were there. Coming in hot. Drop off a couple of rods. Making sure I didn't leave a crate behind because my inventory. Yeah, okay. Inventory was nearly full. It was full if I. Yeah, I would have left some behind because we just opened up 2 spaces and we only have 1 now. It's a good thing I dropped off the rods. Okay, we were merging. Outputs. Oh, we need another floor up. Fortunately, there are ladders all over the place. Okay. What were we placing? Oh, I think I... Oh, yeah, right. I think I was trying to place the first merger. Yeah, that's what it was. That's where we were at. A lot easier when we don't have to change belt speeds. Okay. We need this to pop up somewheres. Right here. I think that will clear that. Ooh, pretty close, but yeah, that should be fine. Lift. Takes off the floor. Yep, just clearing it. Okay. All those outputs together. Now we just need to merge them into one. I did Mark 2s on these. Very good. Good. And that needs to merge with this. A little unorthodox, but we'll do. Mark 2 there. Mark 2. Ah, they're not lined up. No! Dang it. Why? Alright. Like that. Let's just go ahead and do it while we're down here. Nope. Output, thank you. Is it still not lined up? What did I do wrong there? Like, I can't move it anymore because the conveyor there. Let me think. There's a clever way out of this. Don't have enough. Maybe we do. I'm gonna say almost certainly we do not. We're probably have to move this hole back over. Let's just see how far off this is. Two spots over. I think that's too close. But that's okay, because we can move the other one over. Oh no, that lined up. Ah! Alright, they're all Mark 2s. I have to reconnect it at the top. Yep. Perfect. Pixel perfect. It's lifts going everywhere. It's starting to look less neat. Starting to look a little chaotic. Like I would like for this to be buried under, across, and then come up. I'm not gonna do it. It's just not like it's just this is not looking organized at all. Maybe I'll rethink it later. But we have an output now. It's merged. I'm waiting for the autosave to finish. Thank you. And we just need to bring this merge down to the first floor. And we'll end up having to extend that tunnel, because this is all going to go away. Everything down here will be gone. Oh man, the size of this building. We have to come up with a pillar system and a concrete support structure to run the length of it, and then pillars every so often to come down, and then the supports to slide down as well. And we need to clean all of this up. Man, this building just so massive. Okay. We just passed up our crude oil. Right there. That is going to have to come around. There's a little walkway here. And plug into... no, because this one right here is going to be from that one. That's going to come over and it's going to plug into that. So we need to run that crude oil all the way around to that end. Some clean way. Debating if we want to do it on the inside or the outside. Probably the outside, because we do not have room to breathe here. Everything's coming right up on it. You can tell which ones we had to delete and replace. Probably shouldn't bother repainting these, because I'll most likely come through and repaint them anyway to another different color to represent what is being carried by them, but for now I just want them to all be the same. Let's see, if this is going to be the exterior of this building, then we need to establish at least partially what the facade is going to look like. And what its boundaries are. It's going to be almost entirely glass. We'll need a door somewhere so we can come and go. I think we're going to do that. And then we can do... connect us to the beach. We need the walls because we're going to need to know where we're bringing the pipe in through the walls. This is where I had to cross my fingers and hope that my vision actually makes at least a little bit of sense. And I don't know that it's going to. That is totally the wrong ramp. And it's also upside down. Because we don't have glass half sections. And I don't mind having a weird stepping. I actually think that's fine. That gives some texture to the building. So that's okay. See, the building's taking shape. It's amazing what a few walls can do. Okay, and now we can figure out where we're going to bring our pipe in. Pipe. Where's the pipe hole? Seriously, couldn't put that on the... No, now I just hit the button to overwrite the thing that I was... Good grief. Logistics. Now I have to go and find it. Put that back where it belongs, and take the pipe hole. Is that the alignment? Seriously? I didn't think so. Don't know what that was lining up with. That's fine. Maybe I want to move the door over a little bit, but that's fine. And we'll probably paint, almost certainly paint the concrete some color. Concrete's really good about having muted colors. I really like the way the colors overlay it. Yeah, I do think that we need to move this. Over here. And we can just draw. Let's see here. Had to be right in the middle, didn't it? Had to be right in the middle. Let's just go random. And see what the noodling can do. That's not bad. I'd rather be right underneath it, but I don't want to double platform unnecessarily. Not gonna make a lot of sense, is it? No. No extractor. Turn it around. Considering angling it. I don't remember if the two offset rule works for pipes. I don't feel like it does. I guess it did. Okay. I'm not going to worry about trying to straighten that out because we know those don't snap to the grid properly. 2. Bring that back up to 600 per minute. Paint the pipes. Why did I put that on the bridge between two of them? All right, that's one input set up. That was the easy one. We don't have enough inventory space to clean up all of these platforms. last row probably should also be glass. I'll worry about that later. I think we're just going to run this along the beach. Man, look at that building. With all the tiering of the machines looking up to the glass. I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. Let's see if we run the pipes along that beach. I think on the other end we were only one platform wide, right? I don't think we were two platforms out. We have to make sure that we definitely have to make sure this is consistent before we start putting up walls. Yes, one out. Why does that look like there isn't a conveyor? How many things like that am I going to find once I actually turn this thing on? Oh man. That's not great. How do I want to do this? Because the walkway needs to come up here. I don't want to deal with this right now. Gonna go like that. Like this one right here is out of the way for the moment. And then I have to plug into here. How this is gonna have to work. And then the belt, the exit belt, can come down and go through this into here. Those, one of those. Stay consistent with the path that's coming here. For now. And that'll let the path come straight in, just like that. I think that'll work. I just don't want to, I'm not in the mood really to deal with all these pipings, beltings right now. That's something that can be done afterwards. But that'll give us a way in and out of this building via the path. Probably have to remove this ramp and turn it into a glass thing. In fact, this will probably come out one more. That will go of a window. That way the stuff can actually poke through it. And inverted. Like that. These don't have any output. Right, because this is the input side. I panicked for a moment. Like, why are there no conveyors on this? This is an interior. This will be concrete. Why am I doing this right now? Oh. Yeah, and the output can go down to the floor, come straight across and right into the hole in the wall for the conveyor. That, for some reason, I'm still extending rather than just calling it. Because we have the other things we need to be doing. All this, I guess we are committed to just doing this right now. This doesn't need to be here. Worry about the other height in a minute. I want to make sure I have a way out. I want to connect that there. I'm going to do it here. 5 high. Port. Get a tube. We need, I think, this wall? Yes. Oh, I did not delete that. Okay, centered properly. I want this to be a single, not double. Is not constructed to be run around in. I think we do our double hole right here, and this is how we get power into the building. Da, da, da. Bears. I need to paint support. I think that's the one. It should tell me customization already placed. Yes, that's the correct swatch. Yep. Those two right there will dead end for the moment. May never get used. In fact, they probably will never get used. Ooh. Oh, I have no idea what color I put on those. I have so many different greens. Spire green. That's probably it. Yep, that's the right one. Thank goodness for good labeling practices. Alright, so I have now irrationally extended this. All I need now is to get this into a entrance. That side there. I need to go inside and connect this. Forgot to. Alright. Looking good. So now we can route the output under. Come from right there. Just let's see how close I can get to making that a thing. So we can connect that. Oh. That on a level. It is. And whether or not we can make this go all the way down, we can connect it here. Like, we could just wrap it around. Okay. One in. Right on the wall. That's a little annoying. You know, if we had backed it up one, we maybe could. Just barely miss everything. Not gonna get me past the glass. And we connect right there. That's spot on. So let's put that there for now. Hope that we line that up, kind of eyeballing it. I think that's right. Okay, that has a lot of potential. I feel like they maybe extended the jetpack a little bit. I don't remember. It feels like I'm getting a little bit more height off of it before it runs out. That's so weird. What's going on there? Why is the... I've never seen the edging just stop. I mean, it looks like it's connected. I think that's gonna be a pretty easy area to access. Yeah. Oh, did we line it? Did we line it up? No. Oh. That's not ideal. That is so not ideal. You know what? One inward. Yeah, we have to try it. Yeah, that clears it. All right. All right. The original place we had it would have worked better. We just don't need to place the hole right here that was what we were bulking at. It's funny that we're going to a Mark IV belt at this point. Our output's not going to be anywhere near Mark IV. But that's a Mark IV belt going through the floor, so at that connection point. We're going to have I think 180-ish. We can do Mark III in here. The reason we want to do Mark III on the interior is so that we can see it's better visual for watching the products come down because they're more condensed. Come on, like through. Seriously need a better way up and down. What in the... What? That is not how that's supposed to work. Okay. I think we got it right that time. Now that will line up perfectly. And it'll just go right under that belt. Okay. All outputs are now connected all the way back to the station. All we need now is to run the other crude and all 20 of our water extractors. I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to make it. Been in this chair for almost 12 hours now. Amazingly, I've not gotten up out of this chair despite drinking this thing. At least if I ever become popular as a YouTuber, I know that I can do, you know, long duration charity streams. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. That was I know what that was. That was measuring the height. Deciding whether or not we need to keep it to go over the other, but we actually changed the height, so. Don't think there's anything else for us to do up here. What our inventory look like. So what we need, I think, next is to get the crude over here. I think we can go ahead and delete this chain of... Whoop, I'm standing on them. Chain of objects. I don't think we're going to need any more influx of materials to up there. Most of our work up there is done, shy of running cabling and designing a roof and encasing the thing, and of course some lighting. There's nothing of high material needs. That floating thing right there. Yeah. So, now that this is in the way, now that we know it's going to be in the way, we know we need to run the crude underneath it. And the crude needs to connect right there, where I think we now have a conveyor in the way of. Yeah. We can probably... I think maybe we can get away with it. Problem is, there's gonna be products coming down. Well, they're gonna clip that anyway. Yeah, I think it's alright. 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 I want to get this stuff out of the way. We have enough inventory space now to at least clear out a fair patch of it. I am glad that with this design we were able to reduce the footprint, because when I was initially planning out this area in the mundane triangle or rectangular design. I wasn't happy with how the footprint kept growing and growing, and I was wanting to try to preserve the area as much as possible. I mean, this ended up wider than it would have been if we had just done a stacked building. But this is kind of futuristic, artsy, and given how nice the area is, I think it's a little bit better. Probably should leave this outer one, because we're gonna have to do, not tonight, all of the support work. I just want to get this out of the way because we're gonna run our stuff through here. And look at that. Crazy. And it's still going to go out more because we need to go up. That, all the rest of that is just aesthetic. I think we're going to run this down the beach. Yeah, that looks far enough out. At least I know we have enough rubber now for all this Mark II piping, because all those platforms we just picked up were rubber platforms. Let's change our default pipes back to... We'll come back through and we'll paint all this black, but I'm going to keep getting the purple. Supports. We are going to enter into hostile territory. We don't need all of these, we just need the ones that the ports are on. I should have left those because I'm going to be running for my life in a moment. Gotta get close enough to figure out where we need to turn. One pass, two pass. Right there's where we turn. One, two, three, four, five. I think we can get away with. Sneak up. Don't mind me, guys. That is not where that needs to go. Go right there. Would that be too far? Right here. All right, I think we're close enough now. We need to establish the hole in the wall. Probably right there. Oh, I just realized something. We didn't make these Mark IIs. We'll have to repaint them as we go. We're not going to do that. We're going to mark this pipe. Upgrade all these as we go, and it'll auto repaint. And we're going to go to the other side and immediately paint them, or mark to all of the other crude oil ones, because we forgot about those too. I would have been confused. That would have been another thing. Like, why is there not enough getting through? Why are all these dry? They even marked, I don't think I even marked to the approaching pole, did I? I did not. Come on, I know better. I literally stood here and overclocked this machine and mentioned that we had it brought up to 600. I didn't pipe it properly.